to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt to the streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast. Salt to the streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt to the Streets Podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt to the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast. Salt to the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt to the Streets Podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt to the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast. Salt to the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt to the Streets Podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt to the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's Podcast. Salt to the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
Hey, everybody, welcome back to the Salt Street Podcast, the most pro-America, anti-government show you know, the show where we discuss news, government, and culture, and how it pertains to you, the individual, and your natural rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I always am that big bird-looking fellow they call Colin, and I am, of course, joined by my co-host, brother-in-arms, the Nero of Neoprene himself, Donovan Phillips. How are you, sir?
I am excellent, sir. Thank you very much for having me.
Indeed. Every time, baby. Every time. Well, most of the time. Sometimes you get sick, and then I have to try to attempt to do a solo show, which is always a short and sweet endeavor because I'm scared of the microphone.
Well, and eventually I'll be having you, so you can say that to me. So.
There you go. Well, my good friend, this is a special episode. I feel like I'm getting some reverb here. Maybe I'm just being retarded.
Are you retarded?
Are you retarded? Oh, why do I not have that in the soundbar? But it's a special episode today. Why is that, and what makes it so special? What are we going to be talking about today?
We have a listener request episode, so we have all manner of different things. Some political, some not political. So, excuse me, it will be an untraditional style show, more akin to the type of stuff that we used to do, but it's gonna be a good time. So we're gonna do, of course, let me ask you this, and then we are gonna talk about The Last of Us, of course, because this is a thing that we're doing now.
Yes, I'm, no matter how much you might hate it at this point, we're chip committed. This is happening. We got to review the whole show.
Yes, yeah. So we didn't really have that many topics coming into like Tuesday, and so we threw out a listener request thing, and then got I think like 12 or so
fucking
requests over there. Yeah, so we still were able to kind of organize it to national, international, and then like some grab bag style topics. So Adderall shortage, Neuralink. I'm very excited to talk about Neuralink. Some cartel stuff. The Joe Rogan, Peter Zihan. What's that guy's name? Zihan.
I think Zion. I don't know. We'll call him Zion.
Talking about.
There we go.
The China balloon, of course, updates on that, and then some Ukraine updates as far as that goes, and global ransomware attacks, Turkey, Syria earthquakes, the Japan water. I didn't look up shit about King Charles' coronation because, honestly, who cares?
I have a date, and then all the big news about it is like they released their playlist for the coronation, and it's nothing but golden oldies, baby.
There you go, Paul. That's the extent of the coverage.
That's
you're
all
gonna
we're gonna do.
Yeah, the King's coronation. Brandon said eating eggs, and you were like, I don't really know what that is, and it's not an inside joke or anything as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
So
we're going to talk about eating eggs.
It'll be pretty cut and dry. Problems with the manosphere, I think that'll be a good one. Ethnic cleansing, right? And then the Twitter whistleblower, because we had that article that we're going to go over, the Washington Post one. So we got some good stuff going on. I think we have some other things too that I just don't have on the top of this list, but it'll be a good time.
Yeah, it was one of those, for 2-week periods in between the show, it's like sometimes there's a really big lull in big news events, if you will.
Yeah.
And it's like all we had last week was the China balloon thing, and nothing else appeared to be happening. And then the last few days of the week, it was like boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
All the shit popping off, which was nice.
They shot down something else over Alaska yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what that is?
It was I have the clip from the same guy from the Air Force, from the Pentagon or whatever. He talks about it, but we don't know very much. They're not telling us very much. I'll put it that way. A couple key differences, but we can hit that stuff when we talk about China balloon later.
Yeah.
I think it's all blended together.
It's all connected.
It's either that or we just accidentally shot down some aliens, which would not be a good way to start that relationship.
I think it's probably another balloon, but
yeah, probably.
But we'll see. Cairo.
New Cairo.
The rebuilding of that. That's pretty interesting.
That is super wild.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
So we got a bunch of random stuff.
I have 2 windows full of tabs.
There you go.
It's just a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's going to be a great time. Before we go any further, of course, I want to remind everybody to evaluate and adjust a relationship with the CCP. We are going to be talking about China a few different times today, infrastructure mostly. Yeah. So don't take any Chinese building contracts. It's probably not a good idea. That's not. You won't be pleased within 10 years.
We should caution the Egyptians in New Cairo.
Yes, yeah. So like, subscribe, comment on this video, share it with your friends, tell everyone about it. Of course, we have our Instagram, the YouTube, the Patreon, everything at Salt of the Streets. You can find all this at saltofthestreets.com, including our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is a Big Bird Offie on both of those things. The sponsor for this very first segment is going to be Lexi Kayo, because she's been streaming the last few nights.
Yes.
So she is the sponsor for the very first part of the show.
Woo!
And with that, do the thing. With that, let me ask you this. Sounded good too. There was no cracklies.
I fixed the shit out of it.
there you go.
I compressed the fuck out of that video, and it's a way smaller video now.
Small as fuck. That's little
right.
video.
So what do you got?
Try and fuck with us. Okay. So I don't remember Doesn't matter. There was something that I was listening to that sparked this, and it wasn't Peter Zion, it was something else. But I want to ask you, of course, neither of us are experts here, but we pretty much are. So, in your expert opinion, when do you think the war in Ukraine ends? How much longer do you think it goes? I know that's a big question, and I'll give it a little bit of context for you, so I'll give you a second to think, because there are already people that are questioning the funding, right? We have Matt Gaetz, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, that he introduced a bill to withdraw the funding, and so to stop increased funding to Ukraine, and conversely, there's also obviously an immense amount of support for the United States supporting Ukraine. We have Mitch McConnell and, the Ukraine tie during the State of the Union address, all these things. There, in some neighborhoods, more Ukrainian flags than there are, American flags. It's not looking good. So do you think that it goes, do you think it stops before 2024 or 2028, or what do you think?
There's a lot of moving pieces to this that could change the outcome at any time.
Yeah.
But at this point,
You don't have to give an exact year.
It looks as if it will continue until it escalates. We'll put it that way. It'll continue until it's not the war in Ukraine anymore, until it's something bigger. And I don't know what the timeline of that would be. A lot of things. I don't even know if something happening in Ukraine between the Russians and the Western powers that back Ukraine. I don't know if the catalyst will be something that happens there, or if the catalyst will be something that happens like in China with us launching that fucking ICBM the other day. But I don't see that conflict ending. I don't see it ending without essentially some kind of really outrageous kind of like deal between Putin or the Russians and Zelensky, which I just don't see that happen anyway. So something wild would have to happen for that to be the case, in which case Ukraine would just be a smaller country and Russia would have the bits and pieces of it that they wanted. But realistically, I don't see it ending. I just see it escalating into something bigger and much worse. So yeah, I don't see it happening. I don't think we're going to play this proxy war game that much longer, maybe another few years max. I think the presidential election will also be really interesting to see how that changes, because there will be a certain point at which we'll be chip committed, and like even a Donald Trump ain't going to pull us out of fucking Ukraine. Yeah. There'll be some, we'll have a repeat of the impeachment of Ukraine #1, where he supposedly attempted to stop the congressionally approved aid to going to Ukraine and stuff like this. Like, even if Trump gets into office and wants to just all stops on this thing, he won't be able to if Congress can just roll right over him. So I just don't see it stopping.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
We've always been at war with Eurasia, right?
right, precisely.
We're there.
Yeah, and I think I agree with that. I don't see it stopping any time in the next decade. So I think that at least 10 years. My concern from the beginning has always been another long war like that. That it starts. It starts initially as this funding, this type of defense spending that we're doing now. And I don't remember if it was on the last episode or if it was between you and I privately that we were talking about just possible scenarios, and if Russia is going to hit the type of hard nationwide mobilization that we've seen in the past, where they're going to turn everything that they have into a defense factory, and they're going to start building just munitions and weapons and all that type of shit. They can only conscript so many people, because they need people in the homeland to continue to work. And
history tells us that's a big number, though.
Right. And one of my concerns is that other nations that they're allied with, North Korea, China, Iran, see their fate as similar or tied with Russia's. Mm-hmm. That they are not going to last long without Russia being there, without this weird, axes, for lack of a better term, group that they've constructed, even if it's not like a formal alliance between all these different countries. So
it's almost like just an economic block, but if that's not the way war is being waged right now, I don't know what is. So
yes.
It's essentially the same thing. And I
I'm afraid to see people from other countries either be working in Russia, like people from North Korea or China being sent to work in Russia or being sent to fight in Russia, because this is a growing thing. You know, I don't know how likely that is. I don't know how long that takes, because we were looking at population numbers for Russia and stuff like that yesterday. So there's a ton of people there to be conscripted. There's a ton of fighting age people that are still left in that country that are not fighting right now, that could be stolen off the streets and a gun forced in their hand and be kicked on the front lines.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of people left for that to happen.
I want to say it was like, as of like the last census, it was like 168 million or something like that. Roughly half of what the United States is, I think.
Yeah. So
yeah, and China's involvement, I think, is really part of the deal breaker or maker in this situation, because I don't know if I would see China putting themselves in a place where they're going to have their soldiers fighting in that type of a front when they're looking at possibly being in other fronts. I think they're kind of holding their cards relatively close to the vest right now as far as their pawns to be used.
I don't even mean soldiers. I mean the same deal, conscripts, people that they can just steal off the streets and just ship off to Ukraine and ship off to Russia, just the same way that, you know, there are North Korean prison camps in Siberia. If you take those people out of those prison camps because they're just sitting there, and they now fight for Russia because they exist in Russia, and North Korea is like, well, they weren't here anyway, so I don't fucking care. You know, that's what I'm concerned of. Not their own army, because I agree. I don't think that they would. For the same reason, I don't think that China would compromise their own security internationally. But like I said, my concern would be that they start stealing people off of the streets or taking the people that they have locked up and just send them to Russia to fight for them, because they are essentially useless anyway to them.
Yeah. No, that makes sense to me. Just doing a sound check. I'm sorry.
No, you're
Producer nerves every now and again.
No,
you're
fine.
like, I wonder what that's doing.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't want to keep saying concern. I guess I should think of a better term, or like maybe a series or a timeline in which I think these things would play out. But along with that, American or NATO boots on the ground over there is a huge concern of mine. I don't know. Yeah. That seems like a massive. That's difficult for me to wrap my mind around, to have like legitimate NATO forces there organized under NATO, and not just individual countries that have sent people to fight. You know,
so not just American special forces painting up targets for Ukrainians to bomb, but actual regulars on the ground,
and like a coalition almost like that. I have an easier time comprehending NATO countries forming a separate coalition, not sending in NATO forces, but NATO countries like, well, we'll send some people off the side. You know, I know that's like a minute difference, but
like the original like coalition forces in
Afghanistan, the same type of deal. That instead of
Canadians, some French, some British, you know, everybody involved.
Yeah, they get a couple people, maybe a couple of countries, maybe that aren't NATO nations involved in the coalition, so they can be like, no, this isn't just NATO. We're globally condemning these actions and supporting Ukraine.
No, Sweden's involved too, and we haven't let them into NATO yet.
Precisely. Yeah, something like that. You know, that I have an easier time seeing than a NATO mobilization into that area. But
yeah, I don't see NATO in its entirety getting involved. Like on an official capacity, I'm right there with you. Like a loose coalition thing.
That's a for real escalation. I mean, an unquestionable one, because that's been a Russia stated thing from the beginning. Is like, fucking stay away. Don't do it.
Don't.
So I can
don't.
Yeah.
Come on, NATO.
Get your shit together.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. You're just looking. I was looking for any opportunity.
Like, I'm going to make this happen.
Yeah.
Well, I have one for you.
Let's hear it
as well.
Let's hear it.
And it's almost on the same broad spectrum situation here.
Hopefully, it's not the same question.
It is not.
Thank God.
This is more homelandy.
That would be embarrassing.
It would be. Well, you know, I'd be like, oh, do we think alike? Oh, dang. I guess we're doing Last of Us. So this is we've watched the government grow in scope and authority for quite some time. The Federal Reserve printing money freely, essentially. The American culture decay, fray, and divide.
Yep.
And we've talked about this in various aspects on the show many times. So given that kind of picture, I mean, do you see any way for us to revert away from away from this, or is this something like can we ever go back to more of a, say, early American libertarian focused type of nation, or are we just going to have to try to go forward and create something brand new, ideally bringing those values with us?
I definitely like to think that we can, and I fight off whatever part of me that, when I think that, there's another part of me that says that's just idealistic.
That's crazy.
That's a silly thing for you to be thinking. You know better at this point from the things you've talked about, the research that you've done, the things you've seen. You know that at this point it's too late. But maybe it is just silly nationalism that I'm not able to get rid of because I'm just too young yet, but there is just something inside of me that believes that we are different. We have proven as a nation that we are different. We have overcome ridiculous odds before. We have turned ourselves around multiple times, and there is just something inside of me for the same reason I do the show, that if we can reconvince enough people that freedom and liberty are the way to do it, then that's how we win. That's how we can turn this around, is to limit the government, to try and rein it back in the way that we've seen it. We can see they are not by any means perfect. They are greatly flawed, but we've seen like the people in the Freedom Caucus that are trying to do that. They are not doing it in the perfect way because they are definitely flawed people, but they all have seedlings of really, really good ideas that get us closer to what would be ideally the type of government that we're looking at, which is extremely, extremely small, nearly non-existent. They're trying to get there. So I give them all credit, some more than others, because I think some of them are kind of pieces of shit. But so I tend to believe that we can get there. So I think that I still have hope that we do. Okay. I still have hope that that's possible. I am not. I would be lying if I said that I am completely black-pilled in a way that like we have to start something completely new. I don't know that that's the case, and I think there's potential for one of those options to be bloodier than the other one, but I couldn't even tell you which one I think that is. Yeah,
I think that makes sense. I've been doing a lot of thinking about this kind of thing lately, obviously, and my mind kind of goes to something new into the future, and mostly because of our obsessive compulsion to continue to evolve technology. And I don't think, if there's one aspect of this, I think we definitely can rein back in a very reasonable sense. It would be the government and society's relationship with the government.
Yeah,
that would be harder than the government itself, but because we've grown so reliant on it in the past at this point, like everybody is so reliant on our relationship with the government now. But I think the government itself would be the easiest. The society's relationship with it would be the next hardest. But then part of me is thinking that there's really never truly a way to go back, if you will, in that kind of colloquial sense, because of how technology has advanced and our society's relationship with technology. And I think we could see, and ideally I hope to see this, and I strive to see this going into the future, something kind of akin to a new, like a technical version of that, something that is not necessarily like it could be a cousin to the past liberty of old, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That essentially instills similar to the same values, particularly in individual liberty and freedom, but essentially founded in the roots of technology that support it, because technology will be a much harder thing to manipulate compared to like people in government that we rely on that. So I could see it going this way, probably more likely than stepping back. But then again, if fucking WW3 kicks off, we probably will just go back at that point, because other things will have other externalities that kind of force us back, which I don't know if it's probably definitely not a net gain for society, but it would allow you to kind of like rebuild in a better way, if you will.
Yes. Yeah, I agree.
that's-
It's likely a blending of the two that is a re-embracing of core values from the past that is updated for
Yeah.
the 21st century.
And enforced by technology.
Yeah.
Made so that even if corrupt politicians were to come into power in whatever limited government we have at that point, their ability to hamstring the rest of society through their own corruption and corrupt means would essentially be cut off. They
Yes.
wouldn't be allowed to do it because they wouldn't have the mechanisms to do it.
Yes.
Now, mind you, that would take a lot of initiative from the jump in building these technologies as we go forward, but like, there would be no better time than now.
And I wonder if I believe that if there was the shifting in the government that we're talking about, then society, culture would be forced to change. If the government is not there to coddle people the way that it has been, they would have no choice but to re-embrace that personal responsibility. But I wonder what would actually be easier, because certainly the whole time that we've been doing this show and for however long beforehand, part of the argument, especially from like the Ben Shapiro type conservatives, is we need to influence politics is downstream from culture. So we influence culture first, and then that will take shape in politics. But we've been doing this for a while now, and it's pretty goddamn difficult. And so I wonder if it's just easier, if it would be easier to just try and get people into office that are down, that are like actually based, down for the game.
Yeah. And I don't think that adage works anymore. The politics is downstream from culture. I think in the past it was. But politics is culture now.
Yeah.
They're one and the same. You have to fight it on both fronts.
Because of that technology aspect. They're so
AOC is
tied
a fucking
together.
Instagram star. You know what I mean?
Right.
And we're having the fucking hearings that I have some clips of. I don't know if we're going to get to them, but the Twitter hearings and stuff like that. Like, this is the government working hand in glove with the technology companies that influence and dictate culture. I mean, they are one in the same at this point. So it's a two-front. Used to be a two-front war, but now it's a single-front war.
Yes.
But both sides are on that same front.
Yes.
So very, very interesting stuff. People like us, if you will, the people that are on trying to spread the message, if you will. I mean, this is part of it.
Man.
This is part of it, and this is via the technology aspect of things, This isn't newspapers that take 3 months to fucking print and send out to the West Coast.
Right.
Fucking dude in Germany could be watching right now.
Shout out.
It's about 9 a.m. over there. I did the time zone conversion.
That's really funny.
Hopefully he turned his notifications on. Oh, well, that was healthy.
I like it.
Thank you for answering my questions,
Yep.
good sir.
Anytime.
Oh. All right, so shifting gears.
Yes.
Let's talk about, you watched The Last of Us episode 5 yesterday.
Do you want
correct?
to click and then re-click, and then we'll...
We're going to click. Thank you for doing that.
Yes. And then we'll say that again.
Yep.
Yes. So, The Last of Us.
The Last of Us.
Yeah. So let's take it episode by episode, right?
Indeed.
Because that'll be the easiest way. If you didn't watch, of course, there was a new episode last night. If you didn't watch, there's going to be some spoilers. Just
spoiler alert.
Just deal with it.
Wee, wee, wee.
So let's start with episode 3, right?
Where we left off.
Right. Okay. So I didn't like this episode at all. Episode 3, not good, because I didn't... It's fabricated, right? We start to see a real fabrication of things, small things from the game into large portions of the show, which I don't agree with. And I think, I don't remember how much of this I talked about in the first review that we've did of like the first 2 episodes, but the game is laid out perfectly for you. You could literally just remake it frame for frame into a show, and the timeline would be fine. It would be fantastic. You can cut, obviously, the gameplay portions of it out, but I mean, the majority of the story is there, and it's laid out perfectly. So...
And just as a reminder, I am coming at this person that I've seen some game clips and stuff like that, but I have not played the game yet. I will be playing the game after the show.
So I don't like the the fuckery with it. I think that it should be left as it is. I understand, it's art and this is their interpretation, blah, blah, blah. I don't agree with that. I think that's
if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Precisely. And so I am not a fan of seeing the shifting. And we did talk about in the second episode that we started to hear the producers be like, I actually think this is more interesting and like a better idea.
Yeah.
And that I said, I don't like that. That makes me nervous that they're starting to fucking get real uppity about it. That they're like, no, this is better, than the actual game was, which is not the way to go. So this is the first.
Yeah. You like the smell of your own farts, if that's what you're thinking.
You see one zombie in this episode, and it's one that Bill, he catches in a trap, right? And that's the only one that you see in the whole episode.
Through the security cameras.
Right. The fourth episode, you don't see a single zombie. And people were coming to Ben Shapiro about this, like, oh, it's not a zombie show. This is about people and human. That's not true. That's nonsense. Okay, that's nonsense. This is a game about zombies. It is also about people and the terrible things they do.
Yeah.
As is every other good zombie movie. I mean, that's anything that's worth a shit when it comes to zombies is not just about the zombies, because the world is more complex than that. It's not just about the thing right now. You run into other people who will try and fuck you over. Some people are good. Some people are bad. This is the story in every single type of zombie media ever.
Yes.
It isn't just about the monsters.
No, it's because just a monster movie is not a good movie. You need a storyline. You need human relatability, something that in a sci-fi dystopian type of sense, you need to have some kind of reminders to the present and that kind of stuff. The human condition is always a very big aspect in things like fantasy and sci-fi, because what else do you have to relate to? And if you're in this made up world of fiction, you have to have something to tie yourself to reality, and that's where the human stories come into play. That the relationships between people, that kind of thing.
So they take Bill, right, the character from the game, who, that's my favorite portion of the game, is Bill's town, because you learn a lot of new shit. There's a lot of really intense combat, a lot of sneakiness, a lot of really great stuff, a lot of new enemies introduced. It's excellent. It's a great time, right?
Yep. A lot of good back and forth dialogue between Bill and Ellie.
Yes.
Bill and
the three of them.
Yeah, the three
precisely.
of them.
Joel. All the whole jam, right? So they take Bill and they turned his portion of this that's really about a relationship that he in the show, because I still am not totally. We'll get into that. I'm not sold on the whole relationship thing in the game. I'm just I'm not trying to fight it. I'm just not particularly sold on the argument of it. So as whoever's seen the show doesn't matter. Episode 3. So Bill has a relationship with this guy Frank, and that's what the whole episode is about. The whole episode essentially is a flashback to their life together, living in Bill's town, and eventually Bill and this Frank kill themselves at the end. And so really the story just is a vehicle for Ellie and Joel to be able to go there and collect supplies. So it becomes pointless. And this is not the first time, even just in this 3-episode arc, that we see pointless characters being added on and pointless story arcs, because they start and end and they do not progress the story at fucking all. And so this is where I'm starting to get really frustrated, is that they're saying, well, this is better, and the producers are saying this is better, it's good, these are really good ideas, and fucking podcasts and people are like, this is such a beautiful episode, they took a small portion of the game and it turned it into just such an emotional and moving fucking thing. That's like, this is an irrelevant story, though. This has nothing to do with the actual story of The Last of Us. This is a thing that the only thing I can possibly see is you're trying to insert ideology, politics, whatever you want to call it, into this piece of media, which obviously it's HBO. This is your right to do so, but you're ruining what could have been a fantastic show. And I'm not like, oh, 2 dudes fucking is ruining the show. I'm saying subverting from the actual story and inserting story arcs and characters that end up being pointless is going to ruin this show.
So let me ask you a quick question. Cut and dry. What was the major plot point of The Last of Us that was pushed during episode 3?
Supply run. I mean, that's the only thing.
That I hate to tell you is not a major plot point.
No, it doesn't move the story forward because as we'll see in the next episode, they don't even use these supplies. They lose them immediately in the beginning of the 4th episode.
Yes.
So it further solidifies that this was pointless, because they don't even get to use the supplies. The only thing they got was the truck, which is what they got in this portion of the game, in Bill's portion of the game, with a better fucking story, with more action and more shit. Instead, it's a love story that is, in my opinion, completely fabricated and is turned into, I feel like it just added color to the show, though. And which is fine. I can't disagree with anyone who's saying that. I don't agree. I feel that this subverted it from the point of the actual fucking show. Like I said, I don't, of the game itself, which is what the show should be about.
This episode 3 should have been episode 2.5.
I just
don't. You know what I mean?
And I don't.
It's a spin-off side story. That
I don't
doesn't
think
matter.
this is worthless to make. I don't think this is relevant for this storyline. I think this would have been a perfect thing for them to make another episode that just isn't. They do all kinds of other side content all the fucking time for different stuff. This would be a perfect piece of side content because that's what this is. It isn't, like you said, it doesn't progress the story forward. It's not a part of this show. It's a piece of side content that would be excellent standalone by itself. Excellent. The reason I don't fucking like it is because they've taken something fabricated and tried to use it as a vehicle to push the show forward, but nothing actually happens. It creates a pointless story arc. This is not good story building for me because it doesn't. What did we learn from this? People are also gay when there are zombies? No fucking shit. No shit. Yeah. I'm not shocked by this.
No.
What the thing that even takes you out of it is, so you're telling me that Bill has. We are made to surmise, in my opinion, that Bill has been straight up until this point because it was clear that he's never been with a dude before. This is his first dude. So he's been straight up until this point. Now that we're in a zombie apocalypse, he feels comfortable being himself because he happens to find a dude who happens to be gay, who happens to fall into his trap outside of his house. Yeah. And he decides, just so happens to decide this guy should live and bring him into his house. This is not statistically feasible, and I'm not being like, oh, math and it just doesn't like
it doesn't.
It's far reaching.
Unrealistic.
This is just a thing to, but it had the arrival music.
Shout out, Josh.
Yes, like I said, I don't think this was a bad piece of television. I don't think that it progresses this story forward, which feels fucking pointless to me. In this show, in The Last of Us, this show, this actual story, which is actually about Bill and Joel and Ellie. This irritates the fuck out of me.
Yeah,
right.
And I am not convinced at this point that this is a show about Joel and Ellie anymore. The show is not about them.
No.
The show is about the world falling apart through this, and then they're telling it. They're just it's a world building exercise with a small through line of these two people that are trying to get to Joel's brother.
Yes.
And
which isn't even the main point of the game. Like that's a very small portion of the game to get to his brother.
Oh, really?
That's
we're there
like,
next episode from the previews.
It's an underlying plot line for parts like 2 and 3. Right after you leave the city, like, well, the Fireflies are fucked. We can't meet with them. What do we do next? The only thing I can think, we're gonna go and find Bill because he has a car and he can get us some shit, and then we'll go and find Tommy because he can help us find the Fireflies. After you find Tommy, you're moving on. That's only a portion of the game because you find him and then eventually you separate again. You're not with him for the whole rest of the game. You're only with him for a small portion of the time, and then he sends you on your way. So that's only it's just an underlying piece. Again, that is just to move the story forward. That Tommy thing, that's just to get us to point A to point B.
Interesting. That's like the goal of the first act is to get to Tommy, and then you start the second act. Okay. I was going to ask you, ask somebody that's played the game at this point. We are 5 episodes in, and we'll catch up because we're still kind of on 3 right now.
Yes.
But given where we ended episode 5, I saw the preview for 6. Looks like they're going to finally meet up with Tommy.
Deal.
And so episode 6, we are over halfway through the show at this point because there's going to be 10 episods.
We're probably just halfway.
Are we looking at halfway through the game story, roughly?
Yeah. Once you get to Tommy, you're probably close to 3/4, like 5/8 of the way through the game, because there's another, after you're done with Bill and you're done in the city that we see, you're in Pittsburgh in the game, but it's Kansas City in the show. When you're done with that, then you go to, you're in a college. I'm pretty sure that's before you meet Tommy. You're in a college, and then you go and meet Tommy. Okay. Do you think the episode would have been as infuriating if Bill was heterosexual? I feel like Shapiro wouldn't have given a shit. You're probably right about Shapiro.
Yeah.
The
story, no.
No, the gayness has very little to do with me, with what my deal is. I am confused by it, and that's where I start to lean through. That's where I start to lean to the ideology point, is because I went back and I watched like actual gameplay footage of this portion of the game, because I didn't remember Bill being gay, and I was. Before I got all up in arms about it and was like, this is fucking, I'm not going to stand for this. Not that I would anyway, but I was like, well, let me go back and see and just see if there's something that I missed. And so let's go through the whole jam, right? So you meet Bill. There's a conversation that Joel has in the game. This is how it plays out in the game. There is a conversation that Bill has with Joel when they're in Bill's hideout. And he says, there was a person that I cared for once. He was a partner that I had. And this is like maybe a personal thing, it's whatever. Like he says that a few times, and I never took it to mean like his life partner. To me, it was like a dude that also is in this town that I get shit done with. Like, and maybe that's just me being ignorant, but I never took it that way. And that happens, and then you do some more shit, and you go into the school, you try and get the truck battery, and when you're escaping, you get into a house. And you get to the house, and you find somebody who's hanging in the house. And Bill is upset about the person who's hanging in the house, and he says, Joel's like, oh, do you know this guy? And Bill says, yeah, I knew him. He's my partner. There's another time that he calls me my partner. He says, and Frank's the only guy that would fucking wear a shirt that's stupid, or some shit like that, right?
Yeah.
And so then Joel is searching the house. He goes upstairs, and he finds a note. And the note says on there, doesn't say anything about them being partners together. It says, I could never stand living in this town with you because of the way that you ran shit. I always hated your fucking guts, and like I'm whatever.
It was not a loving note.
No. And so
not like the note we found in the series.
Right. You can choose to give the note to Bill. Bill reads it, and he says, oh, well, that's how you feel. Well, fuck you too then, right?
Yeah.
So then the only thing I can think that really solidifies it, and I'll take it if this is it, right, is that later Ellie, they're in the car, and the same thing played out in the show where they have the magazine. She's like, why are these stuck together, right? It's like a dude. I'm not gonna try and argue like, well, you're not necessarily gay if you fucking masturbate to it. Like, I don't know. So maybe that's the solidifying factor that like kicked off the whole thing.
Yeah.
Prior to that, like I said, it was never a thing that I like.
Because it didn't matter.
It wasn't a relevant portion of the game to me. And so
that's what really bothered me about the whole thing, right? Is the relationship between those two did not matter. And their relationship was so inconsequential to the actual show that, much like we're going to talk about in episodes 4 and 5, we spent 45 minutes going nowhere with the storyline, spinning our wheels, spending time in a flashback that had zero consequence other than give them a fast travel device.
Right.
Which they could have gotten. I mean, the portions of that episode where Joel and Ellie were there was in the very, very beginning when they're walking through the road and they come across that downed airplane, and she's talking to Joel about like, oh my God, did you ever flew once? Like you were up in the sky?
Yeah.
Like that's a cool moment. Again, doesn't push the plot forward. Doesn't push the story forward other than to reiterate how much time they've been in this dystopian world.
Yes.
But that's it. So, again, that's a world-building aspect. There's no plot points there, and then you just disappear into Bill's world. And I guess, again, story-building aspect of it, there is a pre-existing relationship between Joel, Tess, and Bill and Frank.
Yes.
Because they used to trade things, hence where their connection was. How we know to go to Bill's place to go get the battery, get the car. But again, doesn't push the plot forward, doesn't move anything. They had already mentioned in the first couple episodes Bill. And if anything, we got a little closure on the radio signal thing, which was in the very first episode. There's like the code magazine of which song's playing. If it's 80s, 70s, 60s, it means one message or another. And so in the beginning episode, the radio comes on and it's 80s, and that's like the red alert thing. Right. Shit like that. So there's a little bit of story building to it, but there's no plot points at all. And so that's my major contention about this whole thing is if you wanted to do this, you should have gone Taylor Sheridan route, and you could have done an entire spin-off of The Last of Us with a new show called fucking Bill.
Yeah.
And that would have been pretty dope. How much like you could have spent damn near first season, like doing all the prep work and his his prepping for the end of the world and all that. You could have done a cool ass show like that.
Why does he have these skills? How does he know all this shit?
Exactly.
Yes, I agree.
But to hamstring it, to shoehorn it into this series like this, it almost tells me that they needed a filler episode because they didn't know how to tell the story over 10 episodes, and they needed extra filler episodes and extra filler content. And so, well, let's spend an entire episode giving Bill a fake backstory, and it'll be a sweet little love story that has nothing to do with the storyline. So
Josh says, do you think this episode would have been received better if it was later in the show? I think this episode would have been received better if they had done the main storyline in 7 episodes and then put out 2 or 3 or 4 more episodes of these other storylines that
cool.
provide more context. Because this doesn't, like I said, my biggest issue with this is that it felt like a waste of an episode because it doesn't progress the actual plot forward. I don't think this is a bad piece of content at all.
No.
I think it's shot beautifully. It was done well. It was fine, right? Nick Offerman did a better job as Bill than I expected him to. This was a perfectly fine piece of content. My complaint is not this was totally pointless. They should never have made this. That is not that's not what I'm saying.
It just didn't belong.
It doesn't progress this story forward, which is what the fucking game is about, which is what the fucking show should be about. Because it was done so goddamn beautifully. They didn't need to do this. This is unnecessary. That doesn't mean they never should have made it. They definitely should have made this. I think it would be better in just kick the whole season out more. You're putting out more content. Make the fucking show add this to other characters, these other things, like I said, that just add more context, supplemental storyline to it. That I think people would have been happy about it. You're still going to get Ben Shapiro who's like, well, this is fucking pointless. So it's so pointless they couldn't even put it into the show. They had to make an extra episode afterwards. That's still going to happen regardless. They're going to complain about this because there's 2 dudes in it. My issue is not the dudes. My issue is that this has fucking nothing to do with the storyline, and it feels like a waste of an episode in the middle of the show. So maybe, yes, if it was later in the season, but I think at the end, like when this main story is done, keep slapping episodes out.
It would be
keep
awesome.
Fucking making money.
Fucking extras like that.
Yes.
Extra editions.
Especially
that would have been awesome.
If you have big names like Nick Offerman, people will continue to watch even if the main storyline is over. Because fucking Nick Offerman is in it. Why am I not going to watch it?
He's awesome.
They're going to continue to do that. So
the only main problem I had between Bill and Frank really was I was worried that if you got 2 perfectly sculpted manicured beards that close together, that the universe might implode.
Concerned about the static.
They were those beards that those 2 guys had were beyond envious in my mind. For a bunch of fucking wastelanders that live in the middle of nowhere after the fucking world collapses.
Yes.
That hurt me emotionally. I can't even do that now. And they're doing it after the fucking world ends.
Also, as a Second Amendment side note before we move on to part 4. There is the portion of the show where Nick Offerman, Bill, is in the middle of the street. He's in a gunfight with these people, right? When Frank goes out to help him, he grabs a gun out of the drawer.
A little baby gun.
Okay, not just that it's a baby gun, right? There's no magazine in it. If you're living in a zombie apocalypse, are you not going to have every gun that you own loaded, sitting ready to go? What if there are zombies in your home? Are you going to take the extra second to put a fucking magazine and we'll rack one in the chamber? That's really what we're going to do? No. That's a virtue signal. Make sure that it's safely stored in a fucking zombie apocalypse. Get out of my fucking face. There are no children here. It's 2 grown-ass men. It is 2 grown-ass men living in a house together. There is no need for that shit.
Oh, my God. And on top of that, I mean, let's be realistic. If you need the gun with a magazine in it and one in the chamber ready to go, and then you need a gun belt next to it that you could slap on with a bunch of fully loaded mags already. This is every gun in the house, every room in the house, and then maybe some swords and some axes to boot,
especially
just in
if
case.
The guy's a fucking prepper.
Exactly.
Especially if he's
you're not. Yeah, once the world ends, you're not going to keep all of your armory down in the basement.
Come
where
on,
it's
man.
the last place to get them.
No.
Anyways, so now let's talk about episode 4 or 5.
4. Yeah.
Episode 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Which I'm calling it episode 4 or 5 because this was not 2 episodes. This was one episode that they smashed together with a bunch of extra scenes that didn't need to be there, which drug it out to 2 separate episodes.
Yes.
In my mind, this is the fucking way it went. Because we spent half of episode 4 with this super fucking annoying, what's her name? Let me pull it up here. The character's name. I think it was Kathleen.
Oh, yeah.
what was her
who's
name?
not a character in the game.
Kathleen.
Yeah.
Yes,
They
played
start-
by
they
Maureen
start-
Langsky.
Slapping in characters that aren't in the game.
Yeah.
And this is again where I start to have fucking issues because this is unnecessary. This doesn't
Totally
doesn't
dumb.
need to be done this way. So
Because her whole plot line is, well, Joel and Ellie get into the city, right? And
Yep.
then they're kind of confronted by this gang of people. Somebody's like acting like they're injured and shit like that. And Joel rightfully goes, "This ain't right. I'm the fuck out of here. We're not going to help this guy. This is a trap." And they get
Kevin.
out. What's up, everybody? And then ultimately get in this massive gunfight with these people that now kind of run Kansas City. The fucking Fedra is no longer in charge of Kansas City anymore and all this good shit. They've taken charge.
and they tease you because everything up until the crash into the store is
Yeah.
like that's
Could be
the game.
Fedra.
That's the game.
Oh, really?
That's the game. I mean, the driving, the scene where they're talking about the magazine, all that stuff. I mean, that's shot for shot. I mean, to the point even when he's in the truck and he's looking, has the two options, and he says "fuck it" and decides to go into the city. That's all fucking game for game for game. So they're teasing you. They're like, we're here. We're going back to it. We're out here. Then they get into the gunfight. This is a completely different deal now. There are people who have taken over, which is to be in the game, right? You're in Pittsburgh, and there are groups. They're called hunters. That's what it is. It's people who have taken over the city. They have, I guess, technically they have cleared out the QZ, but Joel makes it pretty clear in the game that like not all of the QZs are even up and running anymore.
Yeah.
They just Fedra is not a large enough force across the nation to be able to hold down all of these quarantine zones everywhere. They just shut down. They talked about at one point there are bodies that are laid out and they've clearly been massacred, and Ellie asks him like, "What is going on here? Why would this happen?" And Joel's like, "You can't feed everybody, you know." So eventually they would just kill people. Like that's how Fedra would handle shit. So it's not clear in the game that there is a fight between this group and Fedra to control the city. It's just that there is a group now that it controls Pittsburgh and runs this ring of taking people and killing them and taking their shit and just continuing to run this racket, trapping people, just like they did Joel and Ellie.
Okay.
So instead, they turned it into this for people that sound like they were being almost like subjugated by Fedra.
Yeah.
And then as we see in like part 5, there's a whole uprising and they're murdering all these Fedra people and they're fucking, shooting them in the head in the street and they're beating them and shit like that. So
Yeah, it was like the resistance.
yes, and that's not a part of the game. So that whole resistance thing is like totally new.
So let me ask you this then, because compared to the plot point in the story with the hunters and stuff like that, does it really matter that the hunters are the ones doing this thing, or could they have equally replaced them with the revolution that overthrew Fedra like they did in the show? Could you have essentially hit the same plot points as far as Ellie and Joel were concerned and just change that as the backdrop and have those be the people that are running this city instead of, and again, like they talked about it in one of the after shows, but like the reason they did Kansas City instead of Pittsburgh was where they were filming. It just looked way more like Kansas City, and they were like, that's fine. We'll just change up the city. Didn't have any problem with that. That seemed to make sense.
It doesn't really matter.
And so, but at that point, does it really matter that gang, we'll just call them that gang of people that overthrew the QZ in the show are that much different than the hunters in the game?
No, and there's the revolution thing doesn't matter. Like I'm not upset that that's not in the game. That's to provide a different enemy. I don't think is that big of a deal. They're a dominant obstacle while you are in the city because they are running the city. A lot of the infected have been cleared out, but you still deal with infected in that portion of the game when you have to be in basements or different buildings or anything like that. Like there is still an infected presence there.
Okay,
but not.
And that I do want to ask you more about the infected portion of that as we get towards the end, because that's the only time we actually see it in episode 5. But I want to hit real quick on, kind of like in the same vein as episode 3.
Yes.
The unnecessary bullshit that was in here that did not have any effect on the actual storyline here. And this is the main plot point that they had over this 2-episode arc of Kathleen running as the leader of this group that now runs the Kansas City
looking
QC,
for
right?
one specific dude. Looking for Henry.
Looking for Henry, who we find out why later on in episode 5, because he he turned in her brother.
Yes.
At that point, he turned him over to Fedra at that point, and
So
then the
they-
revolution is on.
They start this story arc that, like you said, is dominant in episode 4. That this is the most important thing because Joel and Ellie they're in the beginning portion with the gunfight, and then they're hiding. They're hiding for the whole rest of the episode, and waiting, and they're still hiding when episode 5 starts. And so, there's a whole, at least half of the episode, because Josh said it's 45. That episode 4 is shorter than episode 5, but they spend at least half of the episode just establishing this story with Kathleen, and she's looking for Henry, and she's willing to murder doctors even though she needs a doctor, and really just kind of dispense people willy nilly, even though
Lost her mind.
Yeah,
She's totally crazy.
Yeah.
And very, very annoying and unbelievable as somebody who is in charge of this giant movement.
Right.
I have a clip here from Pop Culture Crisis that I want to know how accurate you think this is into portraying the character of Kathleen.
Okay.
Because this is fucking hilarious.
Oh, wow.
Firstly, this is a photo from my cover shoot for InStyle magazine, not a still from
God.
HBO's The Last of Us. And I'm playing a person who meticulously planned and executed an overthrow of Fedra. I'm supposed to be smart, ma'am. I don't need to be muscly. That's what henchmen are for.
That was what her actress said in an interview.
That's awesome.
About that, and I'm like, that right there nailed it for me, man.
Yeah.
She was so unbelievable as this boss woman that helped overthrow Fedra.
Even Brian said that. Brian's never played the game either. Brian was like,
Oh,
she's
yeah.
not a very good.
She's not a good
No, she's
bad
not
guy.
believable.
No, not very much at all.
No.
And to spend the entirety of this episode building this storyline with a big question mark. Who is Henry? Who is Henry?
Yes.
I mean, we got to get Henry. We got to get Henry. And spending all this time with her and devoting time to her past and her interviews with this doctor who she's trying to interrogate to give up Henry, and terrorizing the rest of these captives that they call collaborators with Fedra and stuff like this. It's like, it was totally and utterly unnecessary, except to give her character background for something that she was fucking dead by the end of the next
So you have
episode.
to give background to a character that we made up because she's not relevant.
Yes.
Who, yes, they, like I said, they began, they're doing that, and it makes you feel like, oh, so she's going to be dominant, right? And I was asking you, so then they do something else where Kathleen and whoever her biggest henchman is, they go into one of the houses that are outside of the QZ, and they're down in the basement of this house, and you see the ground is breathing. Right, and so I told you, I
This is
said,
the Jeffrey Pierce.
yes, I told you
Who I
after
think he
after
voiced
that
one of the
episode,
people.
he voiced Tommy.
He voiced
Joel's
Tommy.
brother. Yeah.
Tommy.
So the ground is breathing, and I watched that before episode 5 came out, and I said, there's the reason this bothers me is because I guarantee you that's where the bloater is coming from, where the ground is breathing. Guarantee you, because they didn't do it in Billstown, because that's when you see the first bloater is when you're in Billstown, and because they didn't do that, they have to insert it somewhere else. So this irritates me for one reason, because they had to rewrite the show to do this. Second of all, they're showing you this is gonna end. This story arc is not forever, because it has to end when this bloater comes out.
Yeah.
That's when this is done. Too many people are going to die. Everyone's going to have to leave. This story arc is done in the next episode. They're telling you that right there.
Yes.
And
Totally agree.
so that's also the only whiff of infected that you see in that whole time.
Exactly. And
yes.
throughout, and that comes up as it's something, once we are introduced at the end of episode 4, we're introduced to the two new characters.
Yes.
That
Henry and Sam.
Henry and Sam, we spend all episode 5 with, as
Yes.
they're the device that gets Joel and Ellie out of the city.
Yes.
Right. That's their only means of existence at this point.
Which is, they are in the game, and that is a huge part of their shit in the game as well. Episode 5, I actually enjoyed way more than episode 4.
I was going to ask you that.
And I'll tell you why. Because there's way more of the fucking game in this episode.
For real.
Right? A lot of it is chopped and screwed and kind of fucked around time-wise. I thought a lot about that. I don't know that it necessarily matters that they did that. It could have, like I said, I'll say it forever till the end. My biggest critique will always be, you could have shot remade it and it would have been perfect.
Yeah.
You didn't need to change anything. So that's always my underlying critique of this. But that being said,
We got to get creative with it.
that being said, I don't think it matters that much that they started to change stuff around, right? So Henry and Sam are in the game. You do see them. You meet them in exactly the same fashion. Not exactly the same. In the game, you are running from the hunters who have this fucking technical mounted truck, right? They have a big old 50 cal on the back of a truck that they're just laying down fire with. So you're running from the truck and you get high up and you're able to sneak into an apartment building. You go into the apartment. Henry is in that apartment, and you guys wrestle for a second. Sam points a gun to you. He's this whole deaf thing. That's all. I don't know where that came from. That's I don't even understand the vehicle of this, but or like the purpose of this. But
They
it's a thing
just
that
did it. They talked about it in the after show. I couldn't not be a part of that when I watched it last night.
What's the purpose of the deafness? It's just
because he called up the original writer of the game. It was like, well, what if Sam was deaf? And they were like,
just to
sure.
add more. Okay.
So that's all.
Okay, I wasn't sure, but that's not part of the game.
Just because.
Whatever. These are all, so as it goes on, it's more and more obvious they're inserting their own politics in the form of like intersectionality, representation of different, which is neither here nor there. It's whatever, right? I'm not saying you shouldn't be representing different marginalized communities in your media. That's not that's not my argument. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you shouldn't be doing it to try and influence culture in a way that is not overtly positive. And you're just taking something and you're fucking it with your own politics to try and make it better for people that will not really get down with something like this, but if they find out that all these different communities are represented, then maybe they'll watch it.
Well, and
right?
also, he was actually deaf, the actor, the kid.
Then I'm here for it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not mad that he's deaf. I don't give a fuck that he's deaf. That's not my...
And honestly, as far as like the storyline goes, you could argue that it might be here nor there really, but like it might have made me feel like Ellie and Sam connected more because all of their interactions were much closer at that point when you couldn't speak. So there was a lot more like emotional type attachment, I think, which helps.
And they get along really well in the game, even with the age difference. They play really well. They like that's they are close. So which,
that was cute.
Yes, no, it totally works. So like I said, I'm not mad at that at all. It is what it is. So the vehicle or their purpose in the game is the same thing. That you meet them, you're talking to them, they take you to like a secure hideout, and Henry says, "I know a way that we can get out. You know, we can get to the bridge if we go at nighttime, because in the game it's a bridge that you have to get to, and that's how you get from Pittsburgh to wherever the fuck this bridge connects to, and that's how you get out of the city."
Yeah,
so
they were kind of ending towards like we got to get to this land bridge to get across the footbridge or whatever.
Yeah, so it's the same type of deal. And so Henry's like, "I know the plan. There's a skeleton crew at nighttime. If we go at night, then we can get across the bridge and we'll be good to go." And so that's the vehicle. You end up, get there, the truck finds you and you're running from the truck. You fall off the bridge into the water. You end up washed onto shore, and that's when you find this underground facility that they hid in the school thing, right? That they were in, or like the area, the underground area that obviously had children in it. So the only reason I didn't like the way they did this is because that's another really like intense part of the game, is that you arrive there and you find the school, and it does provide some world building stuff where you're seeing the different ways that people adapt to themselves, but all of the people who are there and got infected are still in there. So you have to fight a gang of fucking people when you're there, which is again just a whole nother portion of the game that is you're cutting out gameplay, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but in a show that I feel is a piece of media that is very much about zombies, the more zombies the better. So
that could have been a whole episode
part of the game.
Getting to that spot, they had no resistance. They got to that area, right?
Right.
It could have been like, because there was a lot of trepidation from Joel at that point, like we're going to go underground because Fedra pushed all the zombies underground, according to what what's his name, Sam's brother,
Henry,
according to what Henry says. And also in the game, Henry and Sam were father and son, right? This their brother, and they were brothers.
I think they're brothers. Yeah, I think they're brothers.
Did I come in on time for last
Yes,
talk?
we're talking about episode 5 right now.
Still doing it.
Yes.
Yeah, and Joseph, don't worry. Halfway through just means halfway through the storyline of Last of Us. We're not halfway through the show. We just started. And so that could have been like a whole episode of them getting down there to that thing, and then essentially having an episode where they have to fight their way
out
to the school zone or something like that. Because they did mention that these places were kind of problematic in a sense because people got together down there. They talked about how that was a possibility, and then just I mean, they could have done a whole episode on
Precisely.
It could have been amazing.
And that's what happens in the game. And then the same result, the same end comes with Henry's brother Sam, that in one of these fights, right, eventually you get separated and Joel and Sam are together and Henry and Ellie are together. You're separated just by geography in these tunnels. And so
Kid swap.
And in this time, I believe, is when Sam gets bit. And when they get out of the tunnels, they get to a safe place, into the radio tower that Henry and Sam, because their main storyline in the game is that they're with a group of people that went into the city and they got separated. So they're supposed to meet them at this radio tower to meet back up with their group.
Okay.
Nobody else shows up. So they go to this radio tower because that's on the way for Joel and Ellie anyway, and it's going to help Henry and Sam get to where they need to go. So they get to the radio tower, I believe is what it is, and they're up there, and the same, very similar ending of the show as to this portion of the game.
Yeah, like Carolina was sitting there, we were watching on the couch, just like it was
Yes.
just like the game. He's
Yes.
up on that high place sniping for Ellie and stuff like that, which was pretty fun.
Yes, I forgot about that. I did forget about that. That is that's a huge portion of the game before you get to that radio tower, as you're going through neighborhoods and stuff like that. And there's a guy that's up in a tower, and Joel has to sneak around and fuck up all these dudes, and then get up into, or it's just the top of a house, and get up into the house and take this guy out. So yes, that's totally for real. I was talking about when Sam dies, his whole infection process, that whole thing, that's also shot for shot. Like that's the same deal that Ellie
with the blood on the leg and
no, not the blood on the leg. That's a whole separate thing anyway. And
that was rough, man.
That I didn't like because it made her look fucking dumb. Like it made Ellie look stupid, because that's not, her blood is not medicine. That's not how this works.
Yeah.
And there's never a point in the game in which she thinks that. Like, she seems to have a pretty good understanding that her blood can be used to make a vaccine. Not that her blood is fucking magical. That's not, I don't know what that's about. So I did not like that, because like I said, it made her look fucking dumb. Like, you look like you're stupid, because
hey man,
that's not.
She did go to a government school, all right?
But
so.
also, it's totally made up, and so who knows? Maybe that is, could work. I have no idea. But no, I don't know where the fuck that came from. Dude, how they did the part where Sam transforms and Henry kills him. Yeah. And that's exactly the same. That part where she wakes up, Sam has turned, he tackles her out of the bedroom, and Henry has to shoot him, and then he fucking kills himself. Boom. Like, that's all boom, 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 shot for shot of the game. So I was like, that's fire. Like, this was all. I liked episode 5 way more than episode 4.
Good.
Again, the issues underlying with it is that when they are in this portion of the game in which Joel is providing Overwatch for Ellie and Henry and Sam, right? This ends this pointless storyline that they established so hard in episode 4, right? So Kathleen and all her goons are coming, and they're going to find Henry. This is in the show now. They're going to find Henry, and they show up at this place where Joel has just killed this sniper in the tower that was holding them down.
Super sad, man.
Super sad. Super sad.
That was rough. Come on, man, don't do it. And this old man with the sniper rifle, and then you see him turn a little bit, and then you hear a gunshot. Yeah, like that was sad.
So he's providing Overwatch like that, right? That's for real. And then Kathleen and her cronies show up, and they call out Henry, and then, just as I predicted in episode 4, the bloater and all the zombies come out of this fucking house that they were in, right? The sinkhole opens up, all the zombies come out, everybody starts unloading on these zombies, and now there's just chaos. Yeah. And that's when Sam gets infected in the show. This is when Joel's providing the Overwatch. So Ellie has to escape this little girl. That was creepier than balls. The little girl zombie rolling and flipping, that gave me chills, bro. That was fucked up. That's fucked up. Because it's a real little girl with a mask on who's just rolling over in a car. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Okay, so that was lit. But so that happens, and then Kathleen stops, and it's almost like she's going to chase them or something, and she's fucking giving a whole speech about whatever, you're a piece of shit, I don't know what she's saying. Dead. Yeah. What is the fucking point? What was the fucking point? You spent all of this time in episode 4, half the episode in episode 4, creating this whole storyline, probably half the episode in episode 5. Keep on pushing this on. She's crazy, but people are still going to follow her. They're still down. She's a down bitch. We're going to still keep going. Yeah. Dead. What is the fucking point?
There was none.
Especially because after the episode for episode 4, they're like, we really wanted to make it that these people had more story, that we didn't just want it to be an obstacle. So what the fuck were they at the end of episode 5? You were an obstacle. That's all that you were. You were a
Yep.
reason they had to hide. There is
Yes.
no other purpose for them being there other than an obstacle for Joel, Ellie, Sam, and Henry.
Yes.
You didn't add any more context to this. This is not a better story because of what you did. You
Yep.
wanted to make 2 episodes, so you made a fucking hour or 2 and 15 hour, 2 hour 15-minute piece and chopped it up into into 2 pieces.
Yep. No, I'm right there with you. There's 2 things I want to hit. One addresses that, but I want to first talk about the zombies and the bloater coming out, this first wave of infection, right? One would have surmised that at the end of episode 4, when we saw the ground moving and waving underneath this room in
Right.
the building,
Basement of a house or
in the
whatever.
city,
That's what it was. Okay.
in the city, while we're there, right?
Yes.
Wow, because that's where Kathleen is with her main henchman dude. So
Right.
they're there at their main spot. Now the ground's wobbling, all this stuff. Why does it make more sense for this giant sinkhole to have followed them way out of the city and then come up where this truck was? Maybe because of the explosion and the vibrations or something. But one would have
And they
maybe
only touched-
surmised that they would have sprouted in the city
Yeah.
where the sinkhole was.
Especially because they only talked about like the mycelium networks the one time. And they've only even shown it the one time where they killed a person and they all swarm into the building and Tess is there. That's the only other time that's even been relevant. And so now
Yeah.
you're just supposed to remember and assume that that's how this got to this
That's
point, that
exactly.
they followed them out of
It
here.
wasn't even the same location.
So
Right.
Carolina says, it was to show how some people lose their humanity. In the game, we encountered lots of people who were twisted, so I think that was their goal. I don't disagree with you. My point being,
Yes.
if you go through the city, you talk about the hunters the same way Joel did, right? Where he's like, I've been on both sides, like you do what you have to do. When you're in the city, when you're in the game, when you're in Pittsburgh, you go into a room, there are people chopped up into a room. So it is not like the context is not there. And if you do the same thing in the show, because we've seen some gruesome shit, it's not like it would be too gruesome to show people chopped up in a room.
Dude.
If that's what these people are doing.
Do you remember
Right?
The Walking Dead, that series of episodes where they went into that cannibal
Yes.
place?
Right. That was on AMC.
Disturbing.
That was on AMC.
Chopping up people for food, bro.
Okay, so my point being, you don't need to completely imagine characters and make a shitty fucking subplot to underline that people lose their humanity. When
Okay.
the original people in the game are chopping people up, and whether or not they're eating them is not necessarily clear, but they're killing them and taking all their shit.
You're still livestock.
That's pretty fucking savage.
So this is kind of my point, right? That I wanted to hit. This is the second thing I wanted to hit.
Yes.
You have been reading the Stephen King book on writing,
Yes.
right? Does he talk a lot about show, don't tell in that book?
Yes.
Now, my major contention with most of all of our issues with this show, everything from the Bill Frank episode to all the unnecessary stuff with these revolutionaries that took over Fedra and the QC
And
zone.
they're to add context, we were saying they're having to tell you in some of the after shows that this is meant to convey this emotion and this,
Yes,
right?
yes. So this is an example of telling, not showing during the show, right? This is bad writing because they want to tell you about something that's going on in this world, something that is a part of this thing. They want to tell you about this instead of finding a way creatively through the storyline and the plot points to show it to you as you're working your way through the story. This is how I'm beginning to see all of this stuff. This is all telling, not showing, which I think is all too common in our modern day, culture in TV these days. This is why most new TV kind of sucks, because it's all telling and very little showing. And this is what I think really bothers me about all this stuff. It's the unnecessary, shoehorned in, this is the way we're telling you what the world is supposed to be like right now. And the mass perception of society at this point is like, well, this is awesome. And that's, I think it's partially a failure in, well, I think it's just basically, we've all been like trained at this point to expect this kind of stuff and call it good when
Don't
it's
know what actually
when it's
good
really
shit
not
is.
because we haven't been shown anything really good in a very long time. Lord of the Rings is a really good example of this, right? There are so many deep cut like story and world building things told throughout the trilogy of Lord of the Rings in the movies that they're not they're not stopping doing cutbacks, doing this, that, and the other thing just to tell you what it is so that you can appreciate it going forward. I think that's really what a lot of this stuff is. So
Yes.
it's lazy storytelling by people that do not know how to write.
Yes.
That's where I'm at with it.
Yes.
But I am in 100% agreement with you at this point. I think episode 5 really did kind of, it helped get me back into it after 4.
Back up.
3 was rough. 3 was rough just because I feel like when I'm waiting a week to watch this fucking show and then you're going to give me something that ends with them getting a truck, that you didn't do anything for me that week. I'm
pointless.
upset, bro.
Absolutely
It was
pointless.
pointless. And then same with like episode 4, I was like, why? Who are these people? I know for a fact that they're not going to be around for a long time.
Yes.
Unless unless Kathleen was going to be chasing them through the rest of the show, no need to do this.
And when she died, I was irritated. Like, I was genuinely irritated because I was like, that's it. We talked about this, you and I. That's I said, like, stayed up late by myself to do notes. I'm watching on my phone next to me. So the phone is going, I'm doing notes. This is happening. I was like, this is wild. Like, this is pretty lit. It's different. Like, but it's still pretty cool. It's fine. She died. I said, what the fuck? What the fuck? Because this is what we fucking talked about. This is goddamn pointless. This was fucking pointless because she's dead now.
Yep.
Should all this stuff. She's fucking dead now. This is a goddamn waste of time. Mm-hmm. I don't like that shit.
They could have I would have gotten a little bit of redemption if while they were standing there and the chaos is ensuing, before Joel exits the sniper's nest, pops her. That would have made me feel a little better.
That would have been lit.
That would have been fine. But no, it's that creepy child thing, which one last point before we wrap things up here, I think.
Her group is dead too. That's right.
Yes, all her group is dead.
Which is what my issue is with the bloater thing is. I'm like, I know they're done. They have to be done after this because
Everybody's dead.
not going to do what they did in the game. And it's to fight the first bloater in the game is several minutes. Like, it's not a quick thing because you have to kind of figure out what works and what doesn't work, and you don't know. You're going through the whole school before that as well, and so there are other zombies in there that you're fighting. So you don't know what ammo you're going to have, what weapons you can even use. It takes a little bit of time. They can't do that in the show. You can't have a 5-minute scene of Joel just taking pointless shots at something until eventually it dies. Like, that doesn't work for television. So they can only do what they did. That's like, we'll tease it and then later they'll find another one and they'll kill that one, right? Because I'm calling it now. That's what's gonna happen. Is they showed this one just for a minute to show how lethal it is, and also another plus to them. There is a cutscene in the game. If you're killed by a bloater, you are shown a cutscene where it grabs your head and it grabs the top of your face and rips the top of your head off. That's how Homeboy died.
Yeah.
So I saw that and I said, that was dope.
And I'm going to add on to that. He deserved to die like that because
piece of shit.
After you empty your first magazine into something and it literally doesn't even slow them down, you don't reload multiple times and continue to do the same thing to a pointless effect. At that point, you deserve to get your head ripped off. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bud. It didn't work. Move on.
The first time I fought a bloater, I obviously died the first time, and that happens, and I had to pause the game, and I said, that was fucked up. Because you don't see it totally rip your head off. You see it like start to rip your head off. So you just know. You know that's what happened.
That's when you need your grenade.
Yeah,
Yes.
100%. And that's every other time, my second, third, fourth, fifth playthrough, the only way I have handled it is I'm making as many bombs as I can. I'm going to get until I can see it, and I'm just going to fucking lob all my grenades over there, and then I'll lure it over, and it'll run into 3 of these spike bombs, and then I'll hit it with 2 Molotovs, and all the other zombies that are with it to die. That's the only way, because it's too fucked up. I don't like dying like that. I don't like being mobbed up on like that. I don't like any of that shit. I don't like that part of that game. So that's the only way to handle it, is to hit him with all the grenades, because it's too much. It's to have your head ripped off. You can only die that way so many times in 5 minutes and be like, yeah, I want to keep playing this game. Like, it's disturbing. So it's not.
Molotovs for the win.
Yeah, that's the only way.
Yeah, see, I don't like that at all, because as we learned from the Zombie Survival Guide, a Molotov cocktail really only creates flaming zombies.
But because these are still alive people, right?
Oh, true.
They die.
And they're fungus and stuff.
Yes. I'm going to play it tonight. Carolina's played it yesterday. I'm going to play it tonight.
That's right.
That's what I decided. When I go home tonight, I'm playing The Last of Us.
Do
I was on a
it.
Fallout kick. I'm fucking playing The Last of Us. I don't know where I
love
stopped
it.
last time, so I'm going to have to turn the game on and see where I'm at. And if I don't want to play that portion, I'm starting over.
Yeah. I'm going to play it in March. I've decided. I'm
like
going
it.
to play Last of Us in March.
It is
somebody
an
I know is
excellent
buying it for me on Steam. So
I like it.
Shout out somebody I know out there.
No, I cannot recommend it enough. It is hands down top 5 favorite game of all time. Hands down.
Nice.
Yeah.
So, are we excited for episode 6?
I am optimistic about episode 6. I am.
Looks like Cowboy Town.
I'm telling you, the harder they lean into the game, the better this show will be. And that is why episode 5 was better, is because there was more elements of the game in this episode. Even if it was chopped and put into different timeline, it all worked better. That all worked better. You don't need to make things up to world build. Take their elements and use that to world build, just like you did with the school and the underground community. Even though they didn't turn that into a whole episode, 2 episodes like they could have, that still provided so much better context for the show than pointless fucking characters that you kill off in the end of the episode. Use the game for what it is. Allow that to guide you, because that's the only thing that's going to make this show better, is more elements of the game.
Nicely said, good sir. I'm right there with it. Even though I haven't played the game yet, it sounds like that's the way to go.
Telling you. We will continue to do this.
Indeed.
I have no choice.
Nope.
We have no choice.
At least it's not going to hurt as bad going into next episode.
Yeah, and I think the next time we'll only have one episode, because this was this week's episode, so we'll have one next week. So we'll be hardcore covering episode 6.
That's right.
And hopefully it works well.
Yeah,
for
because
us.
we got a freebie because of the Super Bowl. Super Bowl, which
So.
I just don't care about.
Rough one for me this year. Yeah. I've been stopping about where the episodes have stopped. So excited to see it play tonight. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yes. Yeah.
Cool. Well, hit us some socials real quick, and
Yeah,
we'll take our
absolutely.
first break.
Thank you, everyone, for being here for part 1. This is only part 1 of episode 142 of Salt of the Streets. My name is Donovan. This is Colin. We have everything. We have our Patreon, our Instagram, our YouTube at Salt of the Streets. You can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com, including our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of
All
those
those
things. We'll be back in just a few minutes with some beers, some new waters, emptied bladders, and ready to be covering some national and local stories.
Indeed.
So thank you very much. We'll be back in just a minute.
Bye.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left. Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political.
Thank you very much for joining, everybody. My name is Donovan from Salt of the Streets.
I'm Colin.
We are happy to have you. This is part 2 of episode 142. Of course, you can find everything that we have here, our YouTube, our Instagram, and our Patreon, all at Salt of the Streets. You can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com, including our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram.
Alpaca.
Colin, Jesus Christ. Colin is a Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Our sponsor for this segment is going to be Swell Blended, the Barber King. Fantastic. Helping me maintain the mane. We're out
That's right.
here. What's going on? So,
Came courtesy with a lot of the topics for today.
yeah, absolutely. Came strong with a lot of these. So, part 2, talking about some national stories. Let's go with
Bum, bum, bum.
Let's go with the Adderall shortage first. Let's talk about this first.
Fantastic.
Right?
Just so happened to be the first one I had pulled up,
Just
too.
so happens to be. It's almost like we planned this together.
Almost.
Okay, so the national shortage. And I have known actually multiple people who have talked to me about this. My realtor being one of them. When I was buying my house, she was talking to me about how she was having a hard time.
Getting Adderall?
Yes. But she does because she's been like, not because she's like I can't find it on the streets.
No.
It's like I can't get my prescription filled.
Yes.
she wasn't able to get
There
a
was
prescription.
there was no implication there whatsoever. Not saying that
I think she's selling all these houses, bro. No.
she was realtor.
Yeah, no. It's just she couldn't get her prescription filled. But I've heard many people talk about this, and so what we found out is essentially there was like what they're saying is there was an immense uptick in the amount of prescriptions written pretty much during COVID, right? Like over the pandemic. Why do you?
This is why your realtor is on Adderall.
And I thought, she said she'd been on it for a while. I think that a lot of them were people who work from home, who are at their houses and not at their offices, so they're not as productive. And then also people, because children went up quite a bit too. I don't have the statistic right in front of me, but children went up quite a bit as well. And I imagine it's also people who had to spend more time with their children and didn't realize what little fucks they had raised and how terrible they are at school because they don't have to fucking see them for 8 hours a day. So I think that's probably a good portion of it.
I would certainly imagine. I mean, when you look at the way our day-to-day lives had changed so drastically over the last few years, everybody being at home. If you weren't at home because your job said you had to be at home, you essentially had to be home because your kid had to be home. Sorry, buddy. By the way, this is called the Groundhog Day.
I snorted some of the foam.
That's good. I do that all the time on the beer show. Groundhog Day Pale Ale.
It smells
Enjoy
good.
that one. It's really good. We tasted it yesterday. But yeah, the way the entirety of society has changed to have everybody at home, have them less active, less busy at that point. A lot of people probably had to get some Adderall to be able to focus on what it was that they needed to do, or get their kids to focus on their schoolwork, or just not being a bunch of little fucks running around the house tearing shit apart like they normally would. Now, I don't think this is a healthy situation.
No.
That just, as per the usual, our way to fix this societal ill was to just have more doctors prescribing more Adderall to lots of people. I think it was the 15% uptick.
Yeah, I do tend to believe that it's overprescribed.
100%.
In general and specifically with Adderall, I tend to believe that we take too many pills as a country. Also, Adderall specifically, there is just a fuckload of people who, I think, never fucking sound like an old man. There's a ton of people who don't know how to work. Like, just do work. Just stop fucking around and just do work.
Just fucking work.
And make yourself be accountable. And that's why they didn't like the push from their bosses asking them to come back and work, because if you're in the office, you will be held accountable, even if it's just by somebody who is a higher position than you in the office. That person can see you. They can see whether or not you're being productive. That's why you start seeing I'm not justifying this because it's whatever, but
grumpy old man over here.
The keystroke trackers and like all of that type of stuff, so many people in high school sold that shit. Adderall, oh absolutely,
bro. Shout out Trenton in the chat.
Shout out TP. When I first had my job at the Kids Aren't Taught How to Deal with Boredom, 1,000%. People on their phones, just like any moment. If you're in traffic, I catch myself in traffic. I'm at a stoplight, just on my phone. Well, I'm here for 30 seconds. Yeah, it's not good. It's not, and that's part of the reason I'm such a dick to people about reading now. So you should read, because when you start doing that, that's where you start occupying your time with more, and you lean less on your phone.
And don't read on your phone.
No, read a book. Read an actual book. People are like, audiobooks. No. Read a physical book. Get a physical book made with paper and read it. And
it's not just the stories. It's not what you're pulling out of that. That's what audiobooks are good for, right? Pulling information from something while you're doing something else. Yes. But read a book. And I'm not nearly as disciplined as you, but I have increased my reading game tenfold from what it used to be. And like with a legitimate book.
Shout out book club since we're talking about it. February, discrimination and disparity, Thomas Sowell. We're working on it. We're doing
the big.
The last
the
2 days
big
I haven't
Thomas
really
Sowell.
been. Yeah, it's rough. I know. I know we're in it. I know it's a great book. Not that the book isn't good. It's going to be a rough review preview. Probably going to be a short review because it's a good book. It's good information. It's very dense and it's pretty dry. So I'm going to add as much flavor to it as I can. But it's. I'm excited to move on to 1984. It's good. March is going to be good. So we got a ton of really good books coming up. It's going to be a great time.
There you go. So to the act of reading, right? The act of actually reading an actual book. It forces you to slow your mind down to focus on something because you have to focus on the words on the page. You have to focus on how you're holding your book. It's not just, it sounds really stupid to say this, right? But like there's positions you get in when you're reading a book that like you'll find out after like the first 10 minutes of being in this position, this is really uncomfortable. I don't like holding up. My fucking arm is falling asleep now because of the way I'm having this thing. It's like cutting out circuit with something. So you find out all these different things about what it means to like slow down, slow your body down while your mind can be racing, absorbing the story, doing whatever it's doing while you're reading this book. You're finding out so many other things about you while this is happening. But on top of that, to the inverse of that, right? Part of the societal problem here with not just being on your phone, it's also what you're doing while you're on the phone.
Yes.
It's the fucking YouTube shorts. It's the Instagram Reels. The fucking TikToks. The things that are like boom, 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 boom. That is training you to be hyperactive, for your mind to always need to be busy and to move on to the next thing. That I would tell you 100,000% that is definitely contributing to the rise in prescription need for fucking Adderall. Because that is a symptom of what you're doing on your phone all day. It's a huge combination factor of being locked into your fucking house, being, forced to deal with your kids while they're being locked in their house. Crime is so fucking high now. We don't want our kids to go outside and play, like all this type of shit. But then also when you sit them down in front of the fucking screen, they're on TikTok. We're on TikTok.
Right.
We're doing the same shit to ourselves. So everybody is coming down with this fucking attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, which, if I recall, back when I was growing up, kids that had that was some bullshit. South Park did a whole episode on it. All you need to really do is just learn how to be fucking disciplined about what you do. It's not a problem to be solved away by drugs, and I thought we had already fucking decided this back in the 90s.
Yeah.
But apparently not. Now everybody's on fucking Adderall.
Well, and you have been there when people have told me, when I've tried to talk to them about reading, and they've said, I don't have the attention span to read, but then that person has also said, I find it really satisfying to watch videos of people mowing their lawns.
Oh,
like
I remember that.
Like there's a problem here where you would rather watch somebody fucking pressure wash a driveway or mow a lawn on a sped up video, on this real style video that's going to take less than 1 minute, than to read a fucking book. Like, that's not good. That's just so satisfying.
That
to
was
watch
a
people,
real conversation,
and people. That's not just one person. Like there's just millions of people who do that same shit.
Yes.
That's not a good deal.
Yes.
Trent said the person who reads that book on Audible has a terribly boring voice, so it's even worse. Yeah, I know. I feel a little bad for bringing you in February. But March on out is going to be way better. It's going to be way better as far as the book
I've seen the stack. It looks good for the rest of the year. Right now, put it this way. If you can smash ass through this book in February, the rest of the year is going to feel like a vacation.
Yeah.
And so you're going to set yourself up real high. You're going to have to climb a real steep mountain in February, but once that's over, you've already conquered the world, baby.
Yeah, the Stephen Kings are going to be lit. We have the D-Day book by Stephen Ambrose. Like, that's going to be lit. I'm excited for the Sasquatch book. Devolution.
Devolution.
Yeah. I'm excited for all these things. Josh Keaton actually helped me figure out the December book. The December book is going to be, I don't remember what it's called, but it's the Lewis and Clark book that he just finished.
Oh, that's right.
He's going to throw it in the chat, I'm sure.
That's the Stephen E. Ambrose as well, right?
Yes.
That's cool.
Yeah. So it's only a 3-hour read, but damn. Yeah, I bet. I bet. I'm sure.
Trying to be over here picking up the abridged version, bro.
Yeah, it is pretty quick. It's not like
it's just dense.
Yeah, because even the print is pretty. This one, I think it even says is like revised and enlarged edition. So the type is even, it's probably smaller if you get the original copy. I have another one of his books that's
It's one
like,
of those pocket books.
It's Undaunted Cougar.
Ooh.
What I'm talking about. That's the December book. So we got time. Yeah, he was running through a bunch of. Josh Keaton has a great Instagram, by the way. All these dope polls that he has and stuff like that.
Yeah, Adolphus Keaton, if I recall.
We talk about this frequently. Undaunted Courage. I was like, yeah, Undaunted Cougar. That's lit, right? There's cougars out here.
I typed it in. I'm like, why am I looking at pictures of cougars, man? What's going on here?
Oh, we're terrible. We are terrible.
Oh,
yes. So there you go. Undaunted Courage. We're out here. It's going to be fantastic. I am excited. December book.
$14.49 on ChristianBook.com.
Yeah,
How about $10.99 on Amazon? Thank you, Amazon,
I'm
for the win.
I'm probably going to reread The Indifferent Stars Above too at one point as like a side book because that book is so goddamn good.
I mean, if I can't have zombies, I'm going to have people eating other people, right? Is that where you're at?
And I think I said this during the review preview and I was deterred at the time. And I think I might actually just fire off an email to Daniel James Brown's people and be like, hey, what's up with an interview? Like, can I Zoom with them? Yeah, can we do a phone call? Like, I'll come to your house. I'll come to wherever. Like, because I would rather do video, you know. I would rather you and I both go out there and, like, do a video of me just 30 minutes, you know, about this book or whatever. And, like, I would rather do that. But I can understand why maybe they would listen to the show and be like, I don't think we're interested. but I think that it would be.
We could do it for the book club, and then you just do a special Zoom book club edition, and it would be fucking. That'd be lit as shit.
Just send in the review preview I did for the book, and be like, "What do you think about this? Watch this video. Tell me what you think."
That's right. I get some more Chinese spyware on my computer. I'll re-download Zoom for that guy.
I'm here for it. Let's do it. Yeah. Okay. So as far as the Adderall shortage goes, there's also an issue as far as government regulation, right? Because there was a bunch of requests from all these pharmacies to, of course, this is all regulated heavily by the federal government.
Yes.
Even down to the DEA.
Yes. Because it's a controlled substance.
Yes. The shit, the ingredients that can be used to make these pills. So.
Now, I just want to point this out real quick. This is from the FDA's website announcing the shortage of Adderall, right? So I'll just read through it real quick. On October 12th, 2022, FDA posted the shortage of the immediate release formulation of amphetamine mixed salts, aka Adderall or Adderall IRL, on the drug shortage website. FDA is in frequent communications with all manufacturers of amphetamine mixed salts, and one of these companies, Teva, is experiencing ongoing intermittent manufacturing delays. Other manufacturers continue to produce amphetamine mixed salts, but there is not significant supply to continue to meet U.S. market demand through those processes. Adderall are FDA approved for the treatment of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder and narcolepsy. Until supply is restored, there are alternative therapies, including extended release versions of amphetamine mixed salts available to healthcare professionals and their patients for amphetamine mixed salts approval indications. Patients should work with their healthcare provider, so on and so forth. So this is interesting. So from the actual FDAs, I noticed they didn't even bring up the fact that there is a bureaucratic problem in the chain going to the DEA, who is required to approve, supposedly approves all requests to allow more circulation of this drug by the FDA when they ask, but they still have to approve that. And apparently there's a problem in this communication, or they're not it's happening too fast, and so the bureaucratic slowness of this is just helping to gum up the fucking works here.
Right. And we can read, I have the same article that you do, the ABC article or the NBC article.
Yes.
And it's under making more is not as easy as flipping a switch.
Yes.
Most ADHD medications fall under a class of controlled substances called central nervous system stimulants. Because the medications have a well-documented history of abuse and addiction, the FDA and Drug Enforcement Agency limit how many pills a pharmacy can dispense at once and how frequently patients can refill their prescriptions. The DEA also sets limits on the active ingredients pharmaceutical companies use to make these drugs each year. Quote, The DEA is involved if any manufacturers try to scale up production. John Yo said the DEA calculates how much of a given drug ingredient is needed to meet demand, then allocates the precise amount. The problem, according to John Yo, is how DEA uses historical data, meaning prescription numbers from previous years, to set these amounts. Demand forecasts based on historical data couldn't predict the sharp rise in ADHD diagnosis during the pandemic. Now there's a mismatch between DEA quotas and prescription numbers. The quotas have been troublesome for companies like Novartis-owned Sandoz, which makes generic Adderall and Concerta. Since mid-2022, we found when a customer ordered more from us than what they forecasted, we were unable to fulfill those orders. Leslie Pott, a Sandoz spokesperson, told NBC News in an email, "We petitioned the DEA for an increase in volume, with some requests accepted and some denied." According to Pott, these customers range from hospitals and institutions to retail pharmacies, specialty pharmacies, and wholesalers. So, like you said, there's even as you would assume, a process for them to petition to increase the amount, and the DEA gets to
say yay or nay.
And how I can say it arbitrarily. That's the only way. They're deciding these amounts based on what the previous year's numbers are. And there is subsequently shortages in other medications like Concerta, like they said, Vyvanse, other stuff like this, because when Adderall can't be found, they start to prescribe other medications that might also work. And so there's tons of people who were on Adderall before that now are taking all of these other either generics or different drugs altogether.
Yeah. It's no surprise to me that the DEA is essentially looking at the trends chart from past years and going, well, these projections show we should only supply this much. So if we're getting an increased demand for this much, it just must be because of nefarious means or something like that. It doesn't make sense to us that everybody keeps getting more. They need more of these legitimate prescriptions, and so we have to like do more investigations on what's going on. I guarantee you there's some kind of bureaucratic bullshit that's helping to slow roll all this, because the numbers just don't match up and it doesn't make sense to us. And so that's the way the government works.
Meant to combat some of the things we've seen before in the past, like the pill mills and stuff like that, with different painkillers, when we're having this, Jesus Christ, the Percocets, the Vicodins, like that type of stuff. Oxycodones, that's what I'm thinking of. The different type of oxys. They were talking about, like, there used to be like the chains in Florida. You could go to all these different hospitals, just get all these different medicine or medical offices, just pick up different prescriptions. So it's meant to combat that type of thing, which I understand. But we say this all the time: you can't legislate against morality, because this doesn't stop these people from doing these things, and it also doesn't stop it from when people doesn't. It hinders the process when customers need things and businesses can't provide them, right? So this, to me, presents at a time in which the government has too much power and influence in the ability for people to for the free market to operate itself and people to be able to freely trade and perform commerce, right? Yeah. There isn't a reason which the government is telling companies, isn't a legitimate reason to me in which the government is telling companies, you can't give customers this product because we have decided that it's too much. And that's not me arguing that this uptick is justified, because, like I said, I tend to believe that it's overprescribed. I think that this is happening because adults are at home with themselves and at home with their children and finding out what assholes they raised, what assholes they are, how terrible all of these people actually are. They're now having to sit with themselves and their children and realize how much they've fucked up. So they're on Adderall now.
That is not a good thing.
I'm not justifying it. I don't think that it's good, right?
It just sounds
I'm having to compartmentalize it, because if it was a legitimate uptick in demand, which I don't believe that it is, these companies should be able to meet that demand. The government should not be telling them that they can't meet this demand because they think that it's too much. Yeah. I understand and agree that this is in reaction to events we have seen in the past that are precipitated by individuals with low morals, and that influencing companies and different medical offices and the way that they operate. Ideally, pharmacists and people on the ground would take accountability and track the amount of drugs that are being given out to people, and they would be deciding, listen, this is too much. Like, you've come back here 3 times in 1 month for this 30-day prescription. There's not a reason for this. I'm not going to give you these pills anymore.
A private tracking database for certain controlled drugs among pharmacists, like something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because there's because that's the pill mill for the opioids,
Right.
that created that tracking system
because there were only individualized tracking systems.
Yes, and
yes.
so that, which
Technological age, bro. Some type of fucking social media where
would not be
pharmacists can tap
difficult.
in and be like, "Yo, this guy, I don't know," and obviously that opens up concerns with people's
Yes.
medical information. You know what I'm saying?
I get a little hesitant about. I understand though, like there should be,
Yeah.
or dare I say,
When people
some
are
kind
willing
of
to travel hundreds of miles to collect different prescriptions and pills, it's not so simple as individuals
No.
taking accountability.
And I think there's honestly only so much you could do about that. You know what I mean? It's kind of that essentially is the same kind of argument in my mind as you have to get rid of guns, even though criminals who want guns will always get guns.
Right.
You're going to hinder people's ability to get a prescription medication like Adderall who might legitimately need it because of the few people that are going to take advantage of the system and abuse it and travel hundreds of miles to go hit up shop by shop by shop by shop by shop.
Right.
And so, yeah, my kind of libertarian spidey sense tingles when I
you're
start
right.
thinking
You're right.
database and stuff.
You're right.
But I mean, I would imagine there's got to be some
Because
kind
I was
of
thinking small scale, so you're right.
there's some kind of free market solution that could happen. I mean, among pharmacies or something like that, or dare I say, some kind of active community involvement with the pharmacists and the local community. You'd probably need way more pharmacists, way more pharmacies to do that, but and you'd have to get away from the corporate model and all this shit. But in a
Right.
perfect utopian world, you'd be able to, your pharmacist would be like, bro, I've been filling these prescriptions for you and it's getting more and more and your doctor just doesn't seem to give a fuck. Or on the
Yeah.
doctor's level, hey man, this is probably not good. We need to find some workarounds, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, there's only so much you could do for people that are going to take advantage of the system.
I would have to think about. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I would say, and on top of that, to get back to the government involvement point, right? Not only are you slowing the production of this free market entity, right? These prescription pills, but on top of that, by arbitrarily clogging up the system and slowing things down, you're also increasing the price because the supply is shorter, and the demand
Yes.
continues to go higher. So all you're doing is arbitrarily making it more fucking expensive because of the ineptitude of the government to do their fucking job.
It's
It's
definitely
it's a multi-pronged fuckery.
and there's no question that there's a huge street market for Adderall. So I can't imagine what that's doing to. I don't know how much crime is tied in with the Adderall fucking industry. You know,
It's not like opioids.
no, but it's got to be driving up the price on the streets as well. If that's
Oh
not
yeah.
the case,
I mean, it's
So-
fucking speed.
Yeah.
We've seen how
And Dave
Adderall
Portnoy,
affects people.
Adderall's all. I mean, it's crazy
Oh, yeah.
popular right now. People
Well-
taking Adderall. I used to take fucking Vyvanse when I worked at the call center.
I mean, you work at a call center. You probably need that.
I was buying Vyvanse from other people who had prescriptions.
yeah. Well, and I mean, we've seen it go bad
Yeah,
among individuals who just cannot function because they're on high doses of that stuff, and
Yes.
then withdrawal syndromes, and they can't sleep, and it really can fuck people up.
yeah.
But also, the entirety of the journalistic industry is run off of Adderall. I think every major journalist that's ever gone on any talk show has talked about how, yeah, that's how you fucking smash out stories like this. I mean, I would be surprised if the percentage of people that are on some form of Adderall-like substance isn't like 1 in 5 at the very least throughout America.
Yeah.
For multiple reasons. It's probably not a good thing. I think it would be a very interesting investigative journalistic piece for people to dive into the world of Adderall, into fucking speed. Because what are we talking about here? What is Adderall? It's fucking speed.
It's amphetamine.
Yeah, it's
Amphetamine salts.
exactly
That's what they say.
amphetamine mixed salts.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sure, man. That sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
Aye.
Yeah, I would have to think. This is not something I think about very often or have thought
No.
about really at all. So I would have to think more about
I didn't even know it was happening.
to try and hash out a solution, right?
Mm-hmm.
So because I hate to be the guy that just bitches about it and be like, but I don't know what to fucking do about it. So I just want to be open that like it's not something I thought too much about. So I would have to think about it more to try and decide a solution. But unsurprising to most people listening, I am uncomfortable with the government's ability to regulate the way people do business with individuals. But again, I don't want to be just a contrarian or whatever. But
right.
like this isn't how it should be done. But I couldn't tell you a better way to do it.
That's
So-
better. That's better than my take, which is basically
Get your shit together!
That's it.
All of them.
Just get your shit together as a society. We don't need Adderall. Just be better people. That's not really a great answer, but I mean, it's mine.
So let's talk now about
Moving on.
the Neuralink trials. Unless you have
Yes.
anything else to add about this.
No, I hit my major points.
Yeah,
If
and that's-
the government slowing it down, arbitrary bringing the price up.
Yeah,
Fuck them.
That's how we're hammering this show out. We're just going to kind of hit as many topics as whatever, and
right.
we're going to just run through it. So yeah, let's talk about the Neuralink trials now. I'm getting my timestamps here for when I go back because I'm gonna have a ton of them since we have all these little topics.
Yeah.
So, excuse me, Neuralink trials, and I will send you
Get your shit together.
this article that I have so that we can watch the monkey video.
Yes, please.
Because
Oh, that means I need to open up.
yeah, get
Signal.
your signal on because this article is more than 1 year old, right? But this is one that I found that has a fucking wild video.
Is this the
And
fucking...
This is the monkey video. Yeah. With
So what kind of monkeys?
It's a macaque.
Macaque?
Yeah. Yeah. So this is from a year ago, but this is just to kind of underline because I knew this was happening, right? Neuralink, obviously, is an Elon Musk company. We've talked about this, and it's implants in your brain to allow you to control other shit. And he's saying, the end goal is for us to be able to take like quadriplegic, paraplegics, and make people be able to walk again and do all this type of stuff. This particular thing with the controlling of the joystick, as we're going to see, is more leaning towards, he's saying, I want people, will enable someone with paralysis to use a smartphone with their mind faster than someone with thumbs. That's what he was saying.
First-person shooter's about to get lit.
It's going to be wild. Yeah, it's going to be wild.
So yeah, you might have to resend that to me.
So,
now that
I had
I'm-
not sent it yet. I was
Okay.
fucking talking. So let's...
It's good because it takes a minute for my signal to open
Yeah,
up
no,
on the
you're
computer. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to make sure to open up the article and not display our Salty Boys chat.
I almost sent it in there. So lounging with the dog, but that underlines we were talking about having to figure out how to read. The dog
Yeah.
needs love. I also need to read, so I had to hold the book in a weird angle just so I could get
Yeah.
it done. Yes. Okay. So this is a video of a macaque monkey named Pager, who is doing. I feel like that's how it's pronounced. That is how I have always understood it to be pronounced. You're just dirty. So
We're gonna test
yeah,
this
well,
theory.
yeah. What do you think it is?
Macaque. Macaque.
Right.
You're saying macaque.
I feel like we're saying the same thing. So
Tomato.
we're gonna watch this video because it really freaked the shit out of me, and it's this monkey being able to. Well, we'll just watch it. That'll explain
Yeah.
it.
Trends on my cock level.
Yeah, that's. Is that
This is
not-
Pager.
This is Pager.
He's a 9-year-old macaque.
He's a
who had
macaque.
Neuralink placed in each side of his
Not
brain
macaque.
about 6 weeks ago.
It's the same thing.
If you look carefully,
Make this thing
you can
big so
see
we
that
can
the
see
fur
what we're
on his
doing,
head
There we
hasn't
go.
quite fully grown back yet.
Okay, so you see it, right? He's
He's
moving a
learned
little
to
dot
interact with
into the
computer
square.
for a
He's
tasty
using the
banana
joystick.
smoothie delivered through
And he's
a
getting
straw.
some snackies from the tube.
It's just a smoothie.
We can interact with
Nice.
the Neuralinks simply by pairing them to an iPhone,
I don't
just
like
as you
that.
might pair your phone to a Bluetooth speaker.
At least there's no like snap into fucking. I've been connected.
The links record from more than 2,000 electrodes implanted in the regions of Pager's motor
now
cortex
he's-
that coordinate hand and arm
Lord.
movements. Neurons in this region modulate their activity with intended hand movement.
So they're
For
tracking
example,
it.
some might become more active when he moves his hand up, and others when he moves it to the right. By recording from many neurons,
This is already kind of disturbing enough. Just watching a monkey
Yes.
play with a joystick
It's
like
weird,
this, I'm
right?
like, I don't.
And he just jumped right up there.
Yeah, like I have a real problem now with people killing monkeys.
Yes.
feeding their activity into a decoder algorithm, we are able to predict Pager's intended hand movements in real time. First, we calibrate the decoder by recording neural activity as Pager uses the joystick to move a cursor to targets presented on the screen.
That's so wild.
As he's playing this game, we are wirelessly streaming, in real time, the firing rates from thousands of neurons to a computer.
Whoa.
Yep.
Using these data, we calibrate the decoder by mathematically modeling the relationship between patterns of neural activity and the different joystick movements they produce.
I don't see no wires.
After only a few minutes of calibration,
Like it's just in
we
his
can
head.
use the output
Yep.
from the
Okay,
decoder
and so
to
now
move
see
the cursor.
the joystick is not connected anymore. I don't know. They can't see it on because our thing's in the way.
Oh, yeah.
But the joystick is now disconnected. Right.
Instead
The
of the
joystick, the
joystick.
cord has been unplugged.
Pager still moves the joystick out of habit, but as you can see, it's unplugged. He's controlling the cursor entirely with decoded neural activity.
What the fuck?
Our goal is to enable a person with paralysis to use a computer or phone with their brain activity alone.
Well, you done it.
Because they wouldn't be able to move a joystick, they would calibrate the decoder by imagining hand movements to targets.
Oh, gee.
One of the things the Neuralinks allow Pager to do is to play his favorite video game, Pong.
Okay, so now he's
There's
playing Pong.
no
To
Control
the
his
joystick
paddle
is completely
on the
removed.
right side of the screen. Pager simply thinks about moving his hand up or down.
And he's controlling
We've
the
removed
right
the joystick
right one.
altogether. Now that he's up to speed, let's increase the difficulty and see how well Pager can play with the Neuralink.
And this is not like tracking eye movements. This is just brain signaling.
Brain activity.
As you can see, Pager is amazingly good at Mind Pong. He's focused,
Mind Pong.
and he's playing entirely of his own volition.
While munching on the smoothie.
Yeah.
It's not magic. The reason Neuralink works is because it's recording and decoding electrical signals from the brain.
Bro. We are
Great
so
game,
fucked.
Pager. And what better reward for a monkey than a banana?
A banana.
We still have challenges spanning many fields of engineering. So if you're good at
You want to know how I know they gave that monkey the banana? He didn't really open it.
How?
He didn't hold on to the handle.
Yeah. He was just eating out of there.
Well, that's fucking
Right. So this is
okay.
just to underline what we're talking about.
Yes.
Right? This is what they were willing to show the public 1 year ago. Over 1 year ago. Right?
that's
So definitely they were more advanced
is not
than that at the
brand
time.
new.
No. The reason we're bringing this up is because they're starting human trials in like July.
yeah.
Yeah. That's why we're talking about this. So, and there's been some question, I guess, about the brain implants, right? Let's see. This is an article from Forbes, and Elon Musk Neuralink has applied for the FDA to approve to begin human trials. If the approval is granted, the company will likely start human testing on the device in 2023. The company believes that they will be able to potentially restore sight in blind people and could even give people with severed spinal cords the ability to walk again. Musk has stated that he plans to implant one of the devices into his own brain.
What?
Once they're ready.
So he's not willing to go to Mars, but he's willing to put the Neuralink in.
Yes.
Ooh, I don't know if we can we already have a hard enough time handling Elon Musk without a Neuralink. What are we going to do when he gets one? Then we're really going to Mars, like next year.
Yeah.
Done. This is freaky. So here's my question, right?
Yes.
Because the science behind this, I can comprehend its concept, right? Behind the monkey and the Pong game, that makes sense to me. So the major leap being you have created this device that can map out the neural pathways in your brain involved in having things go up and down, move left and right, just some basic things that you're trying to get a computer to do, right?
Yes.
But when you're talking about like failed eyesight, that seems like a different problem altogether. It's not a failure necessarily of your brain chemistry at that point, your brain wiring, so you can't see. It's oftentimes blindness is from some kind of biological problem in the actual like equipment that is your eyes. You know, the spinal thing,
connections
like
between your eye and your brain.
yeah. So I'm interested to see how you go from point A to point B on that. I can understand like making a paraplegic walk again, maybe not under his own power, but with some kind of like bionic leg type of situation where you can have your brain send impulses to this mechanical thing that moves your legs, much like you would if you were walking. But I don't know how you repair the tissue or the muscle damage or something like that, which
What I'm imagining is some type of external, like some type of camera that you wear on your chest or something that is connected to the Neuralink that is just able to send those visual signals
To
to
your
color
brain.
to your brain, so that you're seeing what the camera is picking up.
so it's not necessarily making your eyes work again. It
Right.
might be something like we're going to figure out a little fucking contact lens that you just
Right.
pop in
Right.
that will take in those things and then trick your brain into thinking that you're actually seeing.
Yeah,
It's slightly uncomfortable to me.
Musk stated in a recent Neuralink event that the initial applications for the device could include the ability to restore vision for the blind and even allow paralyzed people to walk again. So, neurons are the cells that pick up, Jesus Christ, pick up the glass, travels through, I get how it works. And interprets the messages. Let's talk about someone's eyes, bro. How are they going to do with the eyes?
Give me some eyes, baby.
Yeah. Yeah, it just doesn't say it's basic on how it works, but we just explained that in one paragraph that took them fucking 10.
Hey, man, they get paid by the word, man.
Yeah.
So this is from a Pharma File. This little article kind of gives a briefing on the human trials.
Yeah.
Neuralink owner Elon Musk announced that he has submitted paperwork to the FDA, which he hopes will allow Neuralink to undertake human trials in 2023. The company are developing brain implant technology, which aims to allow the brain to control devices through thought alone in an attempt to treat patients with brain disorders or paralysis. The technology has already been utilized in animal tests with the monkey playing Pong, like we just saw, back in April 2021. More recently, though, a monkey has been shown using thought to move a cursor around a keyboard and create words. Musk has called this telepathic typing. He continued explaining.
He should stop because that's freaking people out. Saying shit like that is not making it better. You're not making
telepathic
people
typing.
Yeah, you just stop. Stop it. You're using a computer. Call it Wi-Fi. Call it Bluetooth, because that's what this is. And you're freaking people out by calling it anything
You got to
else.
connect to brain tooth.
Yeah, you're freaking people out by talking about we're giving people telepathy. No. You're using a computer, and that's okay. But you're scaring people when you're saying that. You're talking about fucking making mutants like legitimate X-Men, and you can't do that. You can't do this, man.
Yeah, see, more realistic implications to me, like immediately off the bat, just based off of the technology we saw with the monkey, would be things like connecting to your fucking Tesla car, because that's Bluetooth. You sit in it. Okay, let's go for a drive.
Drive with your brain.
Which that seems uncomfortable to me, because people get they can't stay off their cell phones while they're driving. Why are they going to concentrate
people already fall asleep in Teslas.
It's a whole deal, dude. But I mean, just think about the ability to connect to any Bluetooth device that you own with your brain. So you got a smart speaker in your house. You just think about your smart speaker and then think about it playing music, and then it just starts playing music.
All your smart light bulbs.
Like stuff like, your smart light bulbs. You walk in your house, think about the lights turning on, and then they turn on. That I see as an immediate technology able to use just with simple Bluetooth alone. I mean, how difficult would it be to train your brain and a computer at that point, once you have your Neuralink in, to be like, okay, this is me thinking about lights on, lights off, lights on, lights off. You do that 100 times, and then now every time you walk in your house, the fucking lights will turn on and turn off as you walk through your fucking house. Your thermostat, your smart thermostat will do the same thing. When you're cold, it adjusts to your body temperature. Who fucking knows? I'm not into this. This freaks me the fuck out.
You shouldn't be doing that.
I don't like this at all. It's uncomfortable. But I don't think you can stop it. It's all, this is one of the cat's out of the bag situations.
Is this why you were asking me about this?
No, this was about, that was about my let me ask you this, though. We can't put the cat back in the bag.
No.
Cat's out of the bag at this point, man.
Yes.
He's obviously, we got proof of concept here. This is something that is not going to stop now.
Do you think no matter what, this was going to happen once we started getting technology and shit? This is just the natural progression of technology.
Yeah.
Integrating it with, and I'm not saying it's a good thing.
It's just
Integrating
going to happen
with humanity.
Yeah.
I don't think, okay, let me be more specific. I believe it to be a noble goal to want to give people the ability to walk again who can't, right?
Yes.
These are all very positive things. I fear, like many other people, this is opening up a door that we do not actually want to fuck with. I don't... there's already questions about different type of diseases on some of the monkey things and pathogens. The radiation in people's brains. I don't know, how long can you have a microchip in your brain without it doing something bad, wrong to the biological matter inside of it? I don't know. Is there really at no point there's no type of potential negative side effect to you having a microchip in your brain? Really? It seems like there probably would be.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Dude, if I was hung up about long-term trials for COVID vax, then I'm hung up about long-term trials with fucking Neuralink. Okay, this is a foreign object you're sticking inside of your brain matter. I feel like there's going to be some consequences here that we may not pinpoint right off the bat. It's, who the fuck knows? We know so little about how the brain works, how consciousness works, and we're fucking with it by putting brain chips in there. I mean, brain chip is like a colloquial term. This is not like a chip. I mean, this thing has like fibers and,
Right.
little
It's,
tentacles, and it's a weird little thing, but
Can we find a picture of it?
I'm sure we can.
Can it get hacked? Probably.
Oh,
it
connects to Bluetooth.
Yeah. They're talking about a whole
That's
thing.
why I'm like, it has
Bluetooth
to.
speaker. Yeah.
Right?
Like this. Let's see. Imagine someone who was diagnosed with ALS and was unable to speak or easily move their hands. Communication for people in this situation can be really difficult. With Neuralink, they could simply think about what they wanted to say, and Neuralink could transmit this via Bluetooth to a smart speaker or other device which could speak their thoughts for them. Yes. So it just Bluetooths in. That's what
Yeah.
Neuralink is?
It's what it looks like when I'm seeing it.
That's terrifying that it's that small. It's just a tiny, tiny thing that they put inside of your head.
Apparently. Tiny little thing. See, there's a couple different versions of what I'm seeing here, so
Yeah.
I'm not really... I would imagine that it's probably something that they don't want everybody to see what it looks like, because then you automatically have some kind of ability to replicate it.
The band makes sense, though. The band with that makes sense.
Yeah.
With like the different sensors on it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the one picture that's broken up into like four. Like it's a band that's broken up into like four things connecting in
over here?
different parts of the brain. No. Like the band breaks up
over here?
into
Swing.
That makes sense.
The N1 implant. So that tells me that's probably like a first prototype type
Yeah.
thing, the N1. H1N1.
Like someone can control your whole body, probably. And that's like, this is what I'm talking about. This
makes
is
me
why I feel like this
uncomfortable.
is not good.
I've seen this movie before,
There's
bro.
a series of any number of reasons why this is not a good idea.
No.
And
I just watched all them Divergent movies, man. They did something real similar, but it was like a little drug that they shot up everybody to make them like human robots.
People
Okay?
can steal your debit card information by like tapping on your phone with their phone, So someone can just tap on your head with something, or like get close to it and just connect to your shit. Like, I don't know. I'm not trying to conspiracy theory, forgive me, YouTube, but I don't, literally, who knows? And I have a hard time believing that as genius as, Elon Musk and all the people at Neuralink have to be, because definitely they're all geniuses. Hackers are really good. They're really, really smart. They're
Always.
really, really smart. And probably the smartest person on the whole planet is some guy who lives by himself and don't talk to anybody at all. And that's probably how it works.
Yeah.
So that
Next
guy,
thing you know, you're going to wake up in his driveway
Yeah.
after just delivering him a fucking McDonald's, value menu. And then you're going to be like, how did I get here?
It's gonna-
Like,
yeah.
he just wanted some McDonald's. So he said, fuck
Exactly.
you. I'm taking you over for a minute.
and he's going to do something benign like that just to show the world, like, hey, just so you know, this is possible. And if I just made this guy go to McDonald's for me while he was asleep, imagine what somebody else could do. I'm not telling anybody how to do this. I'm not doing whatever. He might even kill himself afterwards just because he's like, this is too fucked up that we're living in a world like this. Yeah, no, but the first guy to do it isn't going to be an evil genius. He's going to be some guy who's just hanging out and figured it out. Like the guy who hacked into the Joel Osteen power cube.
Yes.
The same thing. It's just going to be some guy who figures it out and does weird shit with it.
just
like,
to say he could.
yes. Bilbo Swaggins, howdy fellas. Hope you all are doing well. There's a third unidentified object flying over Canada. Let's look it up on the Google machine.
Let's do it.
Unidentified object over Canada. How now we just find out that this just happens all the time, Like, yeah, little did we know this is actually consistent. Half the
US
planes
jet.
we shot it down. All
Do
right.
I have a New York Times credit? No, I don't. Fuck off. Let's pull up the National Post.
Joseph Garrett, this is probably the first step to AI taking over humanity. Do you think this will be ALIE, ALIE from the 100? You've seen that show. I have not.
Allie. I'm trying to remember who this is now.
Jordan has seen that show too.
It's been a while. I don't
I
remember.
imagine
to be
it's a
honest.
robot person.
I'd imagine it is. I don't remember that being in the 100. but-
That's certainly potential. You know, I mean, if you're integrating things like that, I don't know how long it is until their BBC just posted about it. He said,
yeah, this is from the Canadian Press.
yeah, I don't know how long it is until they start integrating like personal assistants and shit like that into your. I mean, what do we have right now? We already have Alexa, right? So if you Bluetooth into your Alexa speaker, you're already talking to Alexa. Mm-hmm. You're already You're literally communicating with her through your brain. So is there anything to say that you wouldn't hear Alexa's response to your demand or to your request in your brain? Like she says it out loud on the speaker, her response. But if you don't say anything out loud, if you just say it in your brain, why would she respond verbally? Over audio, right over the speaker.
It would just do the thing.
You would hear it in your brain.
Yeah.
That is already if you integrate with a smart speaker like that,
Yeah.
Google Home, anything, you're already AI integrating your neural link.
The only difference would be instead of like now you have to train your voice, right? When you get one of those speakers things, you got to talk to it for a little while,
Yes.
answer questions and blah, blah, blah. And then it learns your voice.
Yes.
It would be doing the exact same thing, except you'd be looking at prompts on your fucking smartphone that says, okay, now think about this, now think about that, now think about that.
Yes.
And it would map out the brain patterns for this thing, identify those brain patterns as you, and then you create personal profiles for everyone that attaches to that thing so that you know that you like your lights to turn on to every room as you walk through the house and your spouse or your roommate doesn't, and so they set theirs up not to do
It
that.
will track the parts of your brain that fire when you think about the lights.
Like, I want lights on means this, lights out means that. I mean, this freaks me way more out than like
Yeah.
thinking about social media and TikTok fucking with our brains and all this shit. No, this freaks me out way more
Yeah.
than now that I'm thinking about how this is going to go down.
And then they clone you, Trenton says. Precisely. Precisely.
But they'll tell you it's your consciousness and then that you can recycle yourself. But then you recycle yourself and then you just die.
Precisely. They will, yeah. It's just your consciousness that they're copying and putting it onto a computer somewhere.
I don't like this at all, bro.
Joseph Garrett, Applied Lucent Intelligence Emulator, Alley. One of the characters. Zeke, I'm having a hard time imagining people voluntarily giving up their autonomy to something that could potentially be hacked or could rob you of your free will. Zeke,
I think you have way too much trust in humanity.
there are definitely people who will connect their brains to the internet because they think it will make their lives easier.
Or because the government says it's what you should do. How many people are getting 5 shots?
There are definitely people who would do that. People
You don't even have to think about it, Z. You just do it.
We were just shown over COVID how many people don't want autonomy. They don't
Yeah.
want to make their own decisions. They want someone to tell them what to do because they don't want to have to think about what is best. And I mean, because there are people who still don't use fucking VPNs and shit. There are people who don't take any type of action to try and limit anyone's ability to track their location, their information, their anything at all. They don't
Some of
care.
them think it's a good idea.
People don't care.
Because what about the bad guys?
There are people who would willingly give up all of their information, who are the people who are like, well, I don't have anything to hide, so what does it matter if the government's tracking everything that I do? Those people will do that.
Yeah.
Because they don't want autonomy. They don't want that. They want to be taken care of. And
Yeah.
if a microchip in your brain, a new band in your brain is going to be the easiest way to get taken care of by the government, then that's precisely what they're going to do.
That's right. I'm remembering now who Allie is from the 100. Towards like the
She a robot?
tail end of the season. Yeah, she's like an AI type of deal. It's a whole thing. It tries to stop people from, essentially tries to keep them in line. We'll put it that way.
Yeah.
Keep them focused where they want to be. That was a good show, man. I remember that.
The chip that people took from Jaha to be in the City of Light. Whoa.
Yes.
This is still in the 100.
This is the 100. Yeah.
It was like, wait.
Yeah, it was-
This is a
it was like a
conspiracy
thing
now,
that,
Joseph. Hold on.
It was like a thing that pacified you, and then you
Okay.
could go live in the City of Light and all this good stuff. And, they kind of catch wise to what's going on. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, especially in a world of depression and anxiety, people are taking medications all the time. Now they can't get their medications. If someone tells you if you take this, you won't be depressed anymore. You won't feel this. You'll be able to integrate with the things in your household. Like your life will be easier.
You don't even have to look up Twitter, and you just think about Twitter, and you got all the Twitter in your brain. I don't.
Yeah, no, I disagree. I absolutely think that people will do that. I'm not saying that it will be half of the world or anything like that, but there will be people, and it doesn't take much. You know, when someone your cousin or your fucking sister or something is like, oh yeah, I got the fucking Neuralink because it makes my whole life easier. Like I can drive my car with it. All my phone is like all my contacts and stuff on there. All my banking information is on there. All my everything is all on the phone. It's all
Never
it's
have
all
to
on the Neuralink.
Never have to pull out a wallet ever again. Just walk into a store, grab what you want, and walk out.
Yeah, it's all there.
Amazon style. And this is what it's gonna do, if I'm projecting forward correctly, is create a two-tiered society. Those with and those without. And those that have it are going to be the elites.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen.
There's companies, you can even look this up right now because I'm pretty certain that it's just a company. People getting like microchips implanted in their hand to be able to access their building and stuff like that and buy things. They'll definitely do it. That's a benign thing. That's like the microchip thing. That's a start to this. Microchip implants that let you pay with your hand. This is
2022. But yeah, there's a thing going on around on Twitter at some point where the technology that's on those new cards, the tap and pay type of thing, the same shit works, and it's just in their wrist, and they go blink right up next to it, and they're done.
I'm telling you, people will do it. They'll be happy to do it.
Yep, a good portion of them.
And those people don't want freedom. They want to be able to, because you can't honestly think, if you are, in my opinion, you're being ignorant. You can't honestly think that if there's a microchip in your hand, no one can ever access it at any time. It's totally secure. It's totally legitimate. No one could ever do anything with it. That's bullshit. That's nonsense. This is 2023. If there's a computer chip in your hand, someone can do something with it. Even if it's just take the information, change the information, delete the information, put new information on there.
Oh my God. Your whole person has been deleted. Now you're somebody else.
Now you don't have anything on your microchip. You can't get into the building because someone fucking tip-tapped you just like they did on your... They sell wallets now. This blocks the RFID, whatever.
Yeah.
No one can tip-tap on your wallet. Someone can tip-tap on your hand.
Somebody can upload a new personality in you.
What I'm saying.
You can alter your own personality.
And so I don't think that it's reasonable for anybody to assume that microchip in their hand is secure. And so I believe if the people who are willing to get the microchips in their hand are presented with the opportunity to get the Neuralink inserted in their brain, then they would do it. And especially if they don't know that it comes from Elon Musk.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, something else that would be actually really, really convenient for people like us is that when we're live on the internet, right, we would essentially just be able to ask the people to give us a like with their mind instead of actually find the little like button on the YouTube page and click it with the little thumbs up, which is something you all should do right now.
Yes. Like, subscribe,
you
share
don't
this with
need,
your friends.
You don't need the brain chip to like this video.
No, you don't.
Like
Only
this video if
free
you
will.
don't want the brain chip. I was not expecting to go down this path. I've been not trying to think about Neuralink very much.
Yeah.
That watching the monkey video was way more disturbing after seeing it than it was as I envisioned it in my head.
Isn't it dark?
Yeah, it's not cool. Like, it's cool, but I'm not super into that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna make things like going to Mars way easier. Because the crew that's piloting the fucking ship and stuff like that, you don't have to have 1,000 million different buttons and manual like we did in the Apollo missions and all this stuff. You just think about it and the computer does the thing, man.
Yeah.
It's like, oh geez, there's a small air leak in one of the hydraulic hoses. Well, I'm gonna think about solving that problem, and then the little thing's gonna
The robot's gonna go out
the
there,
nanobots,
the
the
drone.
melting fucking Lego robots are gonna go out there and patch the leak.
Yes, the melted metal robots, the T-1000.
Why
yes.
are we in this?
Yes. Zeke says Neuralink needs to be limited to vulnerable members of society. I feel what you're saying, but also, like we said, Elon Musk said, I'm going to get one as soon as we can do it. Mm-hmm. So, at the very least, God love him, Elon Musk is going to be doing all kinds of wild shit with his own Neuralink. Anything he can think of, is tap it in there. Let's just give it a shot.
The only thing Elon really wants his Neuralink for is so that he can lay in bed at night and go, sleep mode, activate. And then he could sleep for 6 hours. That's why he wants that shit.
Yes. So... I don't think this is a good idea.
We've entered sci-fi, bro.
Yeah.
Congratulations. I'm glad you think that. Well, it's going to happen.
There's some stuff, there are some things that
I don't like this.
that are positive, but we need to genuinely and sincerely do a value assessment on these things and decide if it is worth the risk that it imposes, right? I mean, like the research, with the
research?
with the genes or with the
Oh,
diseases.
the oh my God. The
Gain of function, right?
Oh,
gain of function research, right? There's value to this. When you hear the argument, there's value to what you're talking about. You're trying. There is positivity there, right? Also, it's the same deal. We need to have a discussion on whether or not there's enough value to that to warrant the danger that it poses to doing that domestically, to doing it around the globe, to doing it anywhere,
And
right?
what's the gene therapy thing?
Just because we should doesn't mean we should.
Just because
Or
we
just
can
doesn't mean that we should.
Yeah. We were so busy thinking whether or not, or asking ourselves whether or not we can. We didn't ask ourselves whether or not we should. But what's that gene edit? CRISPR. Same type of deal. So not only now are you going to be able to mold yourself to be a fucking golden god, but now you're going to have the brain chip in there to have the actual mental capacity to go with it.
I don't think this is a good idea.
We're on the path, bro.
Don't think this is a good idea.
This is it. This is the prequel to the sci-fi movie that is the future.
I'm not in on Neuralink.
I'm just kind of freaked out right now.
Let's talk quickly about this JRE Peter Z. Hunt episode. Right?
Okay, yeah.
This was a request from. Oh, you have this is a new thing, or is this?
This is the balloon
Okay,
that they pulled
all
up
right.
from the Atlanta. I was just getting some other stuff.
Yes. Because this was a Kevin request episode, so Peter Z. Hunt, right? Because it'll be pretty quick.
Yeah.
So I was not freaked out by this episode.
The end of times.
Right. I told you I was patting myself on the back, like I was like I'm in it. We're not. The nukes is not happening. I was not sold. Anybody can go back and listen. Excuse me. I was not sold. I had a difficult time conceiving of the use of nuclear weapons in this conflict, especially or particularly at this time. I had a difficult time comprehending that. So that made me feel good. It also made me feel damn good to be an American. Damn good to live in America. And
Proud to be an American.
yeah, and I think it kind of harkens back to the "let me ask you this" that I think that's what it was. We were talking about earlier, whether we can go back. Right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of shit that we can do here that we can produce domestically, that we could sustain for ourselves, that we don't do because we have invested ourselves in this
Global
globalist
market.
economy. Yeah, of where everyone needs to be equal. We're propping everybody up. Everybody's coming with us. Everybody gonna eat, right? Which is
Everybody gonna eat.
Well, positive. Like I get it. It's very idealistic. I think that's a great thing, but it's not. When we did that, we stopped asking what is best for America and we started asking what is best for everybody.
Yes.
And sometimes that's a good thing to ask and sometimes it's not. I think that nationalism is what is going to save us and that is what we need to be operating as a main function. And I am not talking about isolationism or hardcore nationalism. I'm talking about being proud of what makes us Americans and riding what makes us strong. If we're the number one food exporters in the world and we're the number one energy exporters in the world, why are we bringing shit in from anywhere else?
Yeah.
Why are we doing that? If we can make it here and support ourselves here with it, we should be doing that. There isn't any reason that we should be buying things from another country that we can make here and sustain ourselves with here. We need to be worried about ourselves, make our own shit, sell the excess to other countries. That's how we should be doing shit. When we were talking to Zeke's brother, when we were talking to Ivan about all this food production, it's like we can absolutely feed ourselves. We make enough food here to feed ourselves almost entirely.
Yeah.
There's no
We'd have
reason
to change some of the crops that we grow,
Yes.
but it's not like we don't have the space and technology to do that.
That investment is worth it, right? That innovation, I think, is worth it, and I am optimistic at the opportunity that he described, as dark as times might be, for America to turn back in on itself in a positive way and reinvent the way that we conduct ourselves on an economic basis, on an industrial basis, on an agricultural basis. I think that's overtly positive, and that will demand the type of responsibility and perseverance that we were talking about earlier, because that type of hardship and chaos of people having to change their way of lives completely, the weak will not survive that. They absolutely will not.
No, and I think part of the interesting thing about that episode in particular was his kind of flippant attitude towards everything. He's kind of like, well, yeah, this is all just so obvious. I'm so smart, and
He was
so
kind
full
of a
himself.
douche,
He's
yeah.
kind of a douche, right? And when he talks about, we're going to have to reindustrialize America as a part of how we do this thing, and he's very certain that this is going to happen and all this. What over the past even decade, with the people that are in power, that control all the levers of power, to include the government and multinational corporations, tells you that is going to be a system they support wholeheartedly,
Or that they're competent enough to pull it off.
yes, without destroying half of the population in its wake.
Just like he was talking about happening in other countries.
Exactly, right? And so I don't put full stock in his, like, this is going to be just fine.
Right.
America's going to be fine. We'll just have to, we're gonna end up reindustrializing things. We'll just make Mexico make all of our cheap shit. They're already on the way there. China's on the downfall. Okay, well, where's all the made in Mexico shit?
Yeah.
No, they grow a lot of food, because the only food we actually do grow on a massive scale is not necessarily for our consumption. It's fucking corn, which is for our consumption, as well as other things to make sugar and and puts the fucking formerly Aunt Jemima fucking bottle so that you can slather it on your fucking
They do
pancakes in the
more
morning.
labor than actual
Soy,
production.
yes.
Because they are big involved in cars and like those type of industries, different type of
Yes.
appliances, like that type of stuff.
that kind of stuff.
Yes.
Yes, and then
And that's why he was talking about them being they are more skilled workers than there are in China, and they're
Yes.
cheaper labor, cheaper and more skilled.
Yeah.
And just that the people in China know how to slap shit together.
slap together cell phones.
They're
and-
productive.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then you still need like the high technology parts of that to
Yes.
get to that place to be
Yes.
to be thrown together.
Yeah, no, I think what I drew
yeah.
from him really was that I aligned with the potential that he was talking about, like we have the ability to get that
We
done.
do.
And I believe in that. I aligned with that, and that made me feel
Mm-hmm.
good. But that's also where I was talking about earlier, gets back to like, that's also very idealistic, because the people that we have now aren't
Yeah.
equipped for that.
Drive around the Northeast, and there's a multitude of abandoned factories from when we used to make things like fucking tennis balls,
Yeah.
and shit like that. When we made shoes, and we made all these different
Zippers.
things,
Yeah.
that have all gone abandoned and have shipped overseas, and the towns around them that used to be supported by those
Crumble.
factories are ghost towns now. Like, that's not something you can just. It's not as easy as flicking the switch and turning it back on.
Right.
The real estate exists, the technology exists, but
The workforce.
the workforce can exist, and but the bureaucratic, and we'll just say the cost of entry to doing it is far too high for anybody to actually begin that, and the regulatory burden on top of that is too expensive to maintain to have anything that is sustainable. Most products that aren't made in America are not made in America because it is vastly more expensive to make it in America, and
Yeah.
you would not be able to sell it.
There would have to be an immense slashing of big parts of our economy that would bring down the value of our currency likely, but would also bring down the cost of our goods. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
that's the only way, is if people pay nothing for their items like we used to, then you don't have to make $20 an hour like people are demanding now. That's that's the only way that type of thing could go back, is if you adjust the economy like that. And that's such an immense slash in the government that it's impossible to for that.
You
And
just
that's-
have to gut it wholesale with
and
all the
that's-
regulation attached to it.
That's why I think his shit hinges so harshly on like chaos, on
Yeah.
some type of global fuckery to like, we don't have a choice but to adjust to this.
He's
That
the
people in
modern day
power-
Ian Malcolm. Jurassic Park. Chaos
Okay,
theory,
yeah, okay.
He's like this wacky guy that speaks in ideological certainties.
Yeah.
He's got the ponytail, the weird thing. He's
Yeah.
always kind of upbeat and chippery, even though he's talking about China being gone in 5 years and Russia being gone in like
Yeah.
fucking 10 years.
His show that was heavy. Like,
Yeah.
global, it's heavy.
Everybody gonna die. Oh, he's like, it's fine.
Yeah, some of his stuff, the stuff he was talking about China, made a lot of sense to me when he was talking about Xi, the way that he's formulated power and stuff like that,
Yeah.
and why he's pushing so hard for nationalism, right?
Yeah.
It made the internment of the Uyghurs make a whole lot more sense.
Yeah.
That, like, if that's all you have is nationalism, that you need people to be tying themselves to be Han Chinese, you have to get rid of anybody who isn't or isn't willing to conform or convert to that lifestyle.
Yeah.
And if you have people, Uyghur Muslims, the Falun Gong, all these different religious groups that they're persecuting, they're just trying to literally eliminate because they've been around longer than this regime, and so they're unwilling to bend the knee. So we'll just kill them all. That's how we'll handle this.
Yeah, and I mean, back in history, we got to remember, like right now, when we think of China, right? We primarily think about the Han Chinese, right?
Right.
Which used to be one of multiple major kingdoms that made up
one
China.
of the dynasties.
Yeah, I mean, it was like the Yellow Turban Rebellion was about like the three major kingdoms of China. Like there was the Han, the Wu, and the Yi.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I don't remember. There were some really good video games like
That's beyond
that went
me at
fictional
this
that
point,
changed
yeah.
all that, but and then Total War made a really awesome game for that time period too. But a lot of my history comes from that fucking game franchise, by the way, because they used to be real epic about like the historical accuracy of the time periods that it took place. But yeah, so it's important to understand, like, to be ethnically Chinese used to mean a different thing than kind of what it does now. There used to be distinct cultures and kingdoms throughout this 3,000-year-old culture. And now it's a very different thing run by one fucking dude who thinks he is the greatest thing since air was invented.
Yes.
You know what I mean? But yeah, the regime that Xi has created, you know, Peter, the guy, he talks about like the way President Xi has like changed the Politburo and the party and all this stuff to basically give him to be the only pillar of the Chinese government at that point.
He's totally isolated himself.
And that's what happens when there is a single sole power source like that, a structure of power. There's nobody else to, you know, when that pillar falls, which it inevitably will because we all live and die.
He has to die eventually, yeah.
Yeah, like there's going to be a massive power vacuum and chaos is going to ensue. And I would doubt the fragility of the CCP's system will withstand that collapse.
Yeah.
You only got one major pillar holding up everything right now. And unless he's very specific about who he handpicks and grooms to be the next him, which it's getting a little late in years for that to be happening.
And Xeon was making it sound like he's eliminated essentially all competition through the way that they've run the schools and stuff like
Putin's done similarly. You know, like he was talking about with the oligarchs, that there's essentially about 150 of them or 130 of them or whatever it is, 115, I don't remember, but some small 3-digit number of people that essentially run Russia with Putin as the main pillar at that point. He's eliminated or got everybody to kowtow to him except for like one person. And that one guy, everybody else is kind of watching him because they're like, well, if Putin gets offed, it was probably associated to him, so he's fucking dead too.
Right.
So it's like this guaranteed kill chain of a failsafe. And it's I feel like it's a very similar thing with Xi, except it's just a single point of power.
Yeah.
But very similarly fragile systems, which, like he predicts, aren't going to last very long.
Yeah.
Which is not going to be good because of the global nature of the economy at this point. When one falls, it kneecaps everybody in one way.
So if we don't find a way to independence before that happens, we are boned in a big way.
And yeah, with the fucking leadership we have over the last few decades, I don't see somebody coming in and be like, we're doing something new.
They love globalism.
We're gonna be in it, man. Maybe it's, you know, everybody's favorite fucking T-Dog millionaire, but I doubt it.
Hashtag Uniparty loves globalism.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, you know, where's all that outside black money or dark money gonna come from? It's not gonna come from within. We need it for our international partners. That's why we have all these charities and these associations and to funnel all that fucking international money.
Yeah. It also kind of explains why you have some of these nations like Cairo or like Egypt, or like Saudi Arabia that are building these grand cities that they don't really have anything else going on. They know that eventually the oil wells are going to run dry, that eventually they're not going to have anything to offer. So they are making grand gestures, grand shows of like, well, look what we have to offer. Look at this amazing society that we've constructed here that will in their hopes, continue to bring in foreign investment and travel, and people want to live there, and they'll go there to see the magnificence that exists there.
There'll be corporate money there. There'll
Right.
be
Precisely.
There'll be economies that are long standing,
Yes,
which
that's why
time will tell.
That's why these societies that are doing these things. It's to show value when they are what they have to offer the world now is slowly dwindling away. He will be downloaded into the chip and live forever in different bodies and rule China forever.
No!
Oh shit! Oh shit!
I don't want that.
Xi is gonna get Neuralink in July.
What did Biden? What was? I got the clip for later when we talk State of the Union. But what was he yelling about? It's like, name a world leader who would change places with Xi Jinping. Name one.
You told me not to watch it, so I
got clips,
Yeah,
baby.
I purposely didn't watch
It's
it. 'Cause
terrible.
You told me not to.
I can't wait to show you some of these clips.
Yeah.
It's so bad. But yeah, that's why nobody's going to change places with him, because, like Joseph said, he's just going to go into a new body.
Right.
So to that point, too, real quick,
Yes.
kind of what those other nations are doing by building those massive cities and
Yep.
bringing all this stuff.
The Line in Saudi Arabia, that's what it's called.
The Line.
Check
Oh,
out
the
the
fucking
Line
The Line City?
It's freaky as fuck. Check it out.
That's not going to be good.
Check it out.
That's a dumb situation.
Google it.
Google it. Did we not watch the video at one point on here?
I don't. I know that
remember.
Shoe on Head did at one point,
Yeah.
so I know we both watched the Shoe on Head video, but I don't know whether or not we did on here. But the Line video is freaky as fuck.
Yeah, it's just one long giant wall city. It's not real, dude. Fuck
the
all
middle of
that
the
stuff.
desert. They're doing
the
it.
simulation will not allow that.
The Matrix is going to reject that.
It's already going to have a hard time with us trying to jack into the matrix of
Yeah.
the matrix, which is going to be an issue. But China similarly did something kind of along these lines within their own nation of building these massive cities with nobody to live in them.
Yes, ghost cities.
Yeah, except for the fact that I don't know what their whole ordeal was. I think it was more along the lines of spend money to try to make money to
Yes.
keep people to work
Yes.
versus trying to bring people into this situation.
Precisely.
Because
they're not going to let.
they're all about control.
Right.
They're all about control, and they don't want necessarily a ton of foreigners to come in and essentially, change their culture like that.
No, and anybody who has a company there has to have like a CCP subsidiary or like
Yeah.
a liaison who
Yeah.
works with them directly with the government
Yeah.
and the party to make sure that they're
Yeah, it's
all
like
is
all
on the up and
companies
up.
that are a specific size, and it ain't that small,
Right.
Or it's not that big. Put it that way. But if you're a company that's moving to China for any reason, you're going to be big enough to have a CCP liaison that's going to work for you. We'll put it that way.
And then
if you have the money to offshore your business to
Yes.
China, you're big enough.
And then sometimes they just take all your stuff and tell you to go fuck yourself.
Yeah. That's fun. And they put you in a little fucking dark room for a couple weeks,
Yeah.
like Jack Ma, and then just you come out. Next thing you know, you're a shill for the government.
Because again, they don't have anything to offer. So when people come in there with intellectual property, they copy it. They start making their own stuff, and that's how you can get all this stuff on Amazon that costs $2 instead of $15. Is because they've taken someone's intellectual property. It happens with Bannock splints. With splints that
Yes,
we
it
make
does.
at work, that there are Chinese copies of shit that we make, sliding gloves and whatnot, that you can buy online.
Yep.
That are just complete knockoffs of the shit that we make.
That's right.
It happens all the time. We don't even make. We only make things in America. They just know that this product exists, so they just copy it. They
let's
just
do that.
buy it from somewhere. They order it from somewhere, and then they just make it themselves. Happens all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I was hearing about a story about a company in Eastern Europe that did that.
It's wild.
Bought it like basically a couple of everything, and they
Yep.
were like, okay, well, we're just going to copy this now.
Yes,
We bought it, we reverse engineered it. Now
Yeah.
it's ours.
it's wild.
You bunch of fucks.
It is wild what you can do. I mean, in America, where they have legal protections against it, but yeah, anywhere around the globe, they don't give a shit.
Yeah, enforce that shit, bitch.
Yeah, it is interesting. Yeah,
It is
and
indeed.
China's. There's the one, the chip company, their technology company or whatever, that they formed. That they had a Chinese subsidiary, and then the Chinese subsidiary took control of the entire company, took all the intellectual property, all the money, and then said bye,
Bye.
and closed down. Yeah, so they be doing that. You know,
Yeah, and fortunately, have you been following the James O'Keefe story at all?
only through you.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's some interesting movements in this one, and it looks like there's people fighting back. The major investors in Project Veritas
Let's go.
have formed a legal fight now against
Legal
this.
coalition.
Yes.
I like
so there's
it.
been cease and desist letters sent to the board that ousted James O'Keefe, put him on paid leave.
Yeah.
And they were attempting to overthrow him and take over the company. But they're arguing in court at this point through this letter that I might have, that the investors in Project Veritas invested because there is only one person who represents Project Veritas, and that's James O'Keefe. And so by ousting him from this, you cannot have access to our funds. You cannot do anything with the company that we invested in at this point. And if you do, you will be giving us all that money back. So you cease and desist right now.
Yeah.
While you do whatever it is that you think you're legally capable of doing, you bunch of
Because
fucks.
this isn't what we signed up for.
Yes.
I'm into it.
So we're going to see how that plays out. But it's been a very interesting couple days because James O'Keefe has been silent about
like
all
that.
this. I think it's because it's all legal shit. But
Do you want to talk about the China balloon? I know you have some China balloon stuff up.
let's talk about China balloon.
Okay, tell me about the China balloon.
Let me let
Because you
Chuck
did-
Schumer talk a little bit about the original response from the Biden administration
Because you did
to the balloon.
your live stream on it last week.
Yep.
So if you want kind of the recap of the old situation, go back to last week's live stream on
Yes.
Friday.
Yes,
And
do
Colin
that.
did his whole beer show about it. So we can just operate from it was shot down. We know about the stuff.
Yep.
And we can go from there.
Yeah, went all the way across fucking America.
Yeah.
So, and then this was Chuck Schumer talking about it at the time. This is before any of the other shit happened after that. So we're just picking up the timeline, basically.
Okay? So Republicans are stuck. They can't govern. They can't agree on anything. Instead, they're focused on political theater. They don't do any. They're not trying to do anything real.
They can't
And we
govern,
hope
he
they
says.
won't continue to do this on something as important as the surveillance balloon.
Take a sip of that.
China
China.
sent that surveillance balloon over. The Biden administration was calm, calculated, and effective. According to, they listened to the military experts, they listened to the intelligence experts, and they did the right thing. But Republicans, even before they saw and knew what was happening, started, some of them, not all, lambasting the president. Those criticisms were at best premature and in all probability highly political. This
So let me ask you a question.
Should the go ahead.
By coming out against the opposition party who is giving shit for Joe Biden for allowing a Chinese spy balloon to fly over the entirety of not just the continental United States, but also Alaska and Canada, and allowing it to fly all the way over before we shoot it down offshore of North Carolina, I believe, one of the Carolinas, by telling the Republicans that because they're pissed off about this, that this is a political move. Is this not wholly a political move?
Absolutely.
So this is Chuck Schumer saying, don't make this a political thing just because, our president did a good job and shot this balloon down because he listened to the experts, if you will. Then don't make this political, Republicans. Wait. Pause button. So what you're saying is you're making this political?
Right. It's completely hypocritical.
Completely hypocritical.
Yeah.
So now, it looks like we got another fucking thing coming in. But these were the remains of the Chinese balloon that were discovered. They were being pulled out. These are the only public pictures being. It's just a small one. I think this is
From
probably a
the
better
Navy
picture.
The Navy that did it, right? Or
Yeah,
the Coast Guard?
the Navy people coming out and picking that up. Yeah, their Coast Guard's not allowed to touch that shit.
A lot of the shit is down at the bottom of the ocean.
Yep.
And they're like, we don't know how to get to it. So,
Yes, and what they have discovered were listening devices that could intercept radio traffic.
Yeah.
And
location data, obviously.
absolutely, which essentially means that while the balloon was flying over the United States, they could potentially listen to any and all radio traffic. They could listen to cell phone calls that were intercepted. They could probably monitor internet traffic, I would assume, at that point. So, good job, Biden.
Right.
That's what I got to say about that. He did a fantastic job by not shooting it down before it came into our land border when it was even in our controlled seas up in Alaska, or shooting it down over the fucking barren fucking ass parts of Alaska, and then making it Canada's problem, which Canada's not going to do anything against it. So what are they going to do? And then just letting it roll right through the entirety of the United States not knowing what it was.
Especially because they were simultaneously arguing that they couldn't shoot it down because it could potentially have, pose a threat to people on the ground, but then also telling you, but don't worry about it because it will be just fine.
Yeah.
You don't need to worry about it, but we are worried about trying to do something about it. That doesn't make any sense. Like, to tell you, there was even, I wish I could remember who it was. I should have saved the video, but there was a government official for the military that was asked by one of the reporters, you don't think that it's, relevant that, like, the United States or the people of the United States have active tracking data for this balloon? And he said, well, they can look up.
They can look up,
Oh,
yes.
that's nice. That we can go into our backyard and we can fucking look up, and that's how we can try and figure out where the balloon is.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be telling us where the balloon is because we don't know
We
what
can look up.
what it is. It could have been a goddamn bomb.
Yep.
It could have been some type of bomb. And you're like, don't worry about it, That's insane. And even if it's not, or that's
Yeah, I
not
think we
likely,
played that clip on the beer show last week.
even if it's not or it's not likely, to tell the American people don't worry about it is absolute fucking bullshit.
Exactly.
Absolute bullshit.
I think I was telling you this earlier this week, but a while back I'd watched that Don't Look Up movie.
Yes.
And it's like a carbon copy of the
Yeah.
situation. Well, I mean, you could look up, but don't worry about it. It's not really a big deal, right? But one of the other side effects of this entire story was in the aftermath of this thing, the White House was running damage control essentially because people are very upset that they're watching this Chinese spy balloon go across the nation, and they're getting really pissed off about it, and they want some answers.
Yeah.
And so the White House's essentially response was through other people in the White House saying that, well, the Trump administration also had 3 of these things fly over, and they didn't even know about it. But now we know about it magically. And so when asked about it, our lovely and irresistible press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, had this to say about it.
She is cute.
How is it possible that this administration discovered at least 3 previous balloons that flew over the U.S. under the previous administration, but Trump officials didn't know it was happening?
Yeah, so look, I think that, and we have talked about this before, about how
She's excited to be there.
when the PRC government surveillance balloons transited the continental U.S. briefly, at least 3 times, as you just mentioned, during the president's prior administration, and once that we know of the beginning of this administration's, but never for this duration of time, as we know. This information was discovered prior to the administration left, but the intelligence community, as I said, is prepared to give briefings to key officials, but this is something. Post. But this is something that they were not aware of, as we've just laid out.
How is it?
So if that doesn't make sense, you'd be considered intelligent because it literally doesn't make sense. She just said a bunch of words that didn't mean anything. And she was obviously very lost in thought and was trying to come up with words, and she made very incoherent sentences. And I think what she was trying to say was the intelligence community under Trump knew about 3 other ones, but the administration was not interested in hearing about them.
Yeah.
But she did not say that. That's me trying to interpret the gibberish that just came out of her mouth.
It wasn't good.
No, man. She's usually not that bad, but that was really rough.
Yeah.
That was Joe Biden level. I don't know what you're talking about, man. You're making up words.
Trent
So-
said them using this girl is akin to them using blackface. She's not just black. She's also like either bisexual or a lesbian. She's intersectional for sure. This was a calculated move when she was brought in to replace.
It's like the
Jen
most
Psaki.
intersectional.
Yeah, Jen Psaki, is just a regular white girl. She's ginger. She's married. She has children. Like very standard, and that's why she had to go be on MSNBC is because they can't have that in the White House anymore, but they can have that on MSNBC.
Did you watch the balloon get exploded?
No, let's see it.
Okay. For viewing pleasure. Let's see if it cuts off. There we go. I forgot I got to adjust those bars down there. We're losing a third of the screen. Choo, boom.
Oh,
Skaboom.
just launched a rocket right through it.
Fucking old school Sidewinder, baby, from an F-22 Raptor.
I like it.
And then that thing fell down to earth real fucking fast.
I bet.
And,
There was all that shit inside of it.
Oh, there's like, if
right,
we
like
go
a
back,
satellite on it.
yeah, there was That was like all the listening devices with the
Yeah.
solar panels and all
there's
that good
something
shit.
inside of it too. I think maybe
Yes.
just a structure.
I think it's
Maybe
a
just
I think it's a rigid structure
Yeah.
from when we looked at the
Right.
Yeah, you can kind of see it in this picture here.
Yeah.
Like there's some kind of rigid structure that's going on in there. It's
Just a framing
obviously
for
hard
the
to tell.
balloon. That
yeah,
makes sense.
And the fucking government is so transparent. I'm sure we'll find out all about it.
Well, I remember, and then I told you yesterday, the Washington Post is like, government says there's more to be learned from the balloon.
Yeah.
Yeah, no fucking shit. It was a goddamn spy balloon sent from another country. I'm sure it's
You
not
think?
just all out there. There's probably some encrypted shit
Oh my
inside
God.
of that balloon.
Okay, so on top of the balloon stuff, right? We've also got some other
The lasers.
the laser from the satellite,
I
right?
saw this, and it's from a Chinese satellite.
Yes.
Right?
So this is the video of the laser passing by.
Because
It's-
people saw this outside of their house.
Yes.
Like Starlink.
This is over on one of the Hawaiian Islands. And so it's just a laser that's running by. China says it's just a satellite studying air pollution.
Then why
That's a
is it-
powerful fucking
it's a
laser.
Big laser.
That's a big
If it's
laser.
going from a satellite to the Earth and it's visible,
Yes.
that's a. I wonder if that could like harm someone if you got hit with that laser beam.
I would certainly imagine it's probably not good for you.
Yeah,
At the very least,
the amount
you
of
know?
rads that you take from that, huh?
So much, dude. But yeah, the Chinese, the Hawaiian
Ooh,
green
that's
laser
it in
beam.
a house.
That is, it's probably out. Oh, it's from. See, that's the inside of the house. It's just
Right,
from
it's-
outside.
But
so-
that's what I'm saying.
yeah.
Like it's going into the house though, or like on top of the house.
Yeah.
That's fucked.
Yeah, and so this is from the Science Times here. The Hawaii Green Laser Beam, not from NASA, ICES @2 Atlas, but China's Daqi 1 ACDL. So it's a
What?
Chinese.
Yo, I would
it's
be
a Chinese
pissed,
satellite.
Be pissed if that laser hit my house.
Yes, right.
Oh my god,
And
China
so-
knows everything about you.
This is a whole deal, bro.
Probably fried your phones. I wonder what happened to that dude's house, to that person's house, when the
Every-
laser beam hit it.
Every aspect of their shit.
That's scary.
Okay, this is all State of the Union stuff. There's another thing I thought I had pulled up about it.
About the laser beam.
About no, this was about this is
Laser
something
beam
else
is
for
wild.
the Chinese balloon. Hang on, it's probably in my bookmarks. Sometimes with the two window thing, I get some things confused.
Yeah.
Sometimes, but
The China balloon is wild, or the laser.
The laser is
really
fucking
That
wild.
freaks me out a lot.
so here we have the same guy, the
Just said to look
Pentagon.
up?
Said to look up. This is
This is
his
an asshole.
This is his response about the second one. This is the briefing of the second one that was shot down just off the coast of Alaska.
At the direction of the President of the United States, fighter aircraft assigned to U.S. Northern Command
Pat
successfully took down a high-altitude airborne object off the northern coast of Alaska at 1:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today, within U.S. sovereign airspace over U.S. territorial water. On February 9, North American Aerospace Defense Command detected an object on ground radar and further investigated and identified the object using fighter aircraft. The object was flying at an altitude of 40,000 feet and posed a reasonable threat to the safety of civilian flight. U.S. Northern Command is beginning recovery operations now. U.S. Northern Command's Alaska Command coordinated the operation with assistance from the Alaska Air National Guard, Federal Aviation Administration, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We have no further details about the object at this time, including any description of its capabilities, purpose, or origin. The object was about the size of a small car, so not similar in size or shape to the high-altitude surveillance balloon that was taken down off the coast of South Carolina on February 4.
And that's what we got from him. So, different in size, shape, altitude, very, very different there because 40,000 feet is cruising altitude for commercial air traffic.
Right. And they didn't say where it was from.
And they didn't say where it was from. This came at it was more or less off of like the Nome coast. I might even have the map of the C-130s flying around.
I wonder how new this is. Like, I wonder how long they've been doing this because they do this type of stuff. China, other countries do this type of stuff to each other all the time. Send missiles flying over, send listening devices. Like, it happens all the time. And maybe it happens here too, and we just are led to believe that it doesn't. And for some reason now because it was a balloon we could see. We're like, it's like a there's some type of name for it, but it's when someone's presented to you, like the red car thing. You know, you see a red car,
now you see
it
them
all
the
over
time.
the place. That's like, so maybe it's been happening for a long time, and just now that we've seen the one, we're like, oh shit, there's another one. Oh my god, there's another one. Like now that we know what to look for, you know.
And that is definitely it's definitely a good thing to think about, because the only reason we know about it is because people fucking saw it.
Right.
And then obviously because the NORAD knew about it since before they tracked it all the way across Alaska and Canada.
Right.
I mean, NORAD is it's a joint venture between America and to include Canada. I mean, it's a whole deal. I think Mexico's involved too. I'm not totally sure. But we tracked it all the way from the beginning. We knew about it to begin with, and they didn't do shit about it until somebody saw it. And then it became a huge deal. This second one, everybody fucking knows about it. It's on, I'm not going to fucking say top of mind, because fuck Korean Jean-Pierre for making that in common vernacular. It was so not funny. At the top of people's mind until now, because we just saw it. And now that we have another one that we just picked up, we fucking blew it out of the sky even before it got to the shores of Alaska.
Yeah.
That's what should have happened to begin with. But how many of these were happening without us knowing about it, because we couldn't see them, and the government knew about it the entire time, or were actually letting the Chinese actively spy on everyday Americans and our military bases and all this shit? For what reason? Well, because we do it too. That's not a good enough fucking reason.
Isn't that bad? I heard a lot of people who were like, "Why do I care about a China balloon when our American government listens to everything I say anyway?"
Because fuck them.
So we should just let China do it too, right?
Yes.
We're already doing it to ourselves.
Well,
so let's
TikTok's
just
already here, so fuck it. I mean, fuck you, no.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Just because people can perform identity theft. Oh, well, it might as well just happen to me too. Fuck it.
Zeke, those are the people that will get Neuralink. Those are the people that will get Neuralink, because they're like, oh, fuck it, I don't care.
Whatever.
Those are the people. They will get Neuralink. Yeah. No, I agree. And then what was I going to say? Oh, this is another one of those things, the policy on the balloons over the United States. It seems like it's another one of those conversations that we really should have of, there's not obvious. There is national security interest in letting the balloon come over us and us being able to scan it and study it and like find out what they're finding out about us. But it's the same deal. We should be having a discussion about, like, are you guys comfortable with, as Americans, comfortable with this sacrifice? If they're going to collect your data, but we're going to be able to find out what they're capable of, what they are finding out, what they're doing with it, everything we can. We're going to find out about the China balloon, but we need you guys to be down with them potentially collecting everything that you are fucking doing, so that we can do that. You know,
we know about it, man. You can't lie to our face anymore and tell us it doesn't happen.
At that point, I can understand when we start asking, well, why should the government have access to whatever the China's collecting? Well, they already have it anyway. At that point, I can begin to understand that argument of, they're going to look at information they already can access as the United States government. So what's the fucking harm in them reading what China has collected? But we need to have that discussion and be asked as fucking the individuals who information they're collecting, whether or not we are cool with that, or we would rather be shot down before it even fucking gets here, like you said. But when we see it, we're like, no, get that shit out of here. It's on its way here. Get it out. Wherever it's from, go up there first, try and see where it's from, tell them, turn it around, or we're shooting it down.
Because you know what really happens here? Part of the reason this is so bad and the way it's going down is so terrible is because at the end of the day, when the public knows about it, right, that means the public knows that China, the government of China, sent spy shit over our heads, and we saw it and we know about it. And the government didn't do shit about it, which means the government can't not do something about it going into the future. And China now knows that the U.S. citizenry knows this, and when it's spread around social media, the rest of the world knows this, and so it kind of gives China, the CCP, a little punch in the face. It says, you guys got caught doing this thing, it looks bad on you, right? And now that makes them more inclined to, say, escalate the situation in some capacity, and so it all starts to play out on the public stage, and they will not be humiliated, nor will we. And then there's a tit for tat and escalation, which ends up in fucking Space Force News launching a Minuteman III unarmed fucking ICBM out into the Pacific, because they sent another fucking balloon, or there was another balloon then now that the U.S. populace is like on fleek with this shit, they're not going to attempt to hide the second one. They say, we shot it down before it got to the shores. We're on our shit. We're good. And then China goes, you can't just keep doing that shit. If you do that and the populace doesn't know, we're going to keep playing this game. That's fine. We're going to go tit for tat. We're going to do this. Not a big deal. We shoot down your shit. You shoot down our shit. But as long as the citizenry don't know, then nobody wants to go to war. Nobody wants to say fuck China. Nobody wants to say fuck the United States. We just do this shit because we're just trying to spy. Let's just do that.
Governments do.
And then after you shoot down the second one, you end up launching an ICBM out into the fucking Pacific to be like, don't do this anymore. We're not fucking around. We can launch some ICBMs. They still work. I know y'all motherfuckers have been trying to look at our nuclear silos in Montana. Well, guess what? They still fucking work. We just launched one out in the Pacific.
We're having to do show forces like they do over there. Like North Korea does when people fuck around. They're like, all right, we'll just fire off a couple missiles into the ocean to freak the fuck out of Japan.
Yeah. And this is from the actual spaceforce.mil, by the way. This is the Space Force's website. I've never been here before.
Those pictures?
It's
pretty fucking cool, though.
Yeah. And these are actually from, like this first one, I think, was from an early test years ago.
Pretty fucking cool, though.
But, I mean, they're pretty dope-ass pictures. Launching out of a fucking cornfield. Jesus, that's a fucking rocket, bro. So, anyways, that's where we end up with this shit.
Just not good.
And that's what's not. And then to have this news over another one over Canada and shit, that's, you know, the sad thing is all these fucking weather balloons probably were launched before anybody actually knew about it. The first one, right? Because it takes forever. And so now they're like, well, we got 5 more you guys got to deal with, man. So let's fucking figure out how to do this.
We got them in the chamber already.
If I'm G, I'm getting Biden on the phone. Hey, man. So we got a few more coming.
Right.
Let me tell you where they're at, so
Just
you guys
prep
can
yourself.
just quietly take them down or whatever. Just shoot them down real quick, all right, for us, and then this is done. Then we don't got to do nothing. You got to waste your 1960s rockets no more. It's fine.
Right.
But I don't know, man.
They updated him under Trump, right?
Yeah, they were like trying to maintenance and all that shit. Yeah.
No way Biden came in and said, "Hey, stop that shit."
Yeah.
No way.
Military-industrial complex. Gonna
The contracts are already rolling through. Exactly.
Yeah, there's money to be made, baby. Okay. What's next?
Let's talk special forces unless you have anything else on this.
No.
Okay.
I was just going to ask if I can go pee real quick.
Oh, yes. Let's do special forces in Ukraine, and then we can cut it. Unless you want to start, we can go to the break now and then start part 3 with special forces in Ukraine.
That might be a good idea.
Let's do that. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our next break. We're back in just a few minutes. I want to thank everybody, of course, for being here for part 2 of episode 142 of Salt of the Streets. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
And you can find all of our information. We have Instagram, Patreon, YouTube, all at Salt of the Streets. You can find all that at saltofthestreets.com, including our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both those things. Thank you very much. We'll be back in just a few minutes for part 3, starting off with Ukraine.
Woo!
Thank you.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready. Salt of the streets. salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left?
Thank you for joining us, everybody, for part 3 of episode 142, Salt of the Streets. My name is Donovan.
I am indeed that big bird looking fellow they call Colin.
We are happy to have you guys here. Of course, you can find all of us, all of our things, the Patreon, the YouTube, the Instagram, all at Salt of the Street. You can find everything at saltofthestreets.com. saltofthestreet.com, including our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both those things. Make sure that you like, subscribe, share this video, tell all your friends about it so they can see what we got going on here. We hit Last of Us in part 1. We hit the national stories in part 2. Part 3, we're going international. I
like how you said nationalist stories. I mean, it works. It just sounds funny.
Oh, well.
We're all the bunch of nationalists.
I said we went national.
Let's do that.
We did. We went national.
We did.
They were national stories.
Indeed. They were nationalistic in nature.
The sponsor for this third segment is Location Skate Shop in downtown Bremerton. Go there if you're here and you need any type of skate supplies or stickers or music or pictures or
cool skate apparel.
Clothing. Yeah. Go there. Check it out.
I like it.
We're going to start with some updates in Ukraine. The first kind of big story that we have here. Hello, Deborah. Welcome. Welcome, Joseph. Welcome, Trenton. Welcome, Zeke. Welcome, Josh. Everybody. Thank you
all
for
the
being
people.
here.
How was the wedding, Deborah?
Yes. Congratulations again to your son. Okay, so this first article that we have here is from the Washington Post. The Pentagon looks to restart top secret programs in Ukraine.
The bent over gone.
Oh, my goodness. The Pentagon is urging Congress to resume funding a pair of top secret programs in Ukraine suspended ahead of Russia's invasion last year, according to current and former U.S. officials. If approved, the move would allow American special operations troops to employ Ukrainian operatives to observe Russian military movements and counter disinformation.
That seems very different than what our special forces are doing now.
Interesting.
Okay.
A determination is unlikely before the fall. Defense officials are preparing a proposal for lawmakers' consideration in the coming months, when work begins on next year's Pentagon policy and funding bill. If successful, these programs could resume as soon as 2024, though it remains unclear if the Biden administration will allow U.S. commandos back into Ukraine to oversee them or if the military would seek to do that from a neighboring country. No American military personnel are known to have operated there since the war began, beyond a small number tasked to the U.S. Embassy in Kiev.
Okay. I was just saying, okay, we got to stop there because they
lie.
literally just said that. They literally just said, okay, so if successful, a program could resume in 2024, though it remains unclear if by the administration to oversee them or if the military would seek to do that for neighboring. Wait, what? I just missed my spot here. Policy and funding bill. It just said there was troops in Ukraine and they didn't know if they were going to go back. Some of the military. Oh, the U.S. commandos back into Ukraine.
Yeah.
Yes. So, they just said there was U.S. commandos in Ukraine.
Right.
And then they just, actually, it was just embassy people.
I think they're referring to the ones they talked about that this was happening before Russia invaded.
Oh,
I think that's
okay.
what they're referring to. I would, however, say that you're correct. I don't agree. I have said from the beginning that I feel there are definitely U.S. military advisors in Ukraine right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any evidence to point to that. That is the feeling that I have. That is what I believe, because that is how America has operated every war that we have been in for
ever.
I mean, since Vietnam at the very least.
Yeah. Since we started proxy war.
This is how we have done it, right? My concern, again, from the beginning has been when we have soldiers there, if someone dies, what will we do? The same thing is to be said here. Joe Biden also has been talking about no boots on the ground, no boots on the ground, no boots on the ground. If he does this, he's absolutely going back on everything that he said. Other than the F-16s, by the time this goes through, the F-16s will definitely be there. So I think that this will happen. I think that we will put more boots on the ground because I believe there are boots on the ground right now, and I believe someone's life will be taken, and that's how we will enter this war officially. If an American soldier's life is taken by a Russian rocket, by a Russian soldier, by a Russian anything, we will enter the war. We will go there. We will not let someone die and not do anything about it. That's not how especially a fucking Joe Biden character, it's not going to happen.
No.
The last time we lost American soldiers, they killed innocent people with a drone strike. They'll kill anybody in Russia if someone dies here. Or if someone from here dies in Ukraine. That's how they will operate. That is how the military-industrial complex and the Uniparty works. That is how it will go. Joseph Garrett, someone has to show them how to use all the shit we sent them. Precisely.
Well, that's why we bring them over to Oklahoma so that our boy can train them.
Yeah, there is also another article that I have from the Washington Post that says Ukraine's rocket campaign reliant on U.S. precision targeting. So they're doing the same thing. And I know, again, this doesn't this doesn't solidify that we are there, right? But this article, Ukrainian officials said they require coordinates provided or confirmed by the United States and its allies for the vast majority of strikes using its advanced U.S.-provided rocket systems, a previously undisclosed practice that reveals a deeper and more operationally active role for the Pentagon in the war. This is the same thing, literally the same thing that we are doing in Yemen. So all these people that are virtue signaling about how America is fascist and piece of shit because we're, helping the Saudis in Yemen, this is the same thing that we're doing in Ukraine. You can I don't even want to keep saying that. You can try and place one human life with more value over the other one if you want, but I'm not going to act like the people in Russia are lesser than the people in Yemen just because they belong or are living under a different fascist regime. I'm not going to do that. We are complicit and absolutely compliant and assisting in the murder of innocent people all on different parts of the country, on different parts of the world. This is fucked up no matter how you draw it. This is wrong. We are involved in this war the same way we're involved in the civil war in Yemen. This is wrong. This is wrong. What's happening here? This is not okay, and your tax dollars are being sent to do it. This is fucked up.
How dare you?
And don't let anybody, like I said, try and virtue signal to you about fucking Yemen when they don't care what we're doing in Ukraine. We are killing Russian people. We are doing that. Whether they're soldiers, whether they are civilians, whether they're whatever. We're killing people. We are doing that. If your claim is that we're killing Yemeni people, we are killing Russian people.
Because the argument there is we are supplying the Saudis with the weapons and the equipment to kill the Yemenis. How is that any different than the Ukrainians funding and supplying and arming the Ukrainians to kill Russians?
It is not.
The only difference, I guess, would be the Yemeni didn't invade Saudi Arabia, and that one's a slightly more aggressive war, and it would be the equivalent of us arming the Russians in that case.
With
maybe,
the argument
it's
about
the same shit
about the Yemeni people is that innocent civilians are dying in the civil war.
Yeah.
That's because the Saudis are backing a different side of the civil war than the Iranians are. That's that's what the argument is that we're complicit in the murder of civilians because we're providing this targeting data, right? The exact same thing is happening. It's for different reasons, different parties, right? Like I said, I'm not arguing the validity of the Russian cause or any of that type of shit, right? It's the fact that
foundationally it's the same shit.
It is, yes, foundationally the exact same thing that our weapons and our data is being used to kill innocent civilians in parts of the world. We are doing that, right? We are absolutely doing that. There is no doubt about that. So you cannot think that one is wrong and think the other is good because you like the cause of one and you don't like the cause of the other.
Yeah.
That isn't me justifying one over the other. I'm saying that we are actively killing innocent civilians on two different parts of the globe, and some people are fine to write one off because they don't like Putin and they don't like Russia, which is justifiable, but they're willing to forgive the death of innocent civilians in Russia because they don't like Putin and they don't like that regime. That's dark as fuck. And that is a horrifically hypocritical view to hold within yourself. And I can understand now why fucking leftists are sad all the time. If that's what you believe, if that's the type, that's how you're building your morals, that it's okay that we're doing it in Ukraine, but it's not okay that we're doing it in Yemen. I understand now why you're dealing with that, why you have so much turmoil, because that's wrong. That is inherently hypocritical, and I understand now. I get it. So
yeah, and hanging a Ukraine flag outside your house is probably an act of trying to make yourself feel better about it because the poor Ukrainians.
Yes, and it's not going to help. It doesn't remove your complicity. It doesn't remove. It doesn't make it okay.
Yeah, when AOC is signing on for the amount of funding and weapons to go to Ukraine, while speaking out actively against the Saudis.
Precisely.
It's the same shit. She's being hypocritical.
Precisely.
Yeah. Our government has been doing this for decades. Same practice, different geographical location.
Yes,
amen, Deborah.
Precisely, Deborah. And that is exactly my point. Is that there are people like AOC and many others. It's not just her, but that's a great example who are acting as though they're based and they're moral and they have a moral higher. They're higher up on the moral hierarchy than any other people because they are willing to stand against, quote unquote, to stand against the Russians and also stand against the Saudis. That's nonsense. That's absolute bullshit.
It's the same shit. That's disgusting. Probably a lot longer than that, Deborah. Amen. The furthest I can track our kind of U.S. proxy war type of situation was going back to the Spanish Civil War. before World War, actually, it was before that. It was, because Spanish Civil War kicked off before World War II, so that was well before that. We were funding the people during World War One.
Yeah.
And we were fighting that as a proxy war for a very long time until we finally got involved in that. We came in towards the tail end of that shit.
This is how we've done it for a long time.
For a long time, man. I mean, I wanted to go back to like the OSS over in like, with Chiang Kai-shek and stuff like that before World War II, but it goes way farther back than that.
Right.
I mean, this is it's probably just been going since the jump. I can't imagine once there was foreign wars where we had some kind of trade involvement and we saw an ability to make money. I mean, boom.
You
we
could
were
probably
there.
even go back to Civil War, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And trading in between North and South and
guarantee
shit like
you.
that just to try and keep shit going.
I bet.
So, yeah. This is eternally how we have operated.
And we're not the only ones doing it either. I mean, this is a big government, big national thing. I mean, any nation that's got anything to be gained is going to try to do what they can to come out on top or influence the outcome so that they are better off in the end without actually getting themselves fully engaged and fully involved. They're going to do what they can on the outskirts in a clandestine manner to shape the outcome they want. And then only as a last resort do they ever jump in whole hog.
Precisely. So in response to all this, we have a group of Republicans, Matt Gaetz in particular, that has introduced. This here says that it's a measure, but I believe he has a bill cooked up too that would immediately halt all the funding that goes to Ukraine. It is worth noting, because I don't think that we've said this before, but it's true, right? The money that has been allocated is only money that has been allocated, right? It's only like a quarter of the money, the $100 or whatever billion that has been allocated that has actually been spent or sent over to Ukraine. The rest of it sits in what is essentially a slush fund that Joe Biden can access and dole out as he sees fit. The president, the executive, right? Because it could be anybody. This just who happens to be Joe Biden right now is able to dole out. It's supposed to be under the guides of how the money is appropriated, but once it's in that slush fund, I mean, nobody can control.
Yeah, a lot of it's really general,
right?
Which is part of their pushback towards all this stuff. Some of them are not necessarily against the funding in general. They want tracking mechanisms. They want the ability to audit where the money goes, the shipments being received.
That's what Rand Paul said the last time he voted for it. He's like, I'm not even going to vote against this, but can we track the money? Can we try and figure out like an audit, something to see where it's going?
Yeah.
You know?
Nah, bro, this is dark money. You don't get to know where it goes.
Yeah.
And a good portion of it stays within the continental United States in Lockheed Martin, in Boeing, in Northrop Grumman, like all the military industrious, the military industrial complex corporations. That's where a lot of it goes because they got to make the weapons to, why give the money to Ukraine to turn around and buy at these military industrial complex companies? Why give them the money to turn around and spend it when we just buy it for them to ship the goods to them?
Precisely.
Because if there's anybody that's going to get the lowest deal, it's going to be the U.S. government, right?
All them no-bid contracts.
Yeah, all them no-bid contracts.
Guaranteed to be a good deal. Yeah,
guaranteed, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. That's how you get the colloquial $500 hammer. Yeah.
It's no good.
Yeah, governmental acquisition is a disgusting place.
What do you have here?
I have here a story about, let me pull this up. So, Romania denies Russian missiles cross country in massive attack on Ukraine. It seems to be another situation where there were some misfirings of missiles from Ukraine that went into Romania this time. NATO member Romania on Friday denied Russian missile crossing into airspace on their way to Ukraine after Kyiv said Moscow unleashed a massive attack from the air. The fresh strike came a day after Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky lobbied for long-range weapons, visiting EU leaders in Brussels in only his second trip abroad since Moscow invaded his in just under a year ago.
He wants to be able to strike into Russia. He wants to be able to launch missiles into Russia.
Yep. He wants to be able, and in his words, he wants to be able to attack the military bases and the military facilities that the Russians are using to essentially as bases of operations before they push into Ukraine. So he wants to take out those targets, which would then cripple the Russians from actually coming into Ukraine. But then we got a whole nother can of worms here. Then we're talking about U.S. bombs falling
in Ukraine.
In Russia.
In Russia, yeah. Launched by United States missile launchers, launched by our technology, our equipment, people trained by United States soldiers. So the only difference at that point is literally the flag the person is wearing who presses the button to launch the missile. That's the only functional difference, which is not much of a difference at all when you're talking about global fucking warfare.
Yeah, and that's... And I don't know if we're going to be developing a habit here of accidentally firing on NATO member nations with missiles right before Zelensky goes to other countries to ask for more support. And because they want to try to rope in these NATO nations into something bigger, because now they're under attack too. I don't know if that's just a coincidence or if it's an accident or what, but eventually there's going to be a pattern that forms here. And if this is something that continues to happen, I think we should all note that, and fucking black flag, what do you call it? False flag attacks on NATO nations by Ukraine might be being used to try to get NATO to give them more shit.
Well, that Nord Stream shit that we saw probably be happening in a lot of other places.
Yeah, yeah. When America blows up the Russian pipeline and then blames it on Russia,
like we didn't do that. That's crazy.
Yeah, of course not. And oh my God, that article yesterday.
Yeah.
Whether or not you choose to believe the sourcing or not, it's a little sketch, obviously. It seems to be a single source that is it seems to be in the intelligence community somewhere.
Intelligentsia.
Yeah, but it's hard for me not to believe it because it seems very commonsensical considering the case that's being made. But, I mean, what else is there to do? Just assume that it's either we blew it up, the West, or Russia blew it up for some inexplicable reason.
Right.
So, I mean, come on now. It doesn't seem like huge news, to be perfectly honest. Russia already thinks we did it. So it's not going to change the strategic outcome of like the on the ground out there. It's not going to change the picture involved because Russia already assumes that we did that. They're already operating off of that basis. So it's not like it's a massive story that's going to be like, oh my God, this is going to trigger war. The Russians already think they're at war with the United States in some capacity.
Right.
I mean, they know. The conscripts that are going over there and fucking dying by American supplied weapons, they know that that's the case, that they can't bring a fucking tank onto the ground because some fucking American tech is going to launch a missile up their ass.
Missile,
I mean,
it's going to come and destroy their fucking troop carrier.
There's nothing you're in a coffin with an engine at that point. Like, they don't not know that the only reason the Ukrainians can do that is because the U.S. made it possible to do that. Or we'll just say the West. And so it's nonsense at this point.
Right.
But we did just approve the purchasing of the Abrams tanks. I don't know if we covered that last episode.
We did talk about the tanks.
So it's just escalate. In part one, you asked me when this is going to be over. And I'm like, well, I ain't fucking going nowhere. If anything, it's just going to get wider.
No time soon, yeah.
And then Ukraine will just be one battlefield among many.
That whole country, seeing satellite pictures of different towns now versus 4 years ago.
Oh, man.
I mean, it's fucking horrific.
It's wreckage, dude. Wreckage. I might have told this story on the show before, but when I was over in Russia after high school, I went over to St. Petersburg, which used to be Leningrad.
Good old St. Pete.
And, that was a huge city with a lot of fighting during World War II, and most of the city was completely leveled. And you'd be walking down the main streets, and there's these big, glorious storefronts, capitalism winning left and right, very expensive things here and there. And you look down the alleyway, and behind the first building is just brick, mortar, wreckage.
They just never rebuilt it?
They just never rebuilt it. You put up the facades on the front, and then fix the one building up front, and then everything else in the back alley is just destroyed still from World War II. I mean,
that's crazy.
It is fucking wild. Yes, it is nuts. But that's what Ukraine is at this point. It's the vast majority of it is just rubble. We're fighting now. All these people are fighting now over destroyed towns and destroyed cities where there is nothing left.
Well, and Zion was talking about, whether, I don't know whether or not it's true. Well, we won't know until years from now what the numbers are or anything. But Zion was talking about, Peter Zihanajeri was talking about the different, like, massacre sites that they're finding as they reclaim territory, you know? And I tend to be a little bit weary of that type of stuff just because governments and propaganda during wartime gets so wild,
Yeah, and it's pure propaganda on both sides from everywhere at this point.
That I don't want to just start down the road of like massacres, Russia fucking, because I have no idea. I have no idea like no one knows the true level of corruption in Ukraine, and so no one knows whether they're willing to kill their own people, move bodies, like dig graves. And I'm not alleging anything. I'm saying I don't know. And so we can't know, and we won't know for a very long time. And that's why I don't want to immediately jump on the idea that Russia is willing to go through and massacre millions of people because they want to take control of that land. There's precedent for it historically. I'm not saying it's impossible. I just don't want to
you
put
can't
my stake on that one. You know?
Because history would make you a fool.
I don't know enough about that. Right, because I'm sure, shortly after World War II, there were people, fucking Holocaust deniers, you know what I'm saying? That only through time have we been like, no, it really was fucking 6 million people, 12 million people. Like, this is true. I've had someone in my own lifetime try and convince me that like the videos and things from World War II that are not real.
What the fuck?
Yep. That they're like, well, a lot of that footage was really like it's reused from World War I and like other genocides around the world. A lot of like the mass burial sites and stuff like that are videos claimed to be from these different concentration camps. They're really from other things. Like, listen, I'm not.
First of all, I've seen video from World War I, and it don't look the same.
I'm not willing to even begin to consider that. I don't trust our government for anything at all, but I'm not willing to consider that there is a global conspiracy to lie about the murder of millions of people. I'm just unwilling to do so, Yeah. Maybe that makes me an idiot. Maybe I'm a fool because I don't want to consider maybe the Holocaust wasn't real, but I'm not willing to do that thought experiment because I don't see, especially now, what the merit is in continuing a lie like that. At the time, if you're trying to subjugate Germany, I understand why you would maybe lie about something like that. Now that we're in 2023, what purpose, what gain does anybody have from lying about the Holocaust? It doesn't make anybody look better or worse.
No. Family Guy actually had a really good joke about that at one point. It's like, oh yeah. Somebody's like, yeah, the Holocaust wasn't real. I was like, oh yeah, man, but don't go down to the old folks' home and tell them that. Because they were like, bitch, are you serious?
Right.
I mean, I've heard so many different stories from Holocaust survivors, people that were in camps and stuff like that on various podcasts and shit, that the level of controlled conspiracy that would be required for that to not have happened would be the most like jaw-droppingly awe-inspiring conspiracy that has ever taken place in the history of humanity.
Yeah.
Like, wild.
That's so it just seems
no, it seems fucking nuts.
Yeah.
So I like this. Joseph says, take a step back and look at the big picture. Ukraine cannot win, so why continue the devastation? To weaken Russia? I don't think so. World War III seems to be inevitable. What other conclusion fits? Donovan, what are your thoughts? Base Joseph.
Yeah, no, I feel it. I mean, the only thing I can think off the top of my head, right, is a forced military rejuvenation of the United States. If we are unwilling to look at other avenues to try and rebuild the nation economically,
then got to go to war.
That's historically, even though it's been rough in the beginning, historically it turns out that we make an ass load of money, even if we're buying our own shit. Because that's really what we're doing.
Yeah.
We're just, we'll continue to deficit spend and continue to just prop up our own economy. They've made it clear that they don't care about the level of inflation that we have. They'll just continue to raise the debt ceiling and say we need to pay our bills. So they don't care about that. They care,
need to pay our bills.
They care about having money, quote unquote, numbers that flow through the economy. That's what matters to them, is some type of paper trail, digital paper trail they can leave to show us Hey, it's still real. Those
Still real.
taxes you're paying, they're still important. It matters that you
Yeah.
don't get all of your money.
Don't ask us why we just printed way more than we'll ever get in
Right.
taxes from every single American and corporation in the country. But just pay your taxes.
But if you don't pay your taxes, we'll take you to fucking jail.
Yeah, we'll throw
We
you in
will
a cage.
literally put you in a fucking cage if you don't give us money, even though we just spent more than we could ever potentially collect from everybody on the fucking planet.
During their entire lifetime.
Yep. But goddamn it, we'll lock you in a cage.
Money's
So-
real.
So that's what I would have to do more digging about all of the NATO countries to try and to think of something more comprehensive than that. But off the top of my head, that's what we're so bought into globalism that forced rebuild we were talking about earlier it needs to be forced. And if our government, our leadership is not forced into rebuilding the nation off of itself,
Is exactly what I was just going to say.
Then
I was
this
like,
is
this
what
is
we'll
how
do.
this is
Yes.
how Peter Zion, whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah.
That's how you get your reindustrialization of America. We
Right.
go to war and then we just make a bunch of more fucking weapons factories. We create tank factories. We create airplane factories. Except we can't do that anymore because it's all super top secret proprietary information that only one company in the government can know how to do.
well, and the only way that works for any extended period of time is if we kill enough people around the globe that, again, we have to make our own shit. That we can't go
Yeah.
to other countries because too many people are dead. And there aren't enough people to make our shit. We have to make it ourselves. And
Yeah.
we don't have to feed the rest of the world because we fucking killed a bunch of people.
Yeah.
So,
And this is why we
don't
can
need to
never
worry
go
about it.
full 1984 and just be perpetually at war with Eurasia or who's the other one?
East Asia.
East Asia. There's a reason why we can't do that is because the technology exists at this point that no matter what happens, essentially, they can't hide the fact that if there was no conflict going on, there's no conflict that we're seeing, and that's not going to happen. So,
Right.
so then we have to go do these proxy wars, or we have to have fucking World War III, which, I'm not going to say is not a greater possibility today than it was 2 weeks ago, or a month ago, or longer. I mean, I think we're getting ever closer.
Yeah.
We're getting ever closer, and
You guys let us know what you think in the comments.
Tell
Sorry,
us.
keep going.
Tell us. I would say when you look historically at how long it takes to get a world to spin up to a world war, and
Yeah.
the two examples we had, it takes
Years.
It takes years, right? But then again, we haven't had instant communication like we have now, so it was very different. And usually there was some kind of catastrophic catalyst to bring us into there. The sinking of the Lusitania, was that it? In World War One, the sinking of the Lusitania, or the bombing of Pearl Harbor got us into World War II. But that didn't stop us from supplying the Allies
Right.
with weapons and equipment until those moments. Until somebody gets pissed off enough and China sends a fucking balloon over and detonates an EMP over New York City.
Right, because I think the line is there was actually some type of weapons on the Lusitania, but it also was a medical ship.
Of course.
Well,
I mean, at that point,
we're
when
like,
you're
hey, that's fucked up. You're not supposed to do that.
you're not supposed to do that.
You can't do that in war.
Yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that. Russia wants no part of the globalist agenda. All these other globalist nations are just using Ukraine to try and beat Russia down into submission. Or did you say that in bigger verbiage?
Nope, that is not what we said, but I think that's certainly valid. I think
Yep.
there's definitely an element to that if they're not going to play along, we've played enough stuff from the World Economic Forum here that the globalists, to sound like Alex Jones, but that's what we're at now. I mean, they have their own agenda. They have a way they want the world economy to look.
Yeah.
And it
Look
takes
no further than the WEF, baby.
it takes group involvement. And if there are people that want in the group but don't want to involve themselves, then those people need to get the fuck out.
Yep.
And Russia causes enough of a problem on a daily basis. They're not going to go quietly.
Yeah.
So if we have to go there and stomp dick and walk away, then that's what we'll do. I mean, it's clear that, to me at least, that if NATO were to go all in on war with Russia, it would be over very quickly.
And
Very, very quickly.
It would not end well for
And
Russia.
no one on either side wants that, because that's the type of situation in which Russia starts lobbing nukes. When they think everyone's going to die, Vladimir Putin says, fuck it. Says, well, we're going to go for it. If you're already going to send it, right, then we'll just do it. And that's the situation in which he goes for it. So, and nobody wants that, because as America, as any of the other NATO nations, we don't want to live in countries with enormous portions of it where people can't live there.
Yeah.
Like, we don't want to have to deal with that. We don't want to exist like that. We don't want that. Zeke says, coming directly from the top down, they said we're looking at a war with China by 2025 or sooner. 100%. And that's what I was saying earlier. Like, all of these things are connected. And there's no way that we're at war with Russia or we're at war with China and not with Russia at the same time. You know, these things are all connected. That if we're going to get down, they're also going to be helping each other, because the more isolated they make themselves, the smaller and tighter that group has to get. And they're just going to have their own little circle of 5 or 6 nations that are trading everything that they possibly can to keep everyone afloat.
Yep.
And if Russia has to give fertilizer to only those 4 people and say, you guys need to grow shit, you figure this the fuck out, because we have the fertilizer, but this is what we got. You guys grow stuff.
Yeah,
like that's what they'll start doing.
That's why that's why they need India.
They have all those South American countries. They have soil that's for shit, and they just pure fertilizer that they grow their stuff in. You know, that's
fucking sand.
They will do that in fucking Iran if that's what they have to do. They'll say we will build an entire field of just fertilizer to grow all of the things.
Yep.
They'll do it.
Well,
they'll build shitty Chinese fucking greenhouses, all over the desert just to grow things. Like, they'll do it. You know,
they'll bring in water. It's fine. That's all you need.
If they think there's going to be some form of prolonged fighting with NATO, with America, with any of these countries, they don't have any reason not to invest like that, because that's the only shit that's going to keep their economy afloat. In the meantime, it's the same thing we're doing, spending your own money into your people. That's the only way they're going to stay afloat.
Yeah. And when you look at the Chinese situation, right, they are so globally invested in so many different countries where they have so much debt over top of them for their Belt and Road Initiative projects. And I mean, they're involved in the cobalt mines in the Congo. They're involved in all sorts of shit in Africa and throughout the Middle East.
Egypt.
New cities in Egypt, which we'll get to eventually here. But it's, they are probably the major powerhouse because they have the differences and diversity in industry. And so when they're looking at who, because Russia as a single nation cannot, they only have so many natural resources, and they were really, really key during World War I and World War II, but not so much in the future age we find ourselves in. And they're reliant on places like Russia and even Iran because they have access to way more precious metals. They have way more high-tech materials to be used at that point. And that's why they're going to be key at that point. That's why China is going to be key in all of this. But then you got to also remember, like I said, is China's indentured servitude relationships with a vast number of other nations all around the
African
globe.
Nations, yeah.
That's when shit kicks off, which at this point I fully believe it will. It's just a matter of time.
Yes.
I don't see us not getting into something akin to a World War III. I don't know what that looks like or how it plays out, but
it's just where.
But when it all goes down, it's not going to be a one-sided fight. I don't think, like everybody kind of just assumes because America is an OG. We don't have a lot of good friends with a lot of good tech and supply line and all this stuff. If we went to war with China tomorrow, we're fucked because we can't support ourselves. And Western Europe can't support themselves without us.
Not right now. Right.
No, not right now. And I hate to tell you, but the U.S. government isn't exactly going to have the ability to allow private industry to spin up thriving new industries in a short period of time.
They'll shut down everything and take 3 years to decide what they're going to make next and then start everything back up.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they'll do it. It will be COVID times 1,000.
Oh, yeah.
The only what were they called? The people, the essential workers. The only essential workers will be government workers. Those were the only people. If you're using any product at all that could be turned into warfighting material, you'll be shut down. They'll be taking your shit. If you can't be immediately turned into a factory for them, they will take all of your materials. You will not be able to operate. This is for the war. We need your shit.
I would imagine them being like, well, none of you guys own this anymore. We're fucking taking this over. The government is buying you out. Every one of your workers has to stay on, or we'll get brand new ones.
Defense Production Act or whatever
There
it's
it is,
called.
yeah. Defense Production Act combined with eminent domain. It's fucking ours now. Either you do what we tell you to do and make these fucking... It wasn't like this during COVID necessarily, but you convert your factory into a mass factory or else.
There was talk of that.
Yeah.
There was talk of that.
Yeah, and a lot of businesses were like, "Hey, we can make masks. We can make masks. We'll do this for a little while. That's fine."
Our business converted, not completely, but we did. I mean, mostly. You know, there was probably a third of our building that was making those face shields and donating them to other places because if we would have had to lay off probably half the staff.
Yeah, and there was like clothing factories or some shit that like went to all of a sudden just making masks and shit.
Yes.
And, you know, they'd get the PPP loans and then just pay their people to do this thing where their business wasn't making any money.
Yes.
So it was a whole fucking deal.
Joseph says, Uyghurs are this generation's Jews. The world will have to stop a Chinese Hitler, and that is what will be written in the history books. That's pretty heavy. I don't agree. I think if that was the case, we would be in there by now. There's way too many videos and accounts of what is, I agree with you, essentially another Holocaust. It is definitely a genocide of the Uyghur Muslims in China. That, I mean, we know about it. We know about it. The government just refuses to acknowledge it. It isn't I mean, during World War II, we didn't know that was happening until we found them.
Yeah,
we came up on those camps.
Damn near war over at that point.
The people in Germany knew that was happening around those camps because they couldn't not know about it.
Yeah.
They denied it, obviously.
When the trains roll in and offload a bunch of people, you go, whoa.
Yeah, it's the same thing as when we see images of people being hemmed up with their head shaved, hands cuffed onto trains. There's no...
People being put on trains is a bad
That is
thing.
one thing and one thing only, and it's fucking genocide. So we knew then, the government, if we saw those pictures, the United States government knew about them the moment that they hit the fucking internet. So if we were going to do something to stop a second genocide, we would be doing it by now. But our reliance on China at this point, because we haven't had this conversion that Peter Zehan foresees to Mexico, is too heavy. That, again, was shown during COVID. There's too much shit.
How many Jews had to die before the government acknowledged it? I don't know, somewhere around 6 million.
We also
before it was
that's
over.
What I'm saying. We also didn't know about it. We didn't know. We know about it now. If we were going to stop it now, then we would have. The moment that people came up on those camps, they were opened up. I mean, half of them had already been abandoned by the Nazis. They left because they knew that the Allies were coming.
And it's also important to remember at that point, too, that I'm fairly sure that the vast majority of politicians in America during this time were incredibly anti-Semitic.
Word.
Like, people did not like the Jews here in America either.
We weren't killing them, but we weren't letting them into fucking school.
Exactly. I mean, it was a whole deal. So it's tough to really try to look at that situation with our values and perspective from today. It really is. So let's just have a little fun real quick, and let's pretend like we're going to go to war, World War III style.
Okay.
And then, like Joseph had said about the history books, like, what is the narrative that will be built to justify World War III in your mind? What is something that we could do? I'm going to say, like, we had to free the people of Taiwan because Taiwan got invaded. That, I think, would be something akin to, for one, that'd be a reason why we'd go to war.
Depending on the president, yes.
And then,
I don't think this president would deploy to save Taiwan. I don't think Joe Biden would deploy to save Taiwan.
He said it.
I think
he probably doesn't remember he said it.
I think if Donald Trump was in office, he would be like, send them the fuck in. Like, send the dogs in.
Send the dogs.
Yeah, send the fucking bulldogs in. Trump would be like, who's the nastiest guys that we have?
Yeah.
Like, that's what he would do.
Whiskey
Yeah. So,
yes, praises to G. You know what? We didn't talk about that, Deborah.
I think American deaths. That's
American
what
deaths
I think it is.
In Ukraine?
Yes. I think American deaths in Ukraine, like maybe even one or two.
Public.
Maybe even one or two, they would be like, that's fucked up, and they would just launch the missiles. But
not the deaths of U.S. soldiers that are probably happening now that they are successfully covering up, but the ones that they can't, the one that happens that they can't cover up, and then it makes it public and makes it on the internet, something like that, some kind of catalyst that.
Yeah, I would like to think that
Because America could do that now with the fucking special forces we have on the ground,
Right.
painting up targets for Ukraine.
Yeah, I would like to think that if there was an American family who lost their father or son or someone in Ukraine, that they would not be quiet about it. Like, I would like to think that they would tell someone immediately, even if the government was like, we will literally murder you if you tell anyone that this happened.
Yeah.
I would like to think that they would say, go fuck yourself. If you sent our boy to Ukraine and lied about it and he's dead now, everyone is going to know.
Yeah.
I
I
don't
would
know-
imagine that with the internet today
Yeah.
and the, I just watched that Shane Gill special again. It's like, it'd be a fucking Fox News mom.
Right.
I'd be like, nah, motherfucker.
precisely.
The Fox News mom is going to blow this shit up.
Precisely.
On TikTok.
So I think if there was an American soldier that was dead over there, we would know about it already.
Yeah. It'd be, when we're getting fucking social media posts of like drones dropping grenades in the foxholes and
Yeah.
shootouts in the
And
woods.
because the people that
have-
we have there now,
The censorship bureau is not that good.
yeah, and the people we have there now, there's no way you would be able to identify them as American soldiers.
Yeah, word.
There's no way. I
No.
mean, they're in complete plain clothes. They have beards. They have all. There's no
Mm-hmm.
way. They're probably they might even be wearing Ukrainian fucking BDUs without a Ukrainian flag.
Oh, I bet.
So
I bet they're rolling a Ukrainian flag. They're like just embedded.
yeah.
Just
Yeah.
to do the thing.
So you wouldn't be able to satellite them. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. So just because we're kind of on the international topic,
Yeah. Let's go for it.
So this is the kiss of the second gentleman and the first lady, which was
Right.
very interesting. But this is the clip Deborah's talking about here.
Okay.
This is Joe Biden freaking the fuck out about Xi Jinping, authoritarian, so on and so forth.
Autocracy has grown weaker, not stronger. Name me a world leader who changed places with Xi Jinping. Name me one. Name me one. America's rallying.
So he's pissed that nobody's changing places with Xi Jinping. But I think there is some kind of point there. I don't know what it is, but I think it's the fact that Xi Jinping has consolidated enough power that he is the sole leader of China.
Right.
And there will never be another one. It was a very confusing thing, and I don't know why he's yelling at people. But
I think there are plenty of world leaders that would trade places.
with Xi Jinping,
Yes.
there's plenty of them that would, 100%.
Yeah.
But that's
A
why I
lot of
think
African leaders,
Yeah.
that are scared of being fucking coup d'etat by their underlings.
Amen.
I mean,
and that's another aspect to think about the World War III model too. Is what happens when you off the leaders as soon as you can? What happens when you off Putin? What happens when you off Xi Jinping? Assuming you have the capability to do that,
yeah.
and they're not going to put up some kind of double. I mean, their entire systems are very fragile, really, and they rely on them solely. So it'd be that'd be it wouldn't be a new calculus because Hitler was essentially the same, Operation Valkyrie and whatnot, trying to take out him. But, and as soon as he fucking offed himself, mind you, the war was already lost at that point. But, can these places actually survive without their authoritarian leaders that are pushing them into war? I mean, I don't know how brainwashed the Chinese military is. And I would assume that China is a little bit more strong ideologically than Russia is.
Right. It probably depends
But-
on how actually nationalistic the people have become, Because if you're talking about somewhere like North Korea, where we're to understand that a lot of those people aren't actually down with the clown, but they like pretend to be because it's what's demanded of them.
Yeah.
Then I think maybe a nation like that, I mean, depending on who takes over, obviously there's a whole family thing going on there, but that's just an example of people who are supposedly not down with their government. But if China is as nationalistic again as we're so led to believe, then I mean there's I think probably justification that whoever takes over is so scared of the party and the government that they continue on with what they're doing because this is what is written. This is what we're supposed to do. So I'm just going to keep doing it. This is what Lord Xi had done, and how dare we question anything that the great Xi would do? So we're just going to keep doing what he did.
Bro, I could see like a real parallel North Korea like religious style model in there because I don't.
Certainly within the party.
Because I think within communist nations, there's religion is always something that is gone
Right.
at that point. So what's the major religion in China right now?
Buddhism, I think.
Something like
I think so.
because at that point, yeah, part of the nationalistic thing would be like, well, introduce a fucking new religion that preaches up the homeboy.
That's why they fucking weed out the Falun Gong and all that shit.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
So-
Can't be bringing Jesus in China.
Right.
Come on now.
Right.
Japan had a similar thing back samurai days. That was not good. That did not end so well for all them missionaries, bro. All right, so let's shift gears, yeah?
Yes.
You want to talk about Turkey?
Yeah. This one will be relatively quick. I mean, it's rough business. So
It's
yeah,
rough business.
What do we have
Check this
here?
out. This is an aerial video of some of the fault activity in Turkey. Just look at that fucking hole, man. It just split the
That
ground.
opened up during the earthquake.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a fault line, right? That we're
Yeah.
looking at. So the plates shifted and it opened up.
Look at that. Look at them dudes. Look at them dudes standing there on the corner. They're probably flying the drone.
Essentially 5 years old when it comes to how any of this stuff works. So that's that's where the earth opened up at, and it's the shaking of those things moving. That's what causes the earthquake. Right?
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the
'cause they are
craziest
moving.
things I've ever seen to try and conceive that you could have watched those things move, those pieces of the earth, like if you happened to be there at the time. Obviously, if you were standing there, you probably
dead.
would. I mean,
Yeah.
just from the shaking and the noise and the everything.
Yeah, because a lot of this, it's just this kind of stuff here. It's not like this moved that far away. It's
Right.
It shakes and it opens, and then all that stuff fails and falls in as
Yeah.
these plates move.
Like if you happen to be standing in that field at the time,
Yeah.
not obviously right there, but like further up into the field, do you
Yeah.
think you still would die just from like the shaking, or you
No.
probably would pass out?
It depends. I mean,
that
I've been in
is
some
incredible.
pretty severe earthquakes out here. Nothing like crazy,
Right.
but most of the time, I mean, you're not going to die from the shaking
From the
aspect of
shaking.
it. No, it's all the stuff that
You
comes down
tumble the
around
fuck
you.
down though, for sure.
Oh, you probably can't stand up.
Right.
I mean,
if you're outside, it's probably the safest place to be.
definitely is. Definitely is.
Hey,
Away
out
from
in the
tall
open,
shit.
yeah.
Yeah. Away from trees.
Those short trees,
all
might
that
not be
shit.
bad, but still, that's.
Yeah.
I mean, that's truly incredible.
That is
I've-
insane. And this is why when we talk about at least 20,000 people confirmed dead at this point, it's not really that surprising. And we're going to look at some more pictures of devastation as this
And it
goes
was,
along
I mean,
here.
it's spread across 2 countries, right? It's so
Yeah,
fucking
Turkey and
big,
Syria. This is the map of the fallout area. If I can find it, which fucking... I got a lot of Turkey
Carolina,
tabs
do they even
open.
have a religion there, though? Like I said, I'm pretty sure that's Buddhism. I'm pretty certain that Buddhism is the dominant religion in China because that's what's ordained by the CCP. Like, that's what's accepted.
Come on, internet, load. What's going on here? While we're waiting, let me see.
Probably have a state religion. I can look it up. Or you-
Chinese
yeah, there you go.
main religion. Chinese Buddhism
Boom.
and folk religions. Look at that. Okay, there's
Out
that
here.
one. There's that one. Where is my Turkey article? Yeah, that fantastic fucking... Here's a picture we'll pull up here. This is in another area. You could see just the shift of this road from the earthquake.
Damn.
Now, obviously not as severe as what we just saw, but this is...
Right.
I mean, that's a road width split. There's just that's how much
insane.
like the earth just moved that much over a massive, massive area. God, this is gonna bother me. This was cool. It had like a whole country map of. Yeah, and it's that fucking tab.
Hit it with the. You already, yeah.
Let me hit it with a stop refresh again. Killing me. It was so good too. It showed the fault line where it is. Let me just see if I can maybe
Copy
find
the link
it again.
into a different tab.
Ooh, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Copy. Paste and go. Hey, look at that. Imagine that. Boom.
Wow.
So there is Syria, there's Turkey. And so obviously earthquakes are not just where the fault line is. The fault line is right here along the blue and red right there. This is one tectonic plate. This is another tectonic plate. And there's different types of earthquakes as they happen. Some of them rub against each other in a horizontal manner. Some of them go up and down while they move. But these are massive, massive plates under the Earth's crust that are just shifting and moving. And when that happens, it's incredibly violent on top.
Right.
And so you have massive, I mean, you could see this is the entire area where earthquake activity was detected.
All
and
those dots.
it is just, all these dots. So, yeah, no wonder tens of thousands of people are dead at this point.
And the darker color is the more intense earthquake activity?
I believe so. I'm trying to figure out, there's like a blue and a red symbol. Oh, movement.
Okay.
So this is, minus 3 meters and plus 3 meters at this point. So places are moving more than 3 meters at a time, that's insane. That's a lot. When the earth just decides, I'm going to move fucking 15 feet.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And then what happens when it splits 15 feet like that? All that shit's getting filled
Right.
in, and there's a lot of shit that's going to go down like that. The earthquakes like that can turn rock into essentially liquid. It'll just fucking spill apart. Vibration is a weird deal. So it's pretty rough, man. This
The
is
only
some-
real earthquake I've been in is when I was in kindergarten. We had a real wild earthquake here.
Yeah, I remember. I was like almost a grown adult.
Yeah, that would have been like 99.
That's
or
the big one I'm
2000.
talking about. I remember
Yeah.
being at school in the cafeteria. I think it was in junior high.
Yeah.
And we all went outside, earthquake drill. People are like hiding under desks. I'm like, fuck this, I'm getting out the building, bro. So we went outside and we ran out into like the soccer field, and you could watch the earth just move like a fucking ocean,
Yeah.
dude. You'd see like the tree line. It was just
It's so
fucking
weird.
wild, man. But yeah, now we got some real issues going on with the leaders of Turkey and Syria at this
Yeah,
point.
well, I told you they're arresting people in Turkey now. The contractors who built the buildings.
Yes.
They've had these codes updated since 1999 when they had the last earthquake, and so these buildings, some of them feasibly, have been here for years and years and years.
Yeah.
And nothing has been done about it. But now that the earthquake has happened, all these people need to be arrested.
It's funny how that
Isn't
happens.
that
huh?
interesting?
Yeah, that's an interesting concept because I think all that does is just illustrate the corruption in the fucking Turkish government
Right.
at that point. Yeah, we made all these rules so it won't happen again, and then nobody proceeded to do it apparently.
But all these people that are to
Yeah.
blame.
I got to pee again. Is there something you could talk about, or should we shift? Should we bring up something?
Yeah, let's shift to let's talk about Cairo.
Okay,
let's
talk
that
about
next.
Cairo.
Yes.
You intro, I'll pee, and then I got some cool video or some Google Maps and stuff like that. We can look at New Cairo.
Deal. Okay, so in Egypt, they are building not a new capital, but I mean, what could turn? I guess it will essentially be a new capital. They're going to put a shitload of political buildings there. There's going to be business centers there. There's going to be some high-end living. There's going to be a big, sprawling green area larger than, Central Park. There's going to be a big waterway. And it is funded largely by foreign investment. So we will talk about kind of some of the things that are going on there. It is quite a distance away from their old capital of Cairo, and as Cairo begins to age and degrade and fall apart, instead of trying to make it better, rejuvenate it, rebuild it, they are moving on. The slums, the horrible parts of the city are getting worse as they just, like I said, essentially shift focus into an entirely new city.
It's a wild city.
Yeah, it's 45 kilometers east of Cairo, so 28 miles.
Let's bring that up on the old Google Maps machine, huh?
And it will be the size of Singapore when it's done.
Okay.
On a swath of desert equal to the size of Singapore, sorry.
Yeah, it's pretty massive.
Yeah.
So let's bring this up here. Here's Cairo.
Yep.
This is New Cairo City. Now we zoom in. So Cairo's obviously it's a massively packed place, right? And it's just people on top of people on top of people, all built with old world technology. Because what else are you going to do? You can't just wipe out a city and then rebuild it with modern tech.
Right. Where are the pyramids?
Where are the pyramids?
Let's see the pyramids.
Pyramids of Giza.
Next to
Pyramid
McDonald's,
Gardens.
right?
9 Pyramid Lounge. I don't think that's it. There's the tomb. There's
There
the
it
pyramid. There's the Kfir. There's the Great Pyramid of Giza. Literally outside the fucking city. It's right on the outskirts.
It's weird, man.
So you be living right over here. Oh, come on now. Don't do this to me. Oh, bitch. I want to see the pyramids. So
There's the Sphinx.
there's the city. There's the Sphinx. There's the pyramids.
That's weird.
I mean, it's right there, and then your city is right fucking there.
That's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people that say how strange it is to be looking at these ancient structures, and then all of a sudden there's this fucking city right there. It's kind of a weird deal. So yeah, that's where they are on the west side of Cairo, and the new Cairo city, well into development, right? So here's more or less the area of the newer city. As you zoom in, you could tell it's modern street planning.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of greenery going on. You know, big circles. I mean, obviously there's your big traffic pattern area like that coming in and out of old Cairo into new Cairo. And then just on the outskirts here, you have these mega complexes for the Ministry of Defense.
For businesses also, there's big business complexes in there.
I mean, it's everywhere. I mean, it's so massive. When you look at this, is all kind of shaded out. It's kind of hard to see, but as you zoom in, I mean, it's just communities on top of communities on top of communities, and all funded by China.
Yeah, a ton of it's funded by China.
Tens of billions of dollars.
They've started. Some of the investing has started to fall away from China in like the second, third, and fourth phases, and so they've started to. They literally are just paying their own military
to build
Egypt. Yeah, they're paying their own military.
Damn.
Because the military has a bunch of access to the materials already.
That makes sense.
So they're just this is an op-ed, but it's corroborated by other things that I have read. So I'll send this to you, and we can read some of it.
Like, this is a Net Geo article I pulled up about it.
Yeah.
You know, as they're building it, you could tell like the same kind of building architecture as you'd see in like Dubai.
Yes, and that's a ton of it is from Saudi investment, is from Chinese investment. Like, there's a lot of that going on.
Let's see here.
Yeah, so this one is from
Al Jazeera.
Yeah, it's from Al Jazeera, and then a little bit down underneath some of these pictures.
Oh yeah, that's the Defense Ministry right there. Look at that.
One of the.
That is such a huge piece of land.
Yeah.
Like this is a miles long circle that goes around. These buildings are basically the size of the fucking Pentagon, each one of them. Those are massive, massive buildings.
All different ministry buildings.
Good Lord.
Right
Army
there.
paid.
Yep. The new administrative capital is expected to cost about $40 billion. 51% of the administrative capital for urban development. The company which oversees the project is owned by the Egyptian military, and the remaining 49% of the Ministry of Housing.
That's funny.
The whole project is owned by the government.
Yeah.
It's
just how they do things there.
So the foreign investment is just buying the shit from their own government. It's just straight into it.
Self-infused.
Yes. The military's enormous role in funding the project is further proof of the conflation of the civil and the military in a country ruled by a former army general. Current President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi came to power on the back of a coup that removed Mohamed Morsi, Egypt's first democratically elected president. And the military is not only paying for the project, it will also reap enormous financial benefits from this ambitious endeavor. The ACUD, in which the military has the majority stake, is in charge of selling housing units in the new capital. Moreover, the company is also responsible for selling or operating the buildings in Cairo that will be vacated after agencies, ministries, and embassies move to their new locations. Some of these buildings are in the very heart of Cairo, overlooking Tahrir Square, and have significant value. This means the military will see huge financial returns once the new capital is completed. Moreover, these gains will not be inspected by a civilian authority, as the government has little oversight over the military's finances. Yes.
This is creating a new oligarchic state similar to Russia.
Because they're also just turning their back on Cairo as they build this new city.
Yes.
They're not investing in it at all.
No.
And they're pulling all of the business away from it. All of the businesses that mean anything are going to go away from there.
Yep.
Some of the best small businesses will also go because the rich people like those restaurants, they like those boutiques, they like those whatever.
It's going to become a slum.
Yes. All of the big businesses will leave. It will be probably fucking crime-ridden, even worse than it is now. It will be, like you said, old world structures that are being allowed to become dilapidated and degrade over time because Cairo, because the government no longer gives a shit.
Yep.
They will also be removed from the people that have proven in the past that they have an ability to overthrow their own government. Like that's happened before because they're able to to bring themselves together outside of the government buildings. When the entire government moves 28 miles away into a different facility, what are they going to do?
And who is going to benefit the most out of this? All of CC's best homies in the military.
Yep.
And then when they get out of the military, they're going to be the ones that control all the industry in New Cairo. This is the creation of a new fucking oligarchy in Egypt, which might work out better for New Egypt than Old Egypt. I mean, let's be real here. I mean, an oligarchy is relatively stable. If, the powers that be are fat and happy, they tend to do okay for themselves for long periods of time. It might become a very stabilized region of the world for the first time in history.
But it'll become extremely unequal in regards to
we don't really worry about that, obviously. I mean, most of the people in Russia are they live in a poverty level we can't even imagine.
Right.
But at least it doesn't snow there all the time. They just have debilitating heat in the fucking desert where you can't grow food.
To it. Yeah, they seem to be used to it.
Yeah. Man, that is so wild. It's just when you the main meat and potatoes of this story, right, is that not only are they just building a brand new city, but they're consolidating all the money and power in the entire country while they build this thing through their own government's military,
right,
who just ousted the government and put in their own president.
Yes.
I mean, this is, how do you not call that like a military dictatorship? Mind you, there's going to be checks on his power once all these people get paid and retire from the military, because they're all going to be the ones that just sit there and collect this money as the government, as the military makes money off this thing. It's all going to go in their pockets.
They'll be able to try and jockey for power after that.
Yeah. And ideally, everybody will get rich. They'll all do it together, and then there'll be a small handful of people that control all of Egypt. And it won't be in a theocratic manner. It'll be in a crony capitalistic manner.
Right.
Just like Russia. That's interesting. That's the main interesting part of the story to me. It's not just the fact that it's being built, which is a fucking crazy-ass marvel, but this is a brand new governmental system that's about to take place.
Yeah, and on top of that, like we were talking about earlier, building megastructures, new cities that are beautiful, that attract people. This is going to attract tourism. It's going to attract more foreign investment in businesses. People, instead of wanting to have, a branch of their business in Cairo, it will be in the new Cairo city. It will be in a more beautiful, more established, better part of the country.
And they'll have super rich tourist attractions, just like Dubai did, and all this stuff, and there'll be tons of money over there, and the next thing you know, they'll be hosting some fucking crazy ass UFC fights, and doing some big ticketed, only billionaires come type of events.
I'm sure there's plenty of golf courses in New Cairo City.
Oh yeah, and if they're not there yet, they will be. Once they want the tourists to come in, the golf courses will be the first thing.
Don't take
Trump
long
will
to build
probably
a golf
have
course.
Trump will probably have a golf course out there.
Mar-a-Lago, New Cairo City.
Yo, let's go. He needs a place this summer while the hurricanes are tearing through fucking Florida. He don't want to be there.
It's no good.
It's no good at all, man. I mean, I'm into it. Let's see what happens. The world is an ever more exciting place. Hi. Let's, you want to do Japan?
Yeah, talk to me about Japan.
Okay. So we've got some really interesting stuff here. This was another user request topic, obviously. Japan's going to be removing and releasing the wastewater from the Fukushima meltdown. And what I did here is I pulled up two articles, one from 2021 and then one from just the other day, right?
They've been talking about this for a while, right?
Yeah. So back in 21, Japan has approved a plan to release more than 1 million tons of contaminated water from the destroyed Fukushima nuclear plant into the sea. The water will be treated and diluted so radiation levels are below those set for drinking water. Question mark. Why is my drinking water radioactive at all?
Why is there any level of radiation acceptable?
Let's ask that
drinking
question.
Water? Yeah.
But the local fishing industry has strongly opposed that move, as have China and South Korea. Tokyo says the work to release the used to cool the nuclear fuel will begin in about 2 years.
This is 2021. It's 2023 now.
Sorry.
So 2 years have gone by.
Yep, 2 years have gone by. Little post-nasal drip. My bad. So, but now, this is now it's about to go down. This is from January 13th. Japan says it will release more than 1 million
Those
tons
weird
of water.
rocks they made.
Though, oh yeah, those are all that's man-made riprap.
Right. Riprap?
Yeah, riprap. It's just they're a bunch of boulders or concrete structures like that placed along the shoreline to help wave break against them so they don't crash along the shore.
Riprap.
It can help the deterioration of the shoreline.
Yeah.
As that goes along.
I've never heard that term before.
Riprap. It's an industry term.
Yeah.
My bad.
It's an industry term.
It's an industry term.
Yeah.
Those of us that build and rebuild the world, we understand what that's talking about.
Joseph says, wasn't it already leaking into the ocean?
I believe some
During
of it was.
storms and stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, it's fucking right there on the water. I
Right.
mean,
Because
it's in the thumbnail for the picture. I mean, it's right there.
They had it stored just in these like barrels, like big
Yes.
swimming pool type deals.
Giant.
And so when there's storms, yeah,
there
it
pictures
just
of 'em?
some of them break open. Like that was happening.
Yes, 100%. But anyways, the plan is we've hit the go button at this point, right? After treatment levels of most radioactive particles meet the national standard, the operator said,
I mean,
they're going to be releasing it into the water.
That was a great pour.
That was fantastic. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Is it the Mr. Mustachio, Mr.
Yes.
Pistachio, whatever it's called?
Yeah.
The International Atomic Energy Agency
The
says
IAEA.
Indeed, the IAEA says the proposal is safe, but neighboring countries have voiced concern. The 2011 Fukushima disaster was the worst nuclear accident since Chernobyl, which I recommend everybody watch on HBO. It's fantastic.
It's fire.
It's so fucking good. I cannot believe I waited so long to watch it. Decommissioning has already started, but can take 4 decades. So we're talking about a 40-year release at this point. This is going to take a very long
40
time.
years.
Yes. I think the water alone is supposed to take 10 years.
Those levels are definitely going to build up.
Well, yeah, definitely.
They are gonna store in something, and they're gonna build up. If they tell pregnant ladies not to eat sushi and fish because of the mercury, do we not think that they will gobble up all the radiation? Come the fuck on.
But it's no less radioactive than your drinking water, Donovan.
That's right.
If I don't get superpowers from this shit, I'm gonna be really upset.
Telling you, they're trying to make mutants.
Yeah.
They asked Elon Musk, what can we do to enhance the Neuralink? And he was like, if you guys could irradiate some of the water, that
would
probably
be good.
That would give me a boost.
That'll help power everybody's fucking their power cells as we become more and more cyborgs in the future. We expect the timing of the release would be something during the spring or summer, said Chief Cabinet Secretary Haruka. Oh my God.
Do it.
Okay. Hirokazu Matsuno.
There you go.
Hirokazu Matsuno on Friday, adding the government will wait for the comprehensive report from the IAEA before the report. Every day, the plant produces 100 cubic meters of contaminated water, which is a mixture of groundwater, seawater, and water used to keep the reactors cool.
That's a lot of water.
It's a lot of water, buddy. It is then filtered and stored in tanks. More than 1.3 million cubic meters on-site space is running out.
1.3 million.
Yeah, space is running out. We're already up to 1.3 million, bro. We can only do this so long. We're
It's
about
just
to
an
run
island,
out.
man.
it's a small island too.
Yeah.
This ain't the size of China.
I
okay?
love what you said the other day. So it's a small island nation. How long can they store water there?
Yeah, you're gonna run out. Okay, the water is filtered for most radioactive isotopes, but the level of tritium is above the national standard. Operator TEPCO said.
So they're lying ass bitches, is what you're saying.
Experts say tritium is very difficult to remove from water and is only harmful to humans in large doses. However, neighboring countries and local fishermen opposed the proposal, which was approved by the Japanese government in 2001, which is why I brought that first article up. The Pacific Islands Forum has criticized Japan for the lack of transparency. Pacific peoples are coastal peoples, and the ocean continues to be an integral part of our subsistence living, former Secretary General Henry Puna told news website Stuff. That's not a news website, Stuff. Japan is breaking the commitment that their leaders have arrived at when we held our high-level summit in 2021. It sounds like you guys held the summit and then they approved it at the same time.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Northeastern Japan was rocked by a magnitude 9.0 earthquake on 11 March, triggered the giant tsunami. Yep. That's how it all happened. More than 150,000 people to evacuate from the area. The zone remains in place. Yeah, the whole quarantine zone is still there. Like, it's all quarantined.
Really?
Oh, yeah, you can't even go in there. Let me see if I can pull up some pictures of it. It's pretty fucking wild. You want some Last of Us videos, bro?
Yeah.
That's how you go there. Fukushima QZ quarantine zone. Like in the movie Godzilla, they went into the Fukushima quarantine zone.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, they went in for a minute. So you got, stuff like this. Nature returns.
Yeah.
It's just everything gets totally overgrown real quick. The
no
cars on the
shit.
highways. Yeah, they fucking evacuated everybody real quick. It's a whole deal.
Because there was a proper meltdown there, yeah?
There was a proper meltdown. Yes, there was a proper meltdown. Only a few people actually died. And
because of radiation?
It was like firefighters and stuff like that got hurt by like falling debris and stuff like that from when the building got hurt. But nobody died from like radiation poisoning.
And we learned enough to not handle the concrete that comes off the building?
I mean, if they watched the Chernobyl, then probably. But yeah, no,
Oh,
I mean,
Jesus Christ,
if there's
you scared
anybody
me.
who's real good, I think Wifey must be home.
Yeah.
There's-
Scared the hell out of me, that little dog.
If there's any culture out there that's got a really solid lock on what to do and not to do with nuclear energy, it's the Japanese.
Yeah.
Like in this was an older nuclear facility built right on the fucking ocean, and it was not
Why would you do that?
because you need access to cooling water.
And they're like,
To
"It's
cool the
perfect."
rods and shit like that. And yeah, the ocean seems like a real good place to do it. In New York City, there's one probably 10 miles north of New York City. It's called Indian Island, I believe. And it's right on the Hudson River. It is. I used to pass it all the fucking time going up and down that river. And you drive right by it. It looks like a nondescript building. Doesn't have a giant-ass cooling tower or any of that shit.
Oh, really?
Nope, none of that. Most of them don't necessarily have those.
And that's what that is a cooling tower?
Yeah,
Those-
they
the
release all the
cone-shaped thing?
steam that comes off
Okay.
of the water is brought through an area in a tube, and it helps cool the rods like that.
Yeah.
Instantly turns the steam, and then they blow it off like
Right.
that. It just helps, thermodynamics or some shit. I'm not totally sure, but yeah,
That's got to be wild to see the steam coming out of the top of one of those facilities.
I've seen some. Yeah, driving. Where the fuck
There's some,
was I
if you go to
driving?
Eastern Washington, then
Yeah.
you drive past some.
Yep, and you could see them. I feel like the one I saw was like on the coast somewhere, going like maybe in Oregon or driving down that way, and it was fucking going off. It's wild. Kind of freaks you out if you don't know what you're looking at. 'Cause you're like, that doesn't seem cool, man.
That's fucked up.
I recognize that tower thing, and
It's
it's
fucked up.
The Simpsons told me it's not good.
Yeah. Someone's walking out of there with an isotope stuck to the back of the pants.
Isotope Man,
Yeah.
or whatever they call him, that fucking superhero. So yeah, that's going to be happening. They're going to be releasing the water. Cheers. And it's going to take, I think they said 10 years for the water to be fully out there, but
It's going to fuck up the fish.
I mean, we'll see.
It's going to fuck up the fish, I'm telling you now.
I mean, they said they're not going to do anything without the final report from the fucking International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA. Hi, baby.
They're going to fuck up the fish.
They're going to fuck up the fish. Next thing you know,
They're going to turn the frogs gay.
you're going to get your sushi and it's going to be flapping while you're eating it.
They're turning the frogs gay, dude. That's not good. Shouldn't be doing that.
Should not be doing that.
You shouldn't be doing that.
Yep.
That's not cool.
That's not cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's that. That's the thing that's happening. So try and stop them, I guess.
Yes.
Way to go, boys. Oh, let's see. Anything else you want to hit in this
I think
segment?
the last thing I had on here was global ransomware attacks.
Oh yeah.
Excuse me.
What do you know about global ransomware attacks?
Yeah,
I got very
so-
confused about this story as I looked into it.
Oh yeah, okay. So I found a couple of different things, right? There's like the stuff that we have kind of covered before, which is we had the local hospitals, like St. Michael's, and then there was the whole network of hospitals that had been hit by ransomware. So that's kind of what I thought he was talking about. But then I found these other articles from Reuters that was talking about a bunch of individuals, like a gang of individuals and I'll send you this article.
Send it.
It's super short. It's from February 6th.
Full
so
send.
it's just from the other day, and it says no evidence global ransomware hack was by state entity. Italy says
Yeah,
because
I saw that article, and then I forgot Reuters asked me to subscribe nowadays, and I go, I have a fundamental problem with you asking me to do that. And I was like, well, I'll find other articles.
Oh, this one's really short. They didn't ask me to subscribe.
Well, aren't you just fucking fancy pants over there? Look at that. I like how it opens now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Global ransomware activity that targeted thousands of computer servers in Italy and other countries was probably the handiwork of criminal hackers and not a state or state-like entity, the Italian government said on Monday.
That's what they want you to think.
Italy's national cybersecurity agency, the ACN, said on Sunday that hackers had targeted thousands of computer servers around the world running on VMware ESXi software. No evidence has emerged pointing to aggression by a state or hostile state-like entity, an Italian government statement said, adding that no major Italian institution or company operating in critical national security sectors had been affected.
How much do we trust the Italians' Internet Security Bureau?
The hack was identified on February 3rd and reached its peak on Sunday, said the statement, which added that the hackers were taking advantage of a software exploit first identified 2 years earlier in February 2021. Some of the recipients of that advice took the warning into due consideration, and others did not, and unfortunately are now paying the consequences, the statement said. VMware's ESXi is kind of a hypervisor software which runs virtual computers. Those virtual systems are sold by some internet hosting companies as low-cost alternatives to real running physical servers.
So this is a big time, like it's a server attack essentially at this point. You're taking down massive server capacity, which is going to destroy your ability to access the internet in various areas.
But it sounds like they're rented out by individuals or like small companies, you know?
Oh, yeah,
A VMware spokesperson said it released an update in 2021 which fixed the issue and urged its customers to patch their systems. The attack has hit thousands of servers globally, according to data compiled by U.S.-based cybersecurity firm Census, with the majority of affected servers in France, followed by the United States and Germany. It's somewhat effective, but it has had a mixed impact. A number of organizations have recovered their virtual machines without having to restore from a backup, said Daniel Card, a cybersecurity consultant based in Britain. It appears to be targeting victims mainly in Western countries, but does not look highly sophisticated, Card added. So that's the other one that I found, other than, like I said, the type of stuff that we're talking about.
Yeah,
that
with the hospitals.
Big companies, and hospitals in particular being hit with with the ransomware. And St. Michael's, I guess, the most recent article that I could find was from December, but then they were saying that they can neither confirm nor deny whether or not personal information was accessed. During,
you know what?
You know,
I'm sure they couldn't confirm or deny it because they didn't have access to their
because they
system.
can't get into their own systems. So it almost definitely medical information was accessed by whoever hit the ransomware onto their servers.
For sure. Well, that had a 2-year warning, so liable for damages possibly. I mean, the government can only print so much money, Joseph, and you're not getting any of it. That's when I started to look at this thing. It was like I just kept coming across the VMware stories.
Yeah,
right. Which makes sense because if you're going to strike at anybody, the most direct route is through their server base, especially the virtual machine server base, because it's a more low cost opportunity to have servers for a company, so you don't have to stack those things in your building to have to hire somebody to maintain them and to know what the fuck they're doing with them.
It's a cloud server type of deal?
I would imagine. Yeah, that's like a virtual machine. Is you go onto a place, and we did it. We had hard servers at my old company, but we also had a virtual server as well, and that was one of those things. It was pennies on the dollar as it was compared to the guy we had to hire to maintain our own servers.
Interesting.
And maintain that hardware in the building. And that's for like a fucking small engineering firm, you know? Like big files because of big projects. What do you do
on the server?
Not an IT guy, but he was doing a lot of maintenance and shit.
He was doing stuff.
You know, we got a guy, and I don't know exactly what they do, but you know, when you think about like your home PC and shit, you know, if you don't restart it regularly, you know, fucking RAM gets stacked up, things change, do this, that, and the other thing. The server is basically just another computer, right? It's running the same thing. It's just storing all this stuff,
running shit,
and accessing, you know, allowing things to access data and information. So I'd imagine there's just there's ones and zeros that need cleaning up every time. I don't fucking know, man.
It's so weird.
Yeah, we pay people smarter than us to do that shit for
Yeah.
us because I don't understand
That's
how
an
that shit
office
works.
space type of dude. Be like, dude, what exactly would you say it is that you do here? Like, what is it that you do?
I maintain the staplers.
Yeah, just don't take his stapler. So he seems like that type of guy.
Set the building on fire.
He used to be a cop. You know that?
No.
Our server guy?
No.
Yeah, he used to be a cop.
He was very advantageous when it came to the theft of my vehicle. He was Johnny on the spot.
Yeah.
He was a good dude.
He don't fuck around. He's real about rules and shit. Yeah, he's into that.
Yeah.
He gets a real hard on for the law.
Yeah.
Real hard on for the law, that guy.
There's a blue stripe flag somewhere on his property, I'm sure.
Yeah. He be liking guns, though. He asked me when I started putting stickers on my truck. It's like, what's
what are you
what's up
doing?
with the stickers? So I just be fucking around, it's no big deal.
It's not even a thing, bro.
Yeah.
Hey. So yeah, wonderful. The malware or the VMware server attacks are a thing.
There was also this one last thing that I would say. There are
Yes.
rumors that I've heard that when the FAA shit happened a few weeks ago, that was ransomware is what I heard. Dan was talking about that, and then I read that somewhere else too. Yeah, and because it's such a immense system, they just paid the people off, and they
I can only imagine.
So there was, some theories. Dan was talking about like the Bitcoin one and stuff like that. It's been dropping ever since then. So.
Yeah,
I don't know how much that matters, but so there's some theories, and I wouldn't be surprised. There's some wild shit going on with computers nowadays. Computers are wild. Computers are wild. Computers are crazy. But yeah, there's a lot of shit going on. So
shit.
Yeah.
Well, that's fun. That's fun.
Well, that's fun.
Yeah, everything's. It seems like a good idea. We should be putting these fucking brain chips in our head. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just somebody could ransomware right into your fucking brain. Do you want to come back, or do you not want to come back? Do you want your spouse to come back? We just hacked her, and now she's in a coma until we bring her out of it. Pay us in Bitcoin. Yeah, I don't like none of that.
No, you shouldn't be doing that.
You shouldn't be doing that. Don't be putting a brain chip in your head. I don't care if you want to play fucking Pong without a controller. Don't do it.
I don't like it.
Oh, fantastic. I think that pretty much covers the international ones we have.
Yeah, as far as part 3, I think that we are good to go.
Nice.
So with that, I think that we'll take our final break for part 3. We'll be back in just a few minutes for part 4, the grab bag, because we have all kinds of stuff going on there.
Lots of stuff.
And so I want to thank and remind you guys to like, subscribe, share this with everybody, of course. Tell your friends about it. You can find all of our stuff, our Instagram, our Patreon, and our YouTube, all at Salt of the Streets. You can find all of that and more at saltofthestreets.com, including our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is a Big Bird Offie on both of those things.
Get better at the pointing game.
That's right. With that, we'll be back in just a few minutes for part 4. Thank you, guys. Stick around.
Bye.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going going on in this nation. We need some information, and that's why SALT need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the Streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the Streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why SALT need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the Streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the Streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why SALT need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the Streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the Streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why SALT need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the Streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the Streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the Salt of the Streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why SALT need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them.
But who are they, though?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for joining us for part 4, Salt of the Streets, episode 142. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
We are
and I
happy
had to do that to you.
We are happy to have you guys here again for part 4. You can find all of our information, our Patreon, our Instagram, our YouTube, all at Salt of the Streets. And you can find all of that on our website at saltofthestreets.com, including our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is a Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Our sponsor for this segment is Leggings and Aprons on Instagram. Boom. JP Bakery. That's the official name of the company. She's got all kinds of things going on. The Valentine hearts are going out this week. She's got big orders. It's good. It's a whole deal. So look at that. Look at the people underneath the suggested for you. That very first one. That's the one that I was telling you about on the right side of the page. That's the one I was telling you about.
Oh, nice.
Made one specifically for the video game.
Oh, shit.
That's what that is.
I may or may not have seen something come up when I was going through some Instagram reels last night. I was like, oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Playing some Hogwarts.
Isn't that hilarious?
Yeah, the Hogwarts is a big deal right now. It's a big deal right now. It's a cultural touchstone, if you will.
This beer smells great.
This is the Mr. Mustachio?
Yeah, it
is
smells
a fantastic
great.
It's the Spruce Tip IPA. Kind of got a slight gin thing going on.
It is a little sour. Yeah. But it has good sweet notes to the smell.
I'm a huge fan of this beer. It's real fucking good. Here, I thought you were talking about the F-22 Raptors flying in fucking Alaska.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, from the Northern Provisions.
That's nice.
Yeah, this is from, shot down the object in the Yukon Territory. Look at that there. Oh, I fucking hate it.
So we got the grab bag. We got all kinds of stuff going on here. One of the ones that we're going to knock out first Someone asked us to talk about ethnic cleansing. When I asked for more information, they said in regards to like war specifically and erasing people's histories. So still like a relatively generic topic. So I think we'll just talk about it for a few minutes. Because we were asked about it, and this is what we're doing here today. So the way that I took it, right, the way that I interpreted this question is essentially like history is written by the victors, right? And so when people win certain conflicts, when they do this type of stuff, when they're trying to solidify control somewhere, it's not uncommon, and it has benefited people in the past for a conquering force to erase the culture of a given people and write history in a manner that is more favorable to them.
Check.
We've seen through other ideologies, we've seen ethnic cleansing to be used as a tool to like unify populations, right? The Jews in World War II, they're blaming people for their problems. The Uyghurs in China, all the different like we've talked about these
A lot of
things
different
today.
tribes in like sub-Saharan Africa and stuff like that.
Nationalism is also
there was a
Hutus and the Tutsis.
Yes, was that Hotel Rwanda? Yeah.
Yes, nationalism is often used as a vehicle to accomplish ethnic cleansing. For even that can go all the way back to like westward expansion. You know, we're talking about the shit that we did to the natives, like all kinds of stuff that's used to subjugate people. So it's horrible to see. And you were talking about like ISIS in the Middle East just destroying different historical monuments and stuff like that because they are
cultural heritage sites and things like that.
They don't recognize these as legitimate.
No, and they don't want any. They don't want any reminders of the past at this point. They don't want anything that would be considered like anti-Islamic at that point. So like any kind of Western civilization, ancient artifact, even going back, some of the. I mean, this is over. The Palmyra, tons and tons and tons and tons of things. I mean, this was something that was considered in World War II even, that there was a general concept at the beginning of War II not blatantly destroy historical Western culture heritage sites.
Right.
And both sides in that conflict generally had some kind of concept that they both wanted those things to be around, which later on just kind of became something that was an afterthought of like, well, we would have liked to try that, but ultimately, especially in like Italy and a lot of that stuff got completely destroyed during war. Stolen, just like artifacts and paintings and shit like that, most of which we don't know where they're at today.
Right.
But yeah, it's definitely something that's happened throughout the course of history. The Viking attacks along like in the British Isles and things like that. I mean, so much Christian, Catholic artifacts and art were stolen from them. Books, all sorts of things. They didn't really even know what it was, but if it's shiny, I'm taking it. Or you're just desecrating things because that's an affront against the gods, and so you burn it all to the ground and it goes away. Stuff that would be priceless artifacts to Western civilization today, gone.
Right.
And it's a tale as old as time. Any kind of the Soviets were great at that. They destroyed tons of artifacts like that.
Or exported. We had that statue. I think that it's still there. I know there was a while they were talking about taking it down, but the Lenin statue in Seattle,
baby.
It's still there.
Oh,
yeah.
Fremont going to Fremont.
I know for a while they were talking about taking it down. Yeah, they've done it several times, but maybe during COVID they were talking about taking it down.
It comes
again,
and goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Fremont Lenin statue because it was like owned by a private guy at one point. We talked about, I think, at one point.
Yes, because it used to be on top of a church in like a super small town, and there was a guy who was from that town that came here to see the Lenin statue because he was like, "Oh, this used to be on top of the church in my fucking hometown." Yeah, and then someone bought it and put it there, like they realized like an art piece or something. And ever since then, it's been extremely controversial. That they're like, "Why would you have this here? Why would you fuck?"
Actually, Google Maps
like,
will be our friend.
Who fucking cares at this point? Who fucking cares?
It's
like
it's not like when you go into Russia and you see the statues of Lenin and Stalin, which are still like exalted monuments in Russia today. This is more of like
it's a piece of street art at this point. It's in downtown fucking Seattle, so it's in Fremont. It's just
we're gonna go visit it on the old Google Earth here.
Yeah, it's just a thing that's there.
That's him. There. Oh, they blur out his face.
That's really funny.
That is interesting. That's probably just the AI of Google Maps doing.
So people like And period, you can see his hand is red. Like people will do that pretty consistently. They'll paint different parts of him. Like that happens all the time. So they'll have to come by and clean it up. And
it's kind of the polar opposite of a historical cleansing, if you will, during wartime.
Yeah. Yeah. So that used to be on a statue somewhere in like very remote Russia. And
now it's over here in Fremont.
Yep. It's been since reclaimed and is now in Seattle.
It's a wild town, that Fremont. They make really good beer, though. Fremont Brewing Company.
That is true.
That's not Manny's. That's Georgetown. Manny's is Georgetown. But yeah, it's a really weird, artsy, eclectic neighborhood. It fits for the neighborhood. We'll put it that way. That's the same neighborhood that does the naked bike race or whatever every year.
Right.
You don't need to be in town during that day.
If you've ever been to Seattle,
you will see things that you cannot unsee.
Yeah,
it's a whole deal. So yeah, it's an interesting concept.
It's not good, obviously.
No.
Ethnic cleansing. I'm not pro ethnic cleansing. I'm anti ethnic cleansing.
Me too.
Yeah,
I'm very anti ethnic cleansing. I happen to be a fan of most of ethnicities that tend to be cleansed. So I'm right there for it. I want them to shine. Maybe they should all deserve their own state. Sorry about that.
That was terrible. How dare you?
How dare I? And unfortunately, it's not going to change. We'll put it that way. It's been human history for a very long time.
Like I said, historically, it's benefited conquering nations to do that to other people. So, but it's rough business.
It's rough business. It sucks, especially in the Middle East. There's so much like cradle of ancient civilization, monuments and historical places there. There's that whole thing. You ever seen Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade?
Yep.
Where the final temple they go into, it's like the one carved into the side of this fucking mountain in this canyon and shit.
Yep.
That's all fucked up now.
Really?
Oh, yeah. They defaced the shit out of the front of it. It's all carved and it's all blown up and shit in the front. That shit's really sad. So, thank goodness Atlantis is underwater. Or wait, no, it's not. I forget it's in Africa now.
Oh, okay.
I forgot. Atlantis is in Africa.
Thank God for that, right?
That's the one like kind of conspiratorial tilt that I hang out in, is that whole Randall Carlson world of ancient apocalypse and this, that, and the other thing, these ancient civilizations. I 100,000% believe Atlantis was a real place. And I think there's a relatively good idea of where it actually was today. And part of the reason it doesn't exist anymore was because it got taken out in essentially that Younger Dryas period of the impact around the world and the massive flooding, and then that changed all of the climate dynamics around the world and ultimately left Atlantis in the middle of the desert, essentially. And it's kind of one of those things, I don't know if we talked about on the podcast, but it's like if you go to the eastern Washington, western Montana, or Idaho, western Idaho, eastern Washington area, I mean, it looks like there was a glacier that just melted instantly and then just washed south. And it looks like it just carved out the fucking land at this point. I mean, you could look at the topography and you go, that's fucking weird.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of evidence that it could be that. And then what we're talking about in the Atlantis case is over in Africa, something very, very similar, where you could see this washout. And then there's this area of concentric circles that definitely do not look like they're natural, that people are pointing to now as the possible previous existent place of Atlantis. Which, when you look at ancient civilizations at that time, that was a hub of population and trading centers, and there could have been water and blah, 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 and, all that good shit. But that's where I'm at. I could do those conspiracies all day. Oh, man, I could feel it coming on as, like, the mucus drips down my throat, and then it scratches just enough. I'm like, I can get one more sentence out.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a tweet that I just found from the Open Source Intelligence Monitor, currently focusing on Eastern Europe and the ongoing crisis in Ukraine. It's the OSINT Defender. It's a verified account. And they said that F-15s have reportedly been scrambled out of McCord Field near Seattle moments ago.
Oh,
There was
boy.
another article that I saw from Fox News that said that before...
Kevin, I can't even begin to explain to you.
Jesus Christ.
3 hours, buddy.
We talked about Peter Zehan. I don't know if you were here for that, but...
Yeah, we did talk about Peter Zehan. Zuhan.
We shot down the Canada one today, right? or the Canada balloon got shot down today.
I don't know if the Canada balloon got shot down. Did it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's that's the one we were looking at
the
earlier.
day
Yeah.
before the Canada one, they detected a third flying object over Alaska.
Is that the one they blew up?
I'm not
off of
sure. Let's
Alaska?
open them. It's a Fox News article. Let's see.
Send it.
here.
Full send, baby. Who originally said the full send thing?
I don't know, the Nelk Boys, maybe, or
The Nelk Boys? I don't know if I want to be associated with. I don't know much about the Nelk Boys.
me either. I watched them do an interview with Ben Shapiro that was pretty good, but that's the only thing I've ever seen from the Nelk Boys.
Yeah.
It says the Pentagon issued a statement Saturday, so today, revealing details about how an unidentified object was shot down by the U.S. military over Canada on Saturday.
Ooh.
Pentagon Press Secretary Brigadier General Pat Ryder, that same piece of shit, said in a statement that President Biden authorized NORAD to work with the Canadian government to shoot down a high-altitude airborne object on Saturday after a call with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
Why can't Canada shoot down their own fucking balloon?
Because you don't
Because
have
they're
the right.
Canada?
You don't have the right to defend yourself with an F-22.
Oh,
in Canada.
shit. I'm sorry. My bad, Trudeau. My bad.
According to the Pentagon, NORAD detected the object over Alaska late Friday evening and monitored the object over U.S. airspace with the assistance of the Alaska Air National Guard and was, quote, tracking it closely and taking time to characterize the nature of the object. Monitoring continued today as the object crossed into Canadian airspace with Canadian CF-18 and CP-140 aircraft joining the formation to further assess the object. A U.S. F-22 Raptor was used to shoot down the object in Canadian airspace using an AIM-9X missile, according to a statement. As Canadian authorities conduct recovery operations to help our countries learn more about the object, the Federal Bureau of Investigation will be working closely with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
The Mounties.
Yep. The White House released a readout of the call between Biden and Trudeau shortly after the Pentagon statement that said the president has been continually briefed by his national security team since the object was detected. Out of an abundance of caution and the recommendation of their militaries, President Biden and Prime Minister Trudeau authorized it to be taken down. President Biden authorized U.S. fighter aircraft assigned to NORAD to conduct the operation, and the U.S. F-22 shot down the object in Canadian territory in close coordination with Canadian authorities. So it sounds like they're saying the one that they shot down over Canada also went over Alaska.
Yeah.
So it's not a separate object. It's that they detected it as a third one.
I think this goes more to my the point I made earlier. I was like, maybe Xi should be getting on the phone with Biden, being like, "Hey man, you got like another 5 or 6 coming, so let's just remember this." Good Lord, that's fun. So the readout of the call with Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada. Earlier today, President Biden spoke with the Prime Minister Trudeau on the unidentified unmanned object in North American airspace. The object was closely tracked and monitored by NORAD over the last 24 hours, and the president has been continually briefed by his national security team since the object was detected. Out of an abundance of caution and at the recommendation of their militaries, President Biden and Prime Minister Trudeau authorized it to be taken down. President Biden authorized U.S. fighter aircraft assigned to NORAD to conduct the operation, and a U.S. F-22 shot down the object in Canadian territory in close coordination with Canadian authorities. Wow, they literally just took that shit right from the brief. The leader discussed the importance of recovering the object in order to determine more details on its purpose or origin. President Biden and Prime Minister Trudeau commended NORAD and U.S. Northern Command's strength and efficient posture. Blah, 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 blah. Y'all did your job. Good job. Well, that's fun. This is just a thing that's happening now. This is just a thing that's happening now. F-22s are being scrambled over American airspace to shoot down fucking unknown flying objects. This sounds like a real good situation for all of us.
I'm trying to find it because I just saw another one.
No!
Said that...
That's at 5 or 6, bro. We're about to run out. We got to.
NORAD is... FAA statement says the FAA closed some airspace in Montana to support Department of Defense activities. Contact NORAD for additional information.
Oh, yeah. Let me contact NORAD and we'll see what the fuck's going on. Yeah, let me just hang on. Let me call NORAD real quick. Jesus.
The FAA.
I don't like none of this, bud. I don't like none of this. Whether it doesn't matter whether it's a fucking balloon or whatever the fuck. Once there's military jets in American airspace shooting down unknown flying objects, this is something we haven't done. We haven't dealt with this in my lifetime. This is like a new deal. Don't like where none of this is going. Let me put it that way. This is upsetting at the very least. From fucking Joint Base?
Yeah, from
Joint Base.
That's what supposedly.
Oh.
That's I'm trying to.
Well, that's fucked up. They should have called the Indian Island guys. They're closer by like 5 seconds, according to jet speed. Although the only thing we have in the northern base there was this makes me happy I'm a prepper. Oh yeah. This makes me happy I'm a prepper. Get it, Kevin, get it. Do you have a proper prepper beard? I believe
he does.
Yeah, I believe we've seen
he does.
that. Yeah, it's proper.
He's got a great beard.
I don't know if you can make out with Nick Offerman level beard, but
I think so.
You could.
If you could make out
maybe
with...
just trim a little bit of it, you got to round out the bottom.
Yeah.
Make it nice and clean. But yeah, I think all we have up there is the FA-18s versus I think down at Joint Base we got the F-22s.
Yeah.
Hey, he says. Easy. Yeah, they should have cast Kevin for that role. Would have been more realistic.
Would have been better.
It would have been better. I mean,
now
Nick Offerman is
we're
legit.
Just talking about how we want Kevin to do gay scenes with this guy. That's not good. That's not what we mean.
I mean, it was a whole no deal. Oh, what is this? Jack Posobiec, I don't like your Twitter feed. The unknown objects are now threatening Wawa. I mean, he's got, it looks like, I don't know, he's being a fucking idiot. Jack Posobiec is like he's like 60-40 reliable on his breaking news and breaking info.
Yeah.
Most of it's pretty good, but almost half the time it's like, well, that was bullshit. Thanks, man. Thanks for getting me worked up. You find anything out?
No.
You find anything out? Because I'm about to just pull up my Twitter feed and we'll just vamp while you look.
No. And that's what I was trying to scroll. So, so do you want to talk? Let's talk about eating eggs really quick, right? So, what's your favorite way to eat eggs? That's it. That's what I got. That's the extent of this. I don't know what he's talking about.
I think there are a lot of health implications to eating eggs, and I think they're all very good for you. I think there's been a lie sold to the American people about high cholesterol and bullshit about the yolks that are in the eggs, and that you should just eat egg whites, which I think is just the plain Jane protein aspect of the egg. If you want more protein in your eggs, put extra egg whites in there. But also, don't skip on the yolks, because the yolks is where all the good shit actually lives.
Good for
you. The yolk makes a chicken.
That's what
Let's remember, this is the food that makes the chicken that you will later on eat. So why... We'll just skip the middleman, and you don't have to feed the fucker. You could just eat it before it's like a chicken. My favorite and only proper way to eat eggs is to do them extremely over easy, where the white is barely just done. Ideally, the white should finish setting on the plate, and then the yolk is perfect enough. You could take some toast and dip it in there and fucking right in the yolk. It needs to be a messy disaster if you're going to slice it up and eat it. If you're going to fucking cut it, you want yolk everywhere at that point. I want liquid gold flowing from the yolk. And that's the only proper way to do it. I don't care. I mean, there's hard-boiled, which is more of a utilitarian purpose.
Yeah.
You can do that, but also you better put some salt and pepper on that bitch, because who wants just a plain Jane ass fucking either that or a
like
deviled
that type
egg?
Of shit. I don't like a deviled egg. I don't like a hard-boiled egg. I'm not into that. I will. No.
I am actually I'm so glad we got to this point, because I'm supposed to give you a lot of shit right now. I need to understand. Let me just first, before I give you shit.
Okay.
Let me ask you the question.
Okay. Oh shit.
Are you going to have chickens at your house?
Yeah, that's the intent long term. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I guess I don't have to give you shit. Congratulations.
Why?
Because you need to be having chickens.
Oh, yeah.
You live in the city of Bremerton.
Yeah.
So it's like a thing. I don't think there's any... I technically can't here because of the commies that run my neighborhood.
Oh.
But realistically, I'm pretty sure you can have chickons. You got the space.
Yes.
You should get some
Yeah,
chickens.
I'd like to have a couple of chickens and a couple of ducks, because I like ducks. Jordan likes chickens, and they cohabitate real well. So,
what do you like about ducks?
They're just chiller.
They're just chiller?
more chill. Yeah, they're like... I find them easier to handle. I like them. They're more pleasant. They're not as aggressive.
They're a little bigger. They got round bills instead of sharp bills.
Yeah, they're not as aggressive. They're like, Yeah, they make cool sounds.
And I will tell you this right now: duck eggs are fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, they're good. They're a little
really
bit bigger.
good. And they're a little big. Yeah, they're really good. They're kind of more oblong shaped. They're a little longer. They're really
delicious.
good. Hell, fucking yeah.
We had ducks when I was a kid. We had them for a couple years, and they were cool. I was into it.
Ducks are super aggressive to the females.
Oh yeah, to the females for sure. I did see we had one male, one female, and they would bang, and he would stand on her back.
Jordan, it's happening. You all heard it. Now you're chip committed, bud. I don't know if you were wavering beforehand, but you've been committed.
No, it's just a time frame thing.
Oh yeah.
And Keith, they were called Keith and Violet, these ducks that we had. And Violet had this little poof ball that grew on top of her head. It was almost like baby feathers that never went away. And Keith would stand on her back and bite onto that poof and would bang her. Like that's how they
with the corkscrew penis.
Yeah, that's how they
up.
would go about it. Is he would hang on to anytime we changed the water out because they had like a kiddie pool, so we'd change the water out, put fresh water in there, and she would jump in there, and then he would jump in there, and he would jump right the fuck onto her. And they would fly around a little pool because she'd be trying to get away from him, because of the corkscrew dick and whatnot. And then it was done relatively quickly. We never got like fertilized eggs from it, It was because she didn't give a shit.
You ever cracked into a fertilized egg?
No.
It is unpleasant.
No.
It's a whole deal.
I've never hunted before. No,
I've killed a lot. I've killed more ducks than the bird flu.
Yeah, no, Colin's a big duck hunter, so I'm into that. I got my hunting license and stuff this year. It's been a little rougher to get out than I anticipated.
Brand new baby. On board.
Yeah, a little rougher than I anticipated.
Yeah, next year. Next year we got you.
Yes.
Yeah, because of course it's February, so you're not allowed to hunt fucking dick right now, except for ducks.
This state is a fascist tyrannical wonderland.
Yeah, if you want to hunt, get ready for like the 1 month you could do that a year.
Right.
Unless you're a bow hunter, then you get some more action. So I'm good. I'm glad you're going to get some ducks and some chickens, and it'll be good. And then Dax and Reason will be chasing chickens.
Yeah.
And I call them chicken chasers.
I'd like to get...
I wish you understood that video game reference. Chicken chaser.
The Link, like Legend of Zelda?
No, this is from Fable.
Fable. I played Fable. Yeah.
Chicken chaser.
Yeah.
That was the first game where you can kind of change the future, or whatever, based off of people's perception. And your first title, everybody knew you as Chicken Chaser.
Yeah.
They were all British and Chicken Chaser. What are you doing?
The fuck was I going to say? Oh,
eggs.
I would like to have a detached garage. Down in the bottom part of the yard.
Word.
And then on the side of the house that like Dax's room and stuff is on, put a chicken coop there, chicken and duck coop that will just kind of build in, and then we'll let them out during the day to do whatever they want, and then put them back in there at night.
They'll like eat fucking worms and shit.
Exactly.
It'll be good. It'll be good. And
got tons of water flowing through the yard.
Yeah, I bet.
So they'll like that.
Yeah, and we can harness their feces because it makes good fertilizer.
Yeah, I want to put the garden like right in front of there too, so we'll have it all.
Be good. They have a little like outdoor like little sunning area for them, and then they'll hang out there, and then they'll poop, and then you're gonna poop right on the fucking just flower bed. Done.
Scoop it up.
Yeah, have a little trough there, like collecting bat guano.
Yeah. And then at the end of the year, just mix it in with the...
That's right.
I got to build new garden beds this year.
Yeah, fuck Ukraine. We don't need fertilizer.
I'm going to go and get all the strawberry plants, and I'm going to... If you're looking at the front door, we have like that rock wall along the right part of the yard, and I'm going to put all the strawberry plants up along that rock wall.
Yeah,
just let them all
that's a
grow
good
down.
spot. Yeah, I really like that.
It's going to be great.
Amen to that.
So the only other two proper topics that we have, and it was the manosphere.
Yeah.
And then the Twitter whistleblower. So do you want to talk about the manosphere?
I am very interested in talking about this.
Okay, let's talk about the manosphere. So the manosphere...
What is the manosphere?
Yeah, it is both a general term and also the name of a specific podcast, right?
Yeah, the podcast is interesting.
The manosphere is like a new-aged umbrella term for any number of misogynistic, all in quotations, right? Misogynistic influencers to young men that are like teaching them to be pieces of shit, right? So, i.e., again, the Manosphere podcast, Andrew Tate, like people like this, right? You said Jack Murphy probably fits into this type of category. Yeah. Kevin Garcia says, I think we should all be doing things to make sure our own families are prepared for the worst. 1,000%. 1,000%.
I think Donovan's first spin-off podcast or YouTube show will be all about prepping.
Yeah, probably
prepping and firearms.
Probably a lot to do with gear. Yeah. I would like to do gear stuff too, especially as I'm starting to get more into it, updating different kit and stuff like that.
Fuck yeah.
I have to, now that I've lost so much weight, I have to buy new stuff. My belt is too big.
I went back and because Alex, who was in, shout out to Alex, he was in the chat yesterday during the beer show. He made a comment on his old video about talking like JVP was shill and shit like that. He was like, yeah, we might have to remove this, blah, blah, blah. Just fucking around. And, and I watched the section of the podcast that he timestamped. And I was like, bro, you have lost so much fucking weight. You look real goddamn good.
Then a 212 I weighed in yesterday.
Yeet.
So that's 48 pounds.
Yeah. I mean, I could pull it up if you want. It's a real interesting experience.
Let's see it.
I've never done this before. The YouTube within a YouTube.
YouTube in YouTube.
Bro. This is interesting.
And this is our shit, YouTube, so don't fucking copyright us on our own video, you assholes.
Actually, how do I do that? I go here.
You guys know how we're starting to break through them because they're hitting us with fucking copyrights like almost on the daily now.
Almost
They're
on the
just
daily.
finding different reasons to fucking bone us. So everybody who's been riding here for a while, everybody who's been in it, you guys are real ride or dies. And when we break through, we're fucking taking you guys with us.
So it brings us right to it too.
Thank you very much, Kevin.
You,
sir.
might be a little bit of a
Look
shill,
at
but-
Oh yeah.
Look at that.
Oh yeah.
Old school. Back in the mini studio.
Yeah, that's other studio. A lot of the shit looks real familiar, but
Oh yeah. And now look at you.
Yeah.
Now look at you.
And I think that was around like because it was when I was lifting with John that I was at my heaviest, and I was lifting fat stacks of weight.
Oh yeah.
Like I was deadlifting like over 300, and I was squatting almost 300.
Thick
Like
boy.
I was putting up fucking weight, but yeah, I also weighed 260 pounds. So. Yeah, no, I'm happier at 212.
Yeah.
So I told you I almost fucking threw up at the gym the other day because I was like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna get after the assault bike first thing in. It was rough distance. Yeah.
Oh man.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Thank you. Like I said, congratulations you too. You're out here balling all the time. I see it. I saw you lift another day. I'm into it.
Fucking A, man.
Yeah, I'm into that.
And that, to segue back to the manosphere,
Manosphere.
is generally speaking an aspect of the manosphere. But I would also like to.
I
Because
left my
manosphere
fucking notes at the house.
about the
My
manosphere.
manosphere notes. I had them
It's
written
more
on
of
a
a
card.
general conversational topic. The manosphere also includes people like Jordan B. Peterson, right? Anybody who is generally talking to young men, trying to advocate for young men to do
Right.
better in life, to be able to to get active. What color jersey are you wearing?
For soccer.
Oh.
He wants to know what color jerseys you guys are wearing on Monday.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, the schedules come out today.
Yeah, and I have bad news.
Oh, what's the first one?
The first one is we have a bye week the first week.
So you don't even play week one?
No. That's a whole thing. So the people that need to know are all going to come to the soccer field tomorrow to play around. So,
my God.
and then I'm going to go in because I'm a little nervous about it.
You
but
got a whole week to figure it out, Trent. Don't worry
yeah,
about
don't
it.
worry about it. Generally speaking,
That
Trent,
is
to answer your
absolutely
question,
hilarious.
it is generally speaking a dark or light color. So you just wear like a black or white, or bring both of those, and then depending on what the other team's doing, they'll tell us to go light or go dark.
I want you to make the deepest cutoffs that you've ever seen.
The deepest cutoffs.
Yeah, like
Jeans?
No. yeah. I want you to wear a cutoff shirt and cutoff jean shorts.
Montana's airspace has been shut down.
Yo, that's what I
Bilbo
was just
Swaggins.
saying. That's what
right.
I was just fucking saying, right? Out here. Confirmed by Bilbo Swaggins. That, to me, is a legitimate source. So I'm here for it.
Yeah. Bilbo lives under the hill, so
Yeah.
he knows what's up.
What the fuck, dude?
It's... Can you say World War III?
Like, does this just happen? That's what I'm saying earlier. Does this just happen all the time and we've been ignoring it for a long time? Or is it just now that it's kicking off because I don't know. Like, this seems so weird.
I think it's kicking off. I don't know. I mean, you saw Kareem Jean-Pierre earlier in the show try to say that this is something that happened 3 times during the Trump administration, and she couldn't even get through a real sentence without just going into word salad. So it's it's a thing, I think, that they're just trying to justify their actions for failure to do anything about it the first week when everybody saw it. And now we're not playing that shit, and shit's going down well before, all this shit's happening. So I don't think this is a good sign. We'll put it that way.
No.
I think it's a massive escalation. We just fired off that goddamn ICBM into the middle of the Pacific, and I don't think that's how you generally deal with China.
We don't look like a world leader. You know what I'm saying? When you're firing off ICBMs to try and prove point.
Yeah, no, we're America. We fucking we pretty good at nuking shit, okay? Don't ask us to do some saber rattling here. Okay, let's go back to the manosphere, right?
Manosphere.
So Kevin says, men are desperate for a positive word, whether it's from Tate or Peterson, it doesn't matter. Media in Hollywood took away all strong male role models, so now men will follow anyone who tells them that that it's okay to be a man. Masculinity has been destroyed over the last 40 years, and now we are seeing the result of weak men. I 100% agree with you, Kevin.
Yeah.
And that is the problem. Essentially, when JBP started to make his big debut and came out with 12 rules, started that whole thing, he was labeled misogynist, sexist, terrible, terrible, terrible. And looking at the diverse crowds in the audience from even when we went to go see him, I don't see that being the case, obviously.
All colors and genders were present at the Jordan B. Peterson.
And everything in between, because this was Seattle, and the betweens were there.
The betweenuses were there.
Yes, and there was not a fucking bunch of protesters and none of this shit. I mean, the reason these people have become popular is obviously there is a cultural need for this to happen. I don't think you need to look very far throughout our society to realize that this need has been building. The weak men theory is, it's right there. It's very, very, very easy to see this, especially with the rise of like fourth or fifth wave fucking feminism, whatever the hell you call this thing.
Third and fourth, I think we're in now. Yeah.
And it's not good to be seeing this kind of thing. And when men are the betweenies, it's a really bad sign to see the emasculation of men really being put forth as a mainstream cultural touchstone.
Right.
And when that happens, there's going to be a large group of men who go along with that, and they become incredibly emasculated.
The white knights. The soy boy beta cucks.
Soy boy beta cucks, baby. And that's when you see the rise. It's the old pendulum swinging thing. When things go far this way, there's a rise in this thing. And this is why you see the rise of Andrew Tate, former kickboxing champion, all this stuff getting on there. What he generally says is true. The way he says it is pretty fucked up. And he does have some rather blatantly misogynistic views that he sugarcoats on top of that. But his generalized message of be active, be assertive, work out, take care of things that are your responsibility, and then step up and play the game.
He talks a lot about gender roles and stuff like that. Like there are elements of truth to a lot of what he says. Like you said, coded in shit that sounds terrible.
Yes,
and
100%.
Even when he's talking about the roles that that he says that he has in his house, bitches making him 2 coffees and like all this type of stuff. Like these are
that's not good
in my mind. I'm not that they may very well be happening, but exaggerations of like dynamics of respect that traditionally people had laid out. And I don't. So it doesn't sound good, but there's elements of truth to a lot of that stuff, and a lot of it boils down to respect and people feeling like they're being respected. And they talk a lot about he's talked about like body counts of women and stuff like that. I'll write a body count on her forehead, like shit like that, right? Again, it sounds terrible, but there is a definite reality to this swing of feminism that came with women should be able to do whatever they want, and there should be no difference here, and that's fine. You can say whatever you want there, but there is.
But combine that with the fact that most people are totally and utterly fucking stupid. It's going to create a giant realm within the population that are making really stupid decisions as far as their sexual life is carrying on and how they want to do this,
And
which
as
is
far
not
as-
a good look for anybody.
Right. And as far as finding a mate, there is a reality that you reap what you sow. And if you, on either side, rack up a huge body count, there are going to be people that do or don't like that.
Yes.
And that is a reality that you have to live with. And like I said, that applies to both people or to both sexes. It's in some cases unequally, but I think as time goes on, that inequality balances out, that there are more women that are less accepting of that type of shit from men than they used to be, you know?
I mean, the big takeaways from the manosphere, when you pull away from all the bullshit involved, Kevin brings up a good idea. Like Andrew Tate, I think he definitely plays some form of character. He's got some kind of persona that he pushes
100%.
out there. Who knows how much of that is a reality to his character or not, but when you really play it out there, what you're talking about is, as a man, being worthy of somebody, being worthy of respect from somebody that is also worthy of respect. Just because he's walking next to you.
See what's going on.
The blind dog just got in her personal space. It's not
such a
okay,
dick.
dog. I know. She's old.
I love her.
But she's a dick. Yeah, that's what happened. She got old lady syndrome. And so it's and unfortunately I'd say the problem with the majority of the manosphere content that's put out there is, I believe, in my opinion, it creates kind of a antagonistic relationship between the sexes.
Yes.
Where somebody, an incel man, an involuntary celibate man, somebody who cannot, for a multitude of reasons, find a girl, find a mate, whatever it is going to gain resentment towards women. And it's not going to help when they're on TikTok spreading a bunch of stupid shit, and there's a bunch of dumbass people out there talking about body count, talking about how they don't respect men, and blah, 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 doing all this and that.
Or talking about you, if you don't make this amount a year, don't even talk to me. Or like all the videos that guy on the manosphere was pulling up. Like, those are real videos. Those are real
videos.
TikToks that girls are actually making, that women are actually making, that are degrading to men, that are degrading to their masculinity, to their confidence, to everything. And if that is what you're seeing, and that's so consistently, you're not even going to want to step out of anything, especially because your whole world is probably on your phone, especially through COVID and everything.
Oh my God, yeah.
Fucking Spencer, all those people that we know, that dating is just through the phone now. It's just all on the internet, you know? And I was trying to talk to Jordan about, I was talking about the new show we're going to do at the house, you know? And I was like, yeah, we're going to go through the DMs and like, this. And so we were talking, like, I can't imagine having to try and meet women on the internet. So that's just so not who I am. That I would be so unsuccessful if that's how things are going. Is that just, I don't communicate on the internet well. That's not how it works for me. So it just isn't, it's not good. And so they're tapping into, like you're saying, these feelings, this deep-seated emotions that all of these guys are having, and it's giving them an outlet that is not necessarily healthy. I totally agree with the character thing. I told you, Andrew Tate has been on like Your Mom's House. You know, if Tom Segura and Christina Pajitsky thought that he was like an actual, real misogynist and really degraded women, they wouldn't have him on the show. They're not stupid.
Christina would not stand for that.
They're
shit.
not stupid.
She'd
They
beat
are
the
not
fuck out of
dumb.
that boy.
And when they were there and
Mom's
they're talking to him about, you know, sparkling water and 2 coffees and all this type of shit, like he's cracking, he's laughing, you know, and then we'll pick back up with what he's saying.
Yeah,
he knows exactly what he's doing, and he's also made the same type of statements of like, you can love me or you can hate me, but you're going to talk about me either way. I don't care if you're talking shit about me, you're talking about me.
Yeah.
So
tell me that's not a planned situation.
To him, it doesn't matter,
No.
and especially from somebody who was like a champion kickboxer at one point and is like a chess whatever the fuck, you know. He already has confidence and has a whole person. He knows who he is. So people could talk shit about him for all the rest of his life, and
he don't give a shit.
It will not affect who he is and who he knows he is, because he's actually knocked people out for a living. Like, he's done real shit, you know?
Yeah, with his shins. So there was one aspect I wanted to add to like the incel thing. And if you're somebody like that follows the Manosphere YouTube channel, because we watched all those fucking TikToks, man, it was a wild endeavor.
Yeah,
but if you're one of those guys, free Andrew Tate.
That's what Trent said.
Free Andrew Tate. Trenton says, Hey, man, as far as I'm
from
concerned,
Romanian prison.
the dude is in Romanian prison.
I
He
don't know
hasn't
what he's
been
really
charged
him-
with anything.
He's just was arrested on suspicion of these things.
Yes, because in Romania, apparently they can do that. So
I bet.
As far as I'm concerned, free Andrew Tate until I see some kind of evidence.
It's
he
funny.
had 2 witnesses that came out and spoke in his defense.
Yeah.
Women that work for him that said, no, we are not sexual prisoners. We work for him openly. We do this, we do that. And he's not coming after us. And the judge says, well, you're brainwashed, so your testimony doesn't count, and he threw it out of court.
It's funny that Andrew Tate said he lives in Romania because it's freer. And now
There's
that
trade-offs,
he's been
baby.
Arrested.
There
he's
are
like-
trade-offs.
He's fucked.
Yeah, he probably will not get out of that jail cell.
That's pretty funny.
But to an incel guy or somebody that is down on confidence, is overweight,
Yes.
unproductive, when they get on TikTok or social media and what they see is, the thing that's going to capture them is these women talking about how terrible he is.
Yeah.
And then the algorithm is going to feed him more of this. And next thing you know, his picture towards all women is going to be that all women are the devil and they hate me and they fucking fuck them. I don't need this. Why would I need this? I'm not
Right.
going to deal with this. And it paints this picture, broad stroke, of what women in general are like. When in reality, if he was to become productive, responsible, gain some confidence within himself, and you were just out in the world making your way around, you could meet people and, things could happen or not happen or whatever. I mean, depending on what it is that you're looking for.
Right.
You need to be looking for something. You can't you can't rely on a fucking social media app to deliver you a wife.
Right. There is a sense of entitlement on both sides, from, like you said, from men who just expect that it will just happen that way, and then from women who believe that they can set any arbitrary standard, and that I deserve this, and I should be able to do whatever I want, like we were talking about earlier, and then I can just go back to this later, and like it doesn't work that way. You don't get to set your own standards for other people and expect them to just immediately conform to them.
Yes.
And you're not entitled to a partner. You're not entitled to other people. You're not entitled to sex or dates or anything.
No.
You don't have any entitlement to other people.
No.
You have to earn that type of shit from somebody else.
Yes. Both parties need to be somebody worth respecting.
Right.
That is the key. If you are not worth respecting, no one's going to respect you. How can you ever expect to get anybody romantically involved with you that doesn't respect you? If you're not somebody worth respecting, then you're not going to get that. And if you're on the female side, if you're somebody that is not worth respecting, why would you expect a guy to come along who's going to respect you?
Right.
It just does not work that way.
And that's the underlying message from all of those people.
Speaking facts tonight, dude.
Yes. No, you're crushing it. From all those people, from Peterson to Tate to the Manosphere, that's the underlying message. They're delivered in very different ways. If you read a Jordan Peterson book like The 12 Rules for Life, it's apparent. He's telling you, I'm telling you in this book how to be a better man, how to be a good partner to the women that you want to attract, so you can attract
Somebody
a good
worth
woman.
getting.
Yes. He's telling you that boldly, and that's what Andrew Tate is telling you by who he is, because again, he's a fucking kickboxer, he's got money, he's the casinos, they're doing all of the things. Like that's even if he's
He's
asshole,
a businessman.
even if he's an asshole, he still is a person that is successful, that is confident, that is handsome, that is all of the things that a woman would want.
Yep.
Hoping that he's not an asshole. And in his real life, he probably isn't that big of a dick. You know what I'm saying? He probably doesn't treat all of women like shit. Or
I
else,
would imagine.
Right.
Because like, they're not going to work for him. Unless, of course, it's all sex trafficking. In case he's rotting in a Romanian jail for a reason.
I think that there are probably, as much as people don't want to admit it, he probably is interesting to be around. Like his dad is a Grand Wizard chess champion, like all of this shit.
Grandmaster?
Grandmaster. The wizard is not involved in there?
No, Grand Wizards are KKK
and
members.
I know that, but I feel like I thought that...
No, it's Grandmaster champion.
Are you
yes,
sure?
I'm 100% sure. I happen to have somebody in my my family who is I believe a Grandmaster.
Get out of
Female.
here.
Yeah, chess player. Yeah,
Right,
that's the KKK, Donovan.
No,
there you
you're
go.
right.
Kevin's
No,
right.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
Oh, man.
I looked up Wizard Chess Champion, and that's Gryffindor World Wizards Chess. That's the first thing that came up, so it's probably...
He's over there in Hogwarts. You can reload elf bars if you break them at the top of them. Oh, thanks, Alex. Alex, I'm telling you, Alex knows the vaping world inside and out. He's always been a clutch dude to have in there.
There you go.
As a vaping
if you
partner.
break them open at the top.
Yeah. Shout out, Alex.
You just refill it with juice?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, there's just cotton and shit. You just re-soak the cotton in the juice
okay.
and then do the thing. I've seen it done on the. I saw it done on anti-vaping ad where they popped it open and it was somebody with like they dried it out, they burnt the shit out of the cotton and stuff like that. You're just smoking fucking plastic.
Matt Rosedale Bilbo in here. Matt Rosedale, representative from Montana, made a statement about an object over Montana that could interfere with air traffic control.
I'm looking it up.
Let's go.
Matt Rosedale.
Yeah. So because it came from Josh, this topic about while you're looking it up about the manosphere, his question specifically was about like the downfalls of the manosphere, right? And I think you talked about that there's like sins of entitlements that come out. That's not healthy for that to be the perspective that you are internalizing and like actuating as the way that you're going to operate with females, because that's not going to be successful. It's important to understand that those certainly entertain. I don't know about the manosphere people, but there's elements of truth to it to be taken from it. You should not be just like the manosphere dude or just like Andrew Tate. That's not Cobra Tate, top G. That's not what you want for yourself. That's
top
not,
G.
Yeah, that's not how you're going to get it. You know, that these are internet characters. These are people that are trying to teach you lessons that you're supposed to be smart enough to pull from. You're supposed to not do Hustlers University or whatever the fuck he did, because that is a goddamn idiot multi-level marketing scheme. It's just no good, right?
Let's see, it's February 11th.
But there's good shit to be pulled from that.
They're talking about the one over Canada. U.S. military shoots down objects of territorial seas. Member said that the Biden administration needed to explain why 2 small objects were shot down while the Chinese spy craft flew over America last week. Can the Biden administration please? I don't think that's the most recent. Let me check his Twitter, because I imagine if he made a statement recently, it would be on Twitter.
Yeah.
Rosedale. Breaking fucking news. Beep, 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 beep.
Oh my God.
Oh,
I'm on his
Rosedale.
Twitter right now.
Matt Rosedale.
I'm on his Twitter right now.
Are
I'm
you?
in direct contact with NORCOM and monitoring the latest issue over Have and northern border. Airspace is closed due to an object that could interfere with commercial air traffic, and the DoD will resume efforts to observe and ground the object in the morning.
In the morning? That doesn't seem right. Why do I not have Matt Rosedale's Twitter come up when I search Matt Rosedale?
Rosendale.
Oh, Rosendale.
Yeah.
Rosendale. Oh, come on, Twitter. You can get me close enough.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they're just trying to fuck you.
Yeah, they're just trying to fuck me.
His other tweet is, can the Biden administration please explain why they shot down 2 relatively small objects over Alaskan and Canadian airspace this week, but allowed a known Chinese spy balloon to collect and transmit data about our country for a week before it was brought down?
That's because don't look up. That's why. Because they didn't want you to know that it was there.
But then he says the DoD will resume efforts to observe and ground the object in the morning. Why
in the morning?
Shouldn't we do it right now then?
Yeah, what are we talking about
Right.
here? Can we not scramble? This is fucking not good, dude.
Would be demanding that we do it now.
We're scrambling air traffic over the United States airspace. This is not a good situation.
You can fly over Montana until tomorrow.
Apparently.
At the earliest.
Yeah. This is very interesting.
Jesus Christ.
That's good. That's good. You ever wondered if Yeonmi Park ever would react to Andrew Schultz's heavy statements?
He had kind of intimated that she might be on the podcast soon. And I was hoping that was the case. Why? What do you got here?
I got this thing here that this is a clip from when he was on
Take
Rogan.
that, North Korean lady. That's a real story about struggle. That was the most entertaining, depressing fucking podcast, bro. Do you think it's all real?
Oh, it's 100% real. She's so small from lack of food.
Not all of her, Joe. I almost started making my girl eat rats after I saw her.
Oh my God.
I saw her talk on that podcast. All I ate is rats. I was like, oh, did ya?
Oh, did ya?
She came out of North Korea stacked. I believe it. Don't get me wrong. But
well, she reacted to this, but she replied from this clip that he put out.
What if it's
laughing.
okay? What if it's Cleveland?
I love it.
You don't think it's possible? You don't think it's possible it's Cleveland?
There's been documented cases of cannibalism there.
Did you watch that podcast?
Yes. Yeah.
It was fucking
I
fantastic.
also saw in her comments on Instagram the other day, she posted a picture of her as a kid, and there are people legit up in her comments like, "Oh, you look real fucking malnourished in this." Like, yeah, like in her comments accusing her of not having escaped from North Korea. And like, so you obviously haven't read her book, right? Because she says when she was like a little girl, her dad worked for the party.
Yeah.
And then he was like expelled from the party, and that's when they went into poverty, and that's when they tried to escape. Like, you are a real fucking assholes.
You're a real piece of shit.
Like, you really think that she's just gonna, I mean, not that people have not lied about shit, but for, I don't know, that's wild. There's a long time to keep up that I escaped and now I'm in a different country and I've written books, and like, that's just that's a heavy accusation from a baby picture where she isn't like tiny and bloated from malnutrition to believe that that means that she never needed to escape from North Korea, even though it's verified to be a horrifically fascist authoritarian regime, right? Just because you're not tiny and minuscule when you're a baby, you have no reason to leave there. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. I think them heavies do the speaking on that one, though.
Heavies. From my understanding, she got those after she got here.
Yeah, that's my understanding. Yeah, that was definitely my understanding.
Yeah, that's, like I said, he had hinted this week when I was watching it that she was going to be on soon, and that's, I can only fucking
cannot
hope.
wait. Oh my god, just
I
like
would
Bilbo, I
die.
can't wait to hear. For her to be on the podcast.
I will die if
that would be so amazing.
Oh,
I feel
great.
like she would have a fucking blast.
She'd probably be a great sport about it.
Amen. Amen, man. That's the best part about America, right? You can come in here and fuck around with each other. She enjoys, and she got a new book coming out. So
yeah,
you know, I think this one is more. I don't know what this one's all about. I mean, the other one was pretty autobiographical, so we'll see.
Dude, and it was
rough.
It was rough.
I'm glad the book club was not in swing at that point, because you would have depressed all of us with that one.
That was book club.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, that was like the first one, I think, was that one. We have a review preview and everything. It's dark. I read a little bit.
Hey man, we've been doing this a long time. I remember it's not all that it was.
Yeah,
it didn't take my alpha brain today.
I read a little bit from it, but some of it was so horrible that I just didn't want to quote from it too much. It was so fucked up. You know?
Yeah. So we can hit let's talk about the Twitter whistleblower here in a second. But to generally segue into that, let's talk about something else I just want to give you an update and tell you how much more fire the new Twitter is compared to the old Twitter.
Okay.
Right. And this has to do with my near and dear friend Eliza Blue and the controversy around her. She had a tweet come out relatively recently. She said, "Today I've decided to change my story as a survivor."
Oh, shit.
And if you guys if you have no idea who this is, I did a beer show a little bit about it a couple days ago. And it's been involved in this whole kind of center right-ish, center left-ish, internet circle for a while now. But she says, I've decided to change my story as a survivor. I've been abused a third time on a massive digital scale. It's called image-based sexual abuse, IBSA. She created an acronym for it. Every individual who knowingly profited off of this content without my consent has become my abuser in my story. So what she's talking about is all those music videos from World Star Hip Hop that went out that show her kind of in a sexual manner while she was, knowingly paid to do and agreed to do these things.
Paid to do.
Yes. And best thing about the new Twitter is that Twitter fired back. Reader added context.
That's awesome.
Said the recent events surrounding Eliza Blue do not meet the definition of image-based sexual abuse.
That is amazing.
All the content was consensually recorded, publicly produced, and initially consensually distributed. Consent cannot be withdrawn from this type of media after the fact.
Oh, fuck.
So she getting now lit the fuck up now. She's getting lit the fuck up. Jeremy and Tim Pool have officially kissed and made up. They're homies again, and everybody's agreed that we should do this thing. And Tim's addressed this thing on his show now, and everything's cool in the internet again. We're all moving forward because we have bigger problems.
She said something else.
She says, "You didn't fight censorship. You fought to exploit me. Nude, partially nude." Sexually suggestive content without my consent. If you would have asked, I wouldn't have consented. You believe that I consented previously, so you decided to take my body and use it for your gain.
Even though she was paid for it.
Yes. So to prove that I am not a survivor, many made me a victim again. You can never say that I'm not a survivor of exploitation now because you made me one again. You didn't fight to expose government malfeasance or tech censorship. You fought to post my body without consent.
What the fuck?
This is a story of... She's in her early 40s, I believe, at this point, or I believe early 40s. I think she's 41, supposedly. Nobody really knows how old she is. But this is somebody who, generally a Gen Xer, who kind of didn't understand the rules of the internet and is now realizing full stop what the rules of the internet are. And it's coming back to bite her on the ass because she regrets some of the things that she did when she was younger. These music videos, and now people are posting them, and she does not want people to post those anymore because she doesn't understand how the legal system works and how the internet works. And when you put a music video on the internet, it lives forever.
Right.
When you put a...
Go in the Wayback Machine.
This is how this happens. I mean, World Star Hip Hop they are the license holder of this thing. They have the contracts on file that say that you consented to do these things and we paid you to do these things and we are the owner of this property. It is not yours. Done.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I'm sorry. But the reason, like even Tim Pool got involved at this point, is that she's been on tirade. She originally started with getting people banned off of Twitter. And now she's gone into hyperactive mode, and they're pulling people's YouTube videos where they're talking about this.
Right.
And it's gotten even worse than it was a week ago. So, but now the internet is more or less banded together to tell her to go fuck herself because you need to learn how the internet works, sweetheart. I'm sorry. If you don't want those images around, there are legal avenues you could do to take those off the internet. You can petition World Star Hip Hop to take them down. And then they can. But if you make a movie, if you're an actress or an actor and you star in a movie, and then 10 years later that movie is fucking terrible, and you don't like the way you look in it, you can't take the movie down.
Yeah,
like this is not how any of this thing works, man. I'm sorry. So
is she trying to sue these people, or she's just saying...
I mean, she said that there was going to be legal ramifications, and she's going to, hold them to full extent of the law. But
it's going to be a waste of money.
Every lawyer on fucking legal YouTube has been like, "There's no case here." Sorry, everything has been shared publicly. It's a whole 9 yards. So we'll see what happens. But this is it's a drama that's been mostly provocated by Twitter through Twitter bans, which had then spread to YouTube and YouTube bans and all this stuff. So in that note, talk to me about this Twitter whistleblower that's been going on.
It's the hearing, right? The hearing of the Twitter whistleblowers, and it was...
Because I've got some videos from the hearing, but it's with Vigigati and fucking piece of shit Yoel Roth.
And he was there. They were all there together.
Together.
Right? Yeah, so there was another person, I don't remember her name. I have to find the...
I got no beer. I got no beers.
Should message your wife.
I mean, you should talk for 5 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm going to go get a beer.
I'm trying to find the article that I had here because, because it was a Washington Post. There it is. Republicans aided because we covered the Twitter files here. Certainly the first few portions of the Twitter files. So we know, right, actively, excuse me, we know the federal government, both parties, colluded with various social media companies to actively censor private individuals and the information they were able to share on the internet and the information that we were all able to, therefore, take in, right? So we know that to be true. And this article that I am going to send to Colin is entitled, GOP Lawmakers Allege Big Tech Conspiracy Even as Ex-Twitter Employees Rebuke Them. So there was a hearing with multiple people who used to work at Twitter, and that is what Colin was talking about, in which they spun a narrative essentially that the Twitter files are bullshit and that it was, mostly Republicans that were doing it, and it's all for the greater good that they were doing this type of censorship. So
it's for the greater good. If it can save one life.
Yeah, precisely. So I sent you this article, and we can go ahead and read it.
Read it. Oh, they got me, sons of bitches. I believe, I can't even copy paste the text. I believe I actually have a WAPO thing.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
It's okay. I will start to read it. Okay. So, soon after Elon Musk took over Twitter, he began promoting screenshots of internal company documents that he said exposed free speech suppression on social media platform during the 2020 election. Republicans were thrilled. On Wednesday, Musk's, quote, Twitter files were center stage in a combative Capitol Hill hearing as GOP leaders attempted to turn Twitter's decision to briefly block sharing a New York Post story about President Biden's son into evidence of a broad conspiracy. Okay, we know that there was a broad conspiracy. Like I just said, we saw the Twitter files. So,
oh, shush, bud. So that is the cat.
Jesus, meow.
If she touches him, he starts screaming. Hi, meow. And because he's like a whiny little bitch who runs away from her, predator instinct kicks in, and she goes, "We're gonna play now."
She's terrible.
She is. She's a kick in the pants.
Yeah.
All right, cat. You go that way. I'm trying to resubscribe for some reason to the. No, I don't want to fucking resubscribe.
Yeah, no, I have it. Don't worry about that. After the show,
Fuck
I'll give
Washington
you my
Post.
sign in for that, and the New York Times. Don't worry about it.
I thought
I thought that I had given it to you already.
Yeah.
But either way, I'll get you signed into both of them, and we don't have to worry about it anymore.
Okay.
Until then, I will just read this, and we'll
do it.
We'll go from there. Conservatives have we know that as far as the New York Post story goes, that directly had to do with the federal government. Like the FBI came in and told Twitter they needed to be on the lookout for all of this friggin' what are they called, the stolen material, that this was hacked material that was going to come out, and so they lied to them directly.
They lied to them.
Yes. Conservatives have long argued that Silicon Valley favors Democrats by systematically suppressing right-wing viewpoints on social media. These allegations have evolved in a nearly half-decade of warnings as politicians in Washington and beyond fixate on the industry's communication. Look at you. Fixate on the industry's communications with the FBI and Democratic leaders seeking to cast the opposing party as against free speech. Both parties are against free speech. The Democratic Party definitely is against free speech.
Yes. Unless it's their speech. Then they get all uppity.
Twitter was a private company that the federal government used to do what it cannot. Limit the constitutional free exercise of speech, said House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer. Flanked by a poster displaying the New York Post story, he added the committee now knows all of this because of Elon Musk, joining a chorus of Republicans praising the mercurial billionaire throughout the hearing. The testimony of former Twitter executives repeatedly contradicted those accusations. Still, so people who had a financial incentive at the time to do these things, like they're getting paid to do them. So of course they're going to contradict. They're going to try and contradict somebody who is attacking them for doing those things.
Yeah.
It made sense to them at the time.
We talked about that, I believe, when we were talking about the Twitter files, where the FBI was literally paying Twitter to do these things.
Yes.
And in some cases, they didn't take the money for a while, and then they started to take the money and cash the checks.
The testimony of former Twitter executives repeatedly contradicted these accusations. Still, Republicans plowed ahead with unsubstantial allegations of collusion between government officials and the company's old regime. Okay,
unsubstantial.
Again, there was a literal portal that they could access, just like there was at Facebook. We saw these things. We saw emails. They had private communications between whatever this other app was that they were talking about, that Luna was talking about.
I believe I have the clip.
Let's see the clip.
Let's see the clip.
Let's see the Luna clip.
I gotta grab the cat. I'm gonna switch away so I don't show you guys the wrong ones. That's the AOC one. Oh, that's a volcano exploding.
That's a volcano. There she is.
Yes, Miss Luna brought the receipts.
Let's go.
This is my future ex-wife.
Mr. Roth.
Of course, she had to be Spanish.
Have you communicated with government officials ever on a platform called Jira?
Jira.
Yes or no?
She got the receipts.
Real quick answer. We're on the clock.
Not
yes
to
or
the
no?
best of my recollection.
Not to your recollection? Great. If you did, in the event, communicate, who would have had access to this platform?
Me.
That's the nature of my confusion.
Okay.
Jira
Did you ever speak to government officials on Jira regarding taking down social media posts?
Again, not to the best of my recollection.
Can you explain to me why the federal government would ever have interest in communicating through Jira, mind you, a private cloud server, with social media companies without oversight to censor American voices. I want to let you know that this is a violation of the First Amendment, and the federal government is colluding with social media companies to censor Americans. Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to submit these graphics into record. And Mr. Roth, I'm going to refresh your memory for you.
Gotcha, bitch.
This flowchart behind me. Thank you, Chair. This flowchart shows the following federal agencies, social media companies, Twitter, leftist nonprofits, and organizations communicating regarding their version of misinformation.
Yeah.
Talking about banning shit on a private messaging service.
That's right.
Why in the world is the federal government not using formal communications if they're acting on behalf of the federal government? Why would they need to use some type of private messaging server, a private cloud server? Why? Why would they need to do that?
Because it's blatantly unconstitutional.
On this chart, I want to annotate that the Department of Homeland Security, which has the following branches: Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, also known as CISA, Countering Foreign Intelligence Task Force, now known as the Misinfo, Disinfo, and Malinformation, MDM. This was again used against the American people. The Election Partnership Institute, or Election Integrity Partnership, EIP, which includes the following: Stanford Internet Observatory, University of Washington Center for Informed Public, Graphica, and Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Lab, and potentially, according to what we found on the final report by EIP, the DNC. The Center for Internet Security, CIS, a nonprofit funded by DHS, the National Association of Secretaries of State, also known as NASS, and the National Association of State Election Directors, NASED, and in this case, because there are other social media companies involved, Twitter. What do all of these groups, though, have in common? And I'm going to
just want to reiterate, there are other social media companies involved, but because this is a Twitter hearing, this is Twitter. If I've said it before and I'll say it again, if you don't for a second realize that YouTube, Google, Meta are all involved in the same exact thing, you're fucking lying to yourself. There's zero reason why Twitter would be the only one.
No. And again, like you said, with the case of Google or with the case of Facebook, we saw again another portal.
Yeah.
You had to have a government email address to be able to access.
And I guarantee you that portal was run through Jira. I guarantee you it was all run through Jira.
Yeah.
Let's
your memory. They were all communicating on a private cloud server known as Jira. Now, the screenshot behind me, which is an example of one of thousands, shows on November 3rd, 2020, that you, Mr. Roth, a Twitter employee, were exchanging communications on Jira, a private cloud server, with CISA, NASS, NASED, and Alex Stamos, who now works at Stanford and is a former security officer at Facebook, to remove a posting. Do you now remember communicating on a private cloud server to remove a posting?
It's not a good look.
Yes or no?
I wouldn't agree with the characterization.
I don't care if you agree. This is your stuff. Yes or no? Did you communicate with a private entity, the government agency, on a private cloud server? Yes or no?
The question was if I
yes or no. Yeah, I'm on time. Yes or no?
Ma'am, I don't believe I can give you a yes or no.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now that you did, and we have proof of it. This, ladies and gentlemen, is joint action between the federal government and a private company to censor and violate the First Amendment. This is also known, and I'm so glad that there's many attorneys on this panel, joint state actors. It's highly illegal. You are all engaged in this action, and I want you to know that you will be all held accountable. Ms. Gaddy, are you still on CISA's Cybersecurity Advisory Council? Yes or no?
Yes, I am.
Okay. For those who have said that this is a pointless hearing, and I just want to let you guys all know, we found that Twitter was indeed communicating with the federal government to censor Americans. I'd like to remind you that this was all in place before January 6th. So to say that these mechanisms weren't in place and to make it about January 6th, I want to let you know that you guys were actually in control of all of the content, and clearly we have proof of that. Now, if you don't think that this is important to your constituents and the American people from...
Good job, Rep. Luna.
It also means all of the organizing and everything that happened over social media that they claimed, that the social media companies claimed to have no idea about and no way to do anything about, is complete bullshit.
Yep.
They were watching it the entire time, and they chose to do nothing about it. They chose to allow the organization to happen. They chose to allow these things to foment.
Interesting.
And they did nothing.
Why does that always happen?
Yeah.
Like, the federal government knows about these things. They choose to do nothing about it, and they let it happen, and then they take action afterwards. It's pretty fire. It's pretty fire.
You love it.
You love to see it.
Do you have more lies?
I have more lies. Do you have more lies?
Let's see it.
I do. This is AOC, and she's about to.
Do you think AOC is hot?
No.
You don't think so?
No. I'm not an AOC fan.
Let me hear it in the chat.
So they've dragged a social media platform here in Congress.
I'm into
They're
it.
weaponizing the use of this committee.
I'm not like she's not
so
like
that
a
they can
dime or
do it
anything,
again. A whole hearing about a 24-hour hiccup in a right-wing political operation. That is why we are here right now. And it's just an abuse of public resources, an abuse of public time. We could be talking about health care. We could be talking about bringing down the cost of prescription drugs. We could be talking about abortion rights, civil rights, voting rights. But instead, we're talking about Hunter Biden's half-fake laptop story. I mean, this is an embarrassment.
Also, it's not a half-fake laptop story.
What's fake about it?
You explain to me what's fake about it. I'd be really interested to hear that.
Because I haven't seen anything come out that directly refutes it. Because you said that even his lawyers are investigating the people who released it, right?
Yes. So it's they got nothing to stand on. They got nothing to say, and so they just have to go to like this. This is ridiculous. I don't know what we're doing here. AOC doesn't have. She has no concept or understanding of what's actually happening here. And I believe
she doesn't even know why she's there.
She doesn't even know why
I'm
she's
not even
there.
supposed to be here today.
We should be talking about LGBTQ rights. We should be talking about abortion rights. Well, we're at a Twitter hearing, so we're going to have the Twitter hearing.
She said, "Why are we talking about free speech? That's a horseshit."
But she's Latina too, and this is true.
And that doesn't do it for you.
She doesn't do it for me. There's something about I don't know. There's something about you know how like there's the meme of your eyes are too close together. You can wear one goggle when you go swimming in the pool. And she got the opposite problem. I think she got ear eyes. Something about
they're too far.
She just doesn't do it for me. You know, she's not ugly, but just doesn't do it for me.
Yeah. Is this Yoel Roth?
This is Yoel Roth.
Consequences for this type of online harassment and speech.
Oh, I must say, those are very real consequences.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Twitter files were not just about Hunter Biden's laptop. Twitter worked overtime to suppress accurate COVID information. Apparently, the views of a Stanford doctor are disinformation to you people. I, along with many Americans, have long-term effects from COVID. Not only was I a long hauler, but I have effects from the vaccine. It wasn't the first shot, but it was the second shot that I now developed asthma that has never gone away since I had the second shot. I have tremors in my left hand, and I have the occasional heart pain that no doctor can explain, and I've had a battery of tests. I have great regrets about getting the shot because of the health issues that I now have that I don't think are ever going to go away. Where did you go to medical school?
I did not go to medical school.
I'm sorry?
I did not go to medical school.
That's what I thought. Why do you think you or anyone else at Twitter have the medical expertise to censor a doctor's expert opinion?
Drama on this. It's
Our
so high.
policies regarding COVID were designed to protect individuals. We were seeing.
You guys censored Harvard-educated doctors, Stanford-educated doctors, doctors that are educated in the best places in the world, and you silenced those voices. You're not a doctor, right, Ms. Gaddy?
No, I'm not.
Okay. What makes you think you or anyone else?
Well, you get the point.
Shit.
So
yeah, the music. It's
music's
like a
rough.
Jaws attack.
Yeah.
My God.
But obviously, this hearing did not go so well for those people, and it shouldn't have. I mean, let's be perfectly honest. These people have been doing terrible, terrible things to Americans and their free speech over the last number of years. So, I like what did Luna call them? Their governmental collaborators or something like that. I mean, they are directly responsible for breaking the law.
Joint
collaborators with the U.S. government in this. So it's not just the government at fault here. It's them for allowing it to happen. When the government comes to you and asks you to do something unconstitutional, it is your duty and it's your right and duty as an American to say no. I will not do that.
1,000%.
Otherwise, you are just as liable as the U.S. government that asks you to do that. Peace. Mic drop.
I like it.
So that's where we're at.
That's all I got. Is there any more Twitter stuff that you want to show me?
Just wanted to show you this one really cool thing about a volcano exploding. And we'll end on that. You ever seen a real volcano explode?
No.
Ba-boom.
I've seen like Mount St. Helens, but not. It wasn't.
This
like
is a
that.
lava one.
Yeah.
And then watch the entire mountainside just light on fucking fire.
Oh shit.
That is crazy. It's a.
Those are people driving at the bottom.
Yeah.
Dude, you guys are crazy.
It's a little farther away than the road.
Yeah,
but,
I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, this is in Japan, one of the Japanese islands.
Fuck.
It just went kaboom.
And that's it, huh?
Earthquakes in fucking Turkey and Syria. We've got UFOs flying in from all sorts of different directions in the American airspace, and we got a giant ass fucking volcano exploding in Japan. It's gonna be a good year.
I was just thinking about a volcano, like a mountain with a bunch of fucking lava inside of it.
It's a weird deal, man.
Yeah, that just hangs out. Like that's just weird. We all know all these people.
That's
They
what
know,
they are, right?
They know that it's a volcano,
Yep.
and they just still have a society that's built around it.
Yeah,
that
man.
is a extreme fucking concept.
Yeah.
Which I mean, Mount Rainier is a volcano too, right? It's just they don't expect it to explode anytime soon.
Yes. But again, like what's soon? Because I'm fairly sure it's one of those.
Because it could, right? If shit just started popping off, like it could explode.
100% it could explode.
If there was some like deep tectonic plates that shifted, because there's plates at different depths, right?
I don't know about that. I ain't no geologist.
Answer
bro.
my question.
So this is Kyushu Island. This is the southern island. It's one of the big southern islands of Japan, where that volcano erupted. So it's a pretty big island, but you know, it ain't that big. All those islands are formed from fucking volcanoes. That's how they became a thing. So that's
oh my God, that's
where you're at.
Right.
I mean,
You're
what do you
right.
think Hawaii is, bro?
So are there
small ass volcanoes?
So are there volcanoes on all of those islands then?
Yeah, in Japan,
just bigger or smaller depending on.
Yeah, because not all land masses are volcanic islands, but those are volcanic islands. Hawaii,
That's
pretty much any
crazy.
island in the Pacific are volcanic
Look how
islands.
tiny that is.
It's just okay. So
compared to the rest of the United
so
States,
there's
we just
Kyushu
have
Island
this
over here,
small-ass
right?
island. Do I be pissed if I was them
and
too?
then there's Hawaii, which
Yeah.
are all. I mean, these are like one volcano islands. They're not real big, bro.
The map, I mean, as it's supposed to, that maps make you think that Hawaii is way closer to the United States.
Middle of
but
fucking
it's, like,
nowhere, bro.
Really, really far away.
It's damn near almost exactly in the middle of the Pacific.
I would be really pissed too if I was them. Like, you guys are this far away and supposedly we're fucking part of you.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Not even Cuba is part of you, bitches.
Yeah. Japan over there doing its own shit.
Yeah.
We're just over here part of fucking America. Yeah, I'd be pissed too. I'd be pissed too.
I mean, by all rights, if location was the key, if you're not your own sovereign nation, then you should by all rights belong to Mexico.
Dude.
But hey.
Right. We're like, no way. That's
I
ours.
mean, I'm no defender of colonization, but I enjoy Hawaii, so I'll take it.
Do you know how we didn't steal it? Did we get it from the British? How did we come upon
No,
Hawaii?
we straight up
stole
we
from
stole
them?
that shit.
Okay.
Yeah, we stole that shit.
I know I
wouldn't be
learned
surprised if we got it through the British somehow, but
Yeah.
at the end of the day, yeah, no, we raped and pillaged and conquered.
Because I remember the
as per
story like
usual.
Captain Cook going there, so I remember him being there, and I'm sure I learned at one point of precisely how that happened. Like I
Yeah.
remember they were still running like kings and queens and stuff. They
Yeah.
had like a queen and all that.
Yep.
And we were like, then we would just probably colonize there, and then eventually we were like, when she's dead, we'll just
take it.
handle it. Yeah,
we'll just handle it. Yeah. So let's just do the
We
Cliff
invaded
Notes version.
the Hawaiian Kingdom with just cause. That's awesome.
Without just cause. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
In 1893, United States troops invaded the Hawaii Kingdom without just cause, which led to a conditional surrender of the Hawaiian Kingdom's executive monarch, Her Majesty Queen Liliuokalani, the following day. So yeah, the illegal overthrow of Hawaii.
Oh, yeah, how are you gonna not, right? If you are
What are you gonna do?
that many dudes?
Yeah,
like
it's America. They all
I'm like,
show up in the fucking
no.
longships and
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what the complexity of their warfare was at the time that we rolled over there. You know,
it was probably pretty one-sided.
Yeah.
I imagine some people had guns and the other ones didn't. And I imagine that's how that went, which doesn't work so well when you're a small island nation that can completely be surrounded by naval bombardment.
Right. That's fucked.
Yeah, pretty fucked. So, but hey, look, there's a bunch of resorts there now. Yay,
Yeah.
America.
Let me ask you about one more thing.
Okay.
Because we're going to talk about Disney, and now it's a very small point, right?
Yes.
Disney Plus lost like almost 3
Hemorrhaged.
million subs, right?
Hemorrhaged
They're going to
subs.
lay off like 7,000 people.
Yep.
Do you remember, did you ever see the show The Proud Family when you were younger?
No.
So The Proud Family was on when I was a kid, and it was a show about a black family, and it was like definitely about black culture, but there was not any of like the woke shit that is up in it now, right? But Disney has now put out a new season. Disney Plus has put out a new season of The Proud Family.
I've seen a clip of this on Twitter.
It is horrific.
There's like a scene where like a white dad is given
Robin DiAngelo's
yes,
book. Yes. Okay, so it gets like way worse than that.
Great.
Jordan was reading me an article about it earlier, and it's like the students, the black students are talking about how like they deserve reparations. They learn their town is built by slaves, and so they go on a whole deal. And so black people are, deserve reparations. And there's like, she was reading me quotes from the children, because they're children. They're in high school, about like, we have earned reparations, and we continue to earn reparations every day that we live under this oppressive regime. And they're hosting, there's like an Abraham Lincoln monument, and they host a peaceful protest to try and get the monument taken down. And when that happens,
It's in the show?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
On Disney Plus. When they do this, the police show up in riot gear, and the mayor is there, and he says, arrest these people, and no pictures, please. And it's like a whole deal. They make a music video. That's the kids make a music video, and
straight up propaganda.
Yeah. And they have like real life pictures and shots of like people, with like this black people, and they have on their hands up, don't shoot is written on there, like mixed in with in this music video that the children made in the cartoon.
You can't do that.
It's on Disney Plus.
Wow.
It's happening now.
Yeah, no wonder they're
We're balling
hemorrhaging
out
Skyward. I saw an article the other day that this was just a headline, and it was multiple headlines from multiple outlets that said Luke Skywalker's secret LGBTQ plus background.
Oh my God, yes.
And I'm like, oh boy, Disney, what are you guys doing now? I didn't bother to read it because I was like, I'm not interested. Just give me more Mandalorian, and we'll be fine. That's all I want. I just want season 3 Mando to not suck, and I'm here for it. Let's do it. That's the only thing keeping me, bro. That's the only thing keeping me there is I need more Mando. Andor wasn't bad. I liked Andor. That was nice.
We'll see.
But we'll see.
Yeah.
I don't have a whole lot of faith.
New Disney's no good.
No, bro.
It's no good.
No. Nope.
Can't be
and
doing that.
it's not airing on China.
No.
Because you can't talk about that stuff in China. So we can't even blame China for that now.
Nope.
Fuck.
That's all us.
That's all us.
Yeah.
Sweet. Well, good show today, buddy.
Absolutely. This was an excellent show. I want to
Amen.
thank everybody for being here. This is fucking great. We had excellent viewing the whole time. Excellent comments. Make sure, again,
Absolutely.
like, subscribe, comment, share with all of your friends. Tell everyone about it. We have our Instagram, our Patreon, and our YouTube, all at Salt of the Streets. You can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com, including our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter, and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram, and Colin is Big Bird on both of those things. This was a great episode. We'll be back in 2 weeks for episode 143. Excuse me. Of course, couldn't finish one last burp.
Can't do it.
With that, I think that's it. We'll just thank everybody. And
thank you all.
Thank everybody for being here. It was excellent.
Yeah, thanks, Zeke.
Bilbo, Carolina, Alex, Kevin, Deborah was here. We had
Deborah
Joseph
coming in
was here.
post-wedding,
Yeah,
man.
Here for
Shout out.
everybody.
Amen.
Thank you. Guy from Germany, if you're in here, shout out to you too. So with that, you guys have a great time. Read your books, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, keep booking it up.